hosted by the wickedest lords of hell. Here is the first internet clip show to offer to the daring a look into the final maddening space between life and death. A case of the Mondays. To avoid fainting, keep repeating. It is only a live stream. Only a live stream. Only a live stream. Videos and songs far beyond anything you've tested. A case of the Mondays.
Stop you hammering, I'm on him tomorrow. Cause every day's the anniversary of the year before. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. Random tangents, that's like a tree. Diverse inevitability. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. I said band, over the band. I can't believe it's Monday again. Part of the problem is the passage of time. Part of the problem is what goes with salt and lime. Part of the problem is the answer is a cure. And a big part of that is the thing that keeps me poor. Sunset's columns support a feeling like cozy to drowning man's frozen ceiling. And if it's a day going by, then it's 365. 365. That's right. Passage of time. Part of the problem is what goes with salt and lime. Part of the problem is the answer is a cure. And a big part of that is the thing that keeps me poor. Sunset's columns support a feeling like holes in a drowning man's frozen ceiling. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. If it's a day gone by, then it's 365. If it's a day, if it's a day, if it's a day gone by, 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 if it's a day gone by.
If it's a day gone by, it's 365. Welcome everyone to Case of the Mondays. I'm your host, Gene Skinner. Hope you're all having a good night tonight, wherever you are, whenever you are, for the show. Let's get right into it with something I put in, obviously, first. Yes, I do. Good to see you guys. Here we go. The Beetlejuice meets Beetlejuice meets Beetlejuice.
Babysit the mini Lydia.
Oh, you know, scams, pranks, Saturday morning appropriate hijinks.
Yeah, it's
this one
fucking
time.
Saturday Beetlejuice, cartoon Beetlejuice, with movie Beetlejuice and Broadway Beetlejuice.
Alrighty. So anyway, we took Chuck and Delia to the netherworld and...
Yep.
Babes!
I wonder which one's which. You can't totally tell, can you, Chet? Oh.
Seriously though, how did you do it? Because I'm
That's
trying
Michael
to get this
Keaton.
woman's attention for 30 years. I'm starting to run out of material. Need new ideas just to get her to listen to me. So I really gotta get those juices flowing, if you catch my drift. Come on now, spill the beans. What's your secret?
I'm begging you, please.
Oh,
teach me
it's
how to
Broadway
become a
Beetlejuice.
man
It's
with
Alex
friends.
Brightman.
I'm so lonely I could jump off the roof.
Wow.
You really need to get out of here. I'm not used to not being the worst person in the room.
Wow. Imagine. Okay, hope you enjoyed that. Moving on. Or don't move on. I know I did that. Anyway, moving on. Here we go. Trimester Rob sent this in. The Virgin Emperor versus the Chad God Emperor.
Don't pay attention. He's going to leave.
He's got sunglasses under his sunglasses. Wow. He's so cool. Thanks for that, Trimester Bob. Ramen sent this in. Here we go. Original Tongs commercial. The blockade. I'm ready. Tongs. Oh wow.
I use tongs to cook my meals.
My meals.
To pick up steak and apples, chicken.
Chicken.
They're coming to stores right now. Right now.
Right now. Kapow.
Don't miss it.
Tongs.
Don't look away. You'll miss it.
Don't look away. You'll miss it.
Give me the tongs. The star of the sea. Clean the car. I object. Don't
I
look away.
object.
You'll miss it.
Wow. Alrighty then. Thanks for that, Ramen. Hope you're doing well.
It's so
Anyway.
foggy. I
Professor
hope I
Robson,
don't
listen
hit
to.
anything whilst I look for my wife.
Look for my wife. Where is she?
Oh, a bathroom.
It's so foggy. Oh, a bathroom.
Time for me to make a poo, I guess.
I guess it's so foggy. Man, this is creepy. He's just drawing a face.
It's a funny face.
It's really funny.
Hey,
Get out of the toilet.
You can't do that. That's public
It's
property.
the police. Up in jail he goes.
Hey, you're Maria.
You're Maria.
My wife.
My wife.
I thought you were dead or something.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Wow.
What are you in here for?
It's so foggy. Funny face.
Funny face?
You can't do that. It's illegal. It's so foggy.
Come on,
It's so foggy.
let's get out of here.
Wow, that's a long reach you got
I
there.
came searching for my wife, but I knew it was too good to be true. However, I left with something far more meaningful.
Does he just run over Pinhead? Sorry, Pinhead. Pyramid Head. It's so foggy. Oh, chat. It's way too foggy. Oh, look, there's Leon. And Ashley. Moving on. Strog, you sent this in. My serial killer roommate. Dick Jameson.
What a day.
You're home early.
Uh-oh.
Harold, what are you doing?
Just, taking out the garbage.
Oh, no.
This is the second time this week, Harold.
You know, I could really use a
Hand.
hand
Yep,
here.
there it is.
He's still breathing.
He's still breathing.
What the heck?
What the heck? Oh, jeez. That isn't the face I will make. It's fine.
Thanks, Tom. You know, the sex is much better when they're dead.
Wow.
Just do me a favor and don't murder my family, okay?
Okay.
Oh!
Too
Oops.
late.
My
Too
mom
late.
never had it in the freezer!
Too late. Thanks, Strog. Ramen sent this in the faithful conclusion.
My brain is just too little to understand what I was talking about. Oh, I wish there was some way I could save a dinosaur.
Can't save him.
Looked down near the dead Pachycephalosaurus.
Damn
And then she saw that there
Pachycephalosaurus.
was a pile of eggs nearby. So she picked one up and saved it in her pocket.
What?
To take back to the 20th century.
Oh, shit.
She flew off to see if she could find more dinosaurs to warn. She flew to a field where Maiasauruses were gently eating flowers.
Well, maybe they shouldn't be. Maybe Maiasaurus should mind their own damn business.
In a normal way when Srebrenica came and landed in their field. She wanted to warn them. She tried to explain how they should try to save the flowers, put them in a big pile. But the Maiasaurus didn't understand and thought Srebrenica was something to eat and licked off all her hair as if
Licked
it
off
were
all
a
her
flower.
hair.
Silly flower, thought the Maiasaurus.
Silly flower.
Srebrenica was disgusted. She was always losing her hair.
Yeah, why's she doing that?
She went off to rest before her long flight back to the 20th century.
It's a long flight.
Better take a nap first before
Better
I
take
go.
a nap.
She
One.
lay down in the field of flowers. The Maiasaurus came and licked her and thought, this looks like an egg. I better sit on it.
Better
to
sit
hatch
on it.
And the Maiasaurus sat. Oh, I'm ready for a new baby Maiasaurus. And she licked the egg, what she thought was an egg, waited
Oh,
for
no.
it to hatch.
Damn you,
Pretty
Srebrenica.
soon,
It's your
pretty
fault.
soon, she thought. I like being a mom. But then the egg woke up and it was Srebrenica. How dare you? I'm
How
not
dare
an
you.
egg, said Srebrenica. I'm a person. You shouldn't sit on people. But the Maiasaurus stand. She had a very small brain, too. Srebrenica tried to explain to them about the
end.
asteroid that was going to come and destroy their world, but they just couldn't figure out what she was talking about. And then it happened. They saw an explosion far off on the horizon, and clouds of colored smoke came up into the sky.
Oops. The end of the dinosaurs.
You're almost too late. Please gather your flowers while you can and save them. But the
Oh, it's too late.
Maiasaurus didn't understand. Srebrenica said, it's going to get dark, and all your flowers will die. And it did become dark. And Srebrenica decided, I guess this is time for me to go back to the 20th century.
Yep.
So she picked up her skirts and flew away.
Flew away.
It did become darker and darker. And all the flowers died. And it was so dark that the T-Rex couldn't even find any more plant eaters to kill for prey. And they all began to cry. They could see their end was near.
That's not creepy.
They cried and cried in the dark.
The darkness. Oh.
Meanwhile, back in the 20th century, Charlie Crow and Patty Possum wondered where Srebrenica had gone.
Oh God.
Will she ever come back, they thought? I don't know, said Charlie Crow. She's been gone a long time.
There she comes.
Srebrenica came flying back. and
She
said,
flew.
"Look, here I am.
Here I am.
But she was very tired, so she took a little nap.
Nap number 2. Damn, Srebrenica, you tired.
But then, when Srebrenica woke up, she remembered that she brought back the egg.
The Papiliosaurus
She
egg.
brought it out of her pocket and gave it to Patty Possum to put in her pouch.
Put in your pouch, Patty
Maybe
Possum.
it will hatch, said Charlie Crow. And they all went to sleep again to finish
They all
the
went to
nap.
sleep.
It became dark. And in the middle of the night, the egg did hatch.
Uh-oh.
Out came a baby Pachycephalosaurus. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
Ah!
Around the Christmas tree.
Well, I'm terrified. Are you scared again, Weeb? Because I'm scared.
Well, come here,
Oh,
come here. They all woke up to greet the baby Pachycephalosaurus. But it was still nighttime, so they all fell asleep again.
Everybody fell asleep.
Pachycephalosaurus went back into Patty Possum's pouch till the morning. Then it hopped out and said, wake up, wake up. I want to start being in your century.
I want to be in your century.
And Srebrenica said, you're right. And
You're
look,
right.
My hair is starting to grow back.
Oh, thank God, Srebrenica, your damn hair's growing back.
Patty Possum said, well, do you want your brother and sister to see this dinosaur?
Do you?
Oh, I don't know, said Srebrenica. You better hide, Pachycephalosaurus.
You better hide, Pachycephalosaurus.
So Charlie Crow stepped in front of the Pachycephalosaurus, and the Pachycephalosaurus jumped back into Patty Possum's pouch just in time.
Just in
Before
time.
Hansel and Gretel saw it.
Hansel and Gretel? Oh boy.
Patty Possum decided to
Oh my
walk
god,
off
the
and take
possum's
care of her
eyeballs.
new baby Pachycephalosaurus.
I'm terrified, Chet.
In the forest. Srebrenica went to school with her brother and sister that day, while Patty Possum took Pachycephalosaurus to a field in the middle of the forest
Oh
and
boy.
told it to eat all the plants there so it would grow up and be strong. The baby Pachycephalosaurus listened carefully and began to eat.
He ate and ate and ate.
And as the weeks and months went by,
And ate and ate and ate.
bigger and bigger until she was
Oh,
as
there it
big as
is,
the trees.
Pachycephalosaurus, you're huge.
Even taller than some of the trees. She went back to the house where Srebrenica lived. And
Oh, hi,
looked for
Strog.
Srebrenica. But Srebrenica was away at school. with her
Srebrenica was
brother
away
and
at
sister.
school.
Oh, I'm so
Pachycephalosaurus.
lonely, thought Pachycephalosaurus. I wish I
Face.
could find that girl again. And where
It's
is
terrifying.
Patty Possum and Charlie
Damn it,
Crow?
Grandma, this story is terrifying.
Srebrenica was just coming home from school, and she greeted her friends, and when she saw the Pachycephalosaurus, she said, "Oh my goodness, you've grown so huge.
You've grown
What are you doing
huge."
with you?" Charlie Crow said, "Well, she's too big to fit in your house. She'll
Well,
just have to
obviously,
wander
Charlie.
around in the
Jeez, my
forest,
guy, you don't need to say it out loud like that. That's
where there are plenty
rude.
of plants to eat." Just then Hansel and Gretel came along.
And here come Hansel and
The others
Gretel.
had run back into the forest, but Hansel and Gretel called for Srebrenica, said, "Come on, doesn't like you to
Come inside, already,
So
jeez.
she did. She was becoming a normal person. But when the Pachycephalosaurus asked to come in, Srebrenica said, "Shh, go away, you're too wild now. You have to live by yourself in the forest."
Go live by yourself in the forest.
The poor Pachycephalosaurus.
Poor Pachycephalosaurus.
was looking for another Pachycephalosaurus.
You won't ever find
Her
one.
only friends were Charlie Crow and Patty Possum. But they were so little compared to her.
No,
It was
she's
hard to
huge.
even bend her head down to talk to them. She did have a lonely life.
Yeah.
One more time she came back to Srebrenica's house and called for her. Come out and play and be my friend." But Srebrenica had become a normal person then.
A normal
And
person.
the poor, sad Pachycephalosaurus had to live the rest of her life all alone.
Thanks, Grandma. Of course, Pachycephalosaurus.
The end of Srebrenica.
That was the end of Srebrenica. Terrifying, Grandma. Why did you tell me the story? I'm not gonna sleep tonight, Grandma. What the fuck was the lesson? I don't understand. Anyway, Strog, next up is something from you. Midgies. A trailer. Here we go. Scottish horror movie. Oh god. Man, look at all the fucking people need to make a movie.
You alright there, son?
You're right there, son.
You lost?
You lost.
You want a wee piece in ham?
We peace?
Maybe he's deaf.
Probably.
I have to run. Ach no, English.
Oh, the English.
Oh, bless him. He probably doesn't understand your thing. Run? At our age, you having a laugh?
Wow. Wow.
Running from enemy?
Bitches.
Midgets.
The bitches are coming.
The midgies.
Typical bloody tunes.
Oh, now, no, you know fine well they can be a right pain if you're not used to them. I find a wee scoosh of this helps. And you can't go wrong with citronella. They hate the smell.
Hate the smell. Oh.
Can't go wrong with one of these either.
Oh boy.
You
Oh.
want a wee scoosh of this, or are you going to go commando?
You know me, Mary. Commando all the way.
Come in. Wow. What a line.
Listen, Colin, Willpower's what you need.
Ah!
And
This
a
looks
bit of
really good,
old-fashioned
Strog.
grit.
Not bad at all. This doesn't look like it was
Don't you
cheaply
have to
made.
get out of
No.
bed? That's the problem with you bloody tourists.
You bloody tourists.
You come up here with your fancy hipster outfits on or whatever the hell that is. Giving it all that.
Giving it
Hey, and you think you're the bee's knees. When in fact,
Uh-oh.
you're just a shower aid.
Oh, there it is. There's the thing. Read the real movie, Gene? Yeah, for real. Ah! Just spray more of it on him. Midgies. Yup. Dun 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 dun. Ah! Wow. All right then. The fucking music sounds like it's out of a Doom soundtrack. Anyway. Thanks for that, Strog. Moving on. Crewmaster Rob, you sent this in.
Hello.
Hi, Bettina.
Hi, Bettina.
Yes.
Hi, this is Roy. I live here in the neighborhood. I'm over on Noda Drive.
Uh-huh.
And I just needed to find out if you're going to be handing
Produced
out candy
and directed
tomorrow
by
night to the trick-or-treaters.
And why is that?
Oh, well, my son, he has allergies, and he can't have peanuts.
You can't have peanuts.
Okay.
So you're
is
not...
There
Huh?
Is there a flavor that he can have?
Oh, anything
kind
that
that
doesn't
he
have...
can't have?
Anything that
Anything
doesn't
that
have
doesn't have
nuts in it would
peanuts.
be fine.
All right.
And peanuts aren't really a nut, though. They're
There
a
is
goober.
a possibility. How old is your son, Roy?
He's 6.
Okay, there is a possibility that I will not be here, and I would have left then a container of candy on our step.
Okay.
And I think I just threw away the packaging. Actually, is a Kit Kat okay?
Is a Kit Kat okay?
I think that
Or
has...
is that made in a facility with nuts?
Yeah, I think that has nuts in it. You're going to have to throw away everything with nuts. Just don't give out
Everything with
anything with
nuts.
nuts tomorrow night.
We have to throw out everything with nuts?
Yes, please. Just throw out everything with nuts. It's basically poison to my children.
It's basically poison.
I understand, but it's not poison to other children. I'll be happy to give your children something separate, but I'm not going to throw away the candy that I purchased for everybody
Oh,
else.
why not? You may as well be just giving out candy with razors in them.
Roy, please don't tell me what to serve people.
Well, maybe you should give them...
I will in no way endanger your child.
Maybe you should give them
but
carrot
you cannot
sticks.
tell me what to serve
Give carrot
people who come
sticks?
to my house.
Well, you can give them carrot sticks. Nobody's
Carrot
allergic
sticks.
to carrots.
Exactly. Are you serving carrot sticks?
Well, no, I'm going out trick-or-treating.
Wow.
Great. Well, then someone at your house should be serving carrot sticks.
Well, no, we're not going to be there, you idiot.
Wow.
Just...
Wow.
Yes?
Done did it.
Hello, Doug?
Yes?
Hello, Doug.
Hey, Doug. It's Steve Dave. I'm your neighbor.
Steve
I live
Dave.
just down the street a little bit here on Beacon Hill. Hello?
Hello?
I'm listening.
Okay, well,
I'm listening.
yeah, don't get an attitude with me. I just
Wow.
want to say,
I
you
don't
know,
have an attitude. I'm just not familiar with you, so I'm trying to understand.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're going to be trick-or-treating there tomorrow, and I don't want my kid to get fat, so could you not hand out anything
Wow.
that has chocolate in it or sweet stuff? Like, just no sugar. Like,
No
if you have
sugar,
sugar-free
sir.
chocolate?
Okay, I can save you some time. Our front door is 80 foot back from the street, and the kids never come here for trick-or-treating.
Oh, we're going to.
We're going
to every
to.
house on the street this year.
Well, they're going to leave here empty-handed then.
What? You're gonna be like that? You're not gonna give out candy to the kids?
No one ever comes.
Come on.
You know, you talk about attitudes, but this is really pushing neighborliness to an extreme.
What? Well, my kid has chocolate allergies.
Well, that's fine. I think you should monitor your child very closely, but I'm not going to monitor him.
Well, I'm just saying, don't hand out anything with sugar in it, because
I
sugar's...
told you we're not going to hand out anything.
You did say
yeah,
that.
right. Anything with sugar in it. Please don't hand out anything with sugar in it.
Oh,
The
God.
You
sugar's...
have a problem comprehending English.
Did he just mispronounce the word English?
He did.
Hello?
He did, though.
Hi, Mrs. Todd.
Hello?
Yes?
Hey there, this is Roy. I live here in the neighborhood. I'm over on Noda Drive.
Mm-hmm.
And I just needed to find out if you're going to be handing out candy tomorrow night for the
Are you?
trick-or-treaters.
Yes, I thought I would.
Okay. Well, I just needed to let you know that my kids have allergies, peanut allergies, so you can't hand out anything
So don't hand
with
any
peanuts.
candy to my damn children.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Nothing
How
with
will I
peanuts.
know your kids?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe you just shouldn't hand them out to any kids because
Wow.
they could all have peanut allergies. You don't want to kill kids, do you?
Well, no, but not all kids have peanut allergies.
No.
Well, some of them do.
Well, some of
Mine
them do.
do.
Well,
Mine do.
I have already bought candy.
Oh, you better take those back. Maybe you can hand
Wow.
out carrot sticks. I know kids love
Carrot
to eat carrot
sticks.
sticks.
On Halloween?
On
not
Halloween,
particularly.
sir, no.
Oh, yes, they do. No, I
Oh,
happen to
oh
know
yes,
this
they
for a
do,
fact.
ma'am.
My
Yes,
kids
they
love
do.
carrot sticks
Well,
and lifesavers.
and
I know all
lifesavers.
kids love lifesavers.
Well, why don't you just have your kids, if they come stop by here, say, I can't have peanuts.
Well, why don't you just not hand out peanuts? Because basically you're handing out apples with razor blades in them. If you're going to hand out peanuts,
Damn peanut allergy people, the
not
worst.
everybody.
you shouldn't try and kill children. That's not nice.
Also, I still realize I have
I'm
Zach
not
Bagans
trying
on the
to kill
screen.
Children, if you don't want,
My
you know,
bad.
tell them not
Let's
to
get him
come
off.
here
He doesn't
then.
need to be
Oh,
here.
I've
I know it's
already got
spooky scenery,
three.
but
Well,
he
you
does
can't
need
just
to be there.
exclude my children like that. Don't be a jerk about it.
I'm not being the jerk.
Well, you kind of are. You're telling them not to come to your house.
Well,
Who says
because
that?
they, are you calling everyone in the neighborhood?
Well,
Yeah,
are you?
I am. I just need to make sure my
Hey,
kids are
Tetsuya.
safe. And that they don't eat any
Well,
peanuts.
In that case, I guess they should not come to my house.
Well, no,
I mean,
you should
I've
be
got
able to come to
stuff
any
that
house.
doesn't have peanuts in it, but I need to know who your kids are.
Yeah.
Well, you should just not hand out peanuts. Peanuts are dangerous.
Peanuts are dangerous.
They are to some people. For most people, they're quite nutritious.
Quite nutritious,
No, they're
sir.
dangerous
Little
to
goobers.
everyone. You don't know
No.
what you're talking about.
No,
No.
no, they're not.
Also, I needed to let you know that my kids are also in wheelchairs.
Oh.
So, do you have a wheelchair ramp that comes up to your front door?
No.
No, I don't.
Ugh, so you don't like cripples either.
Well, who does?
Well, I have no reason to actually have one.
Well, maybe it's because some trick-or-treaters need a wheelchair ramp to get up to your front door.
Oh my God.
Do you just not like crippled children? Is that why you're trying to kill them with peanuts?
No, I think you're being a little irrational here.
No, I think you are. I mean, I put up
Oh, boy.
posters
No,
in the
you.
neighborhood and told everyone not to hand out peanuts, and you're just going to pretend.
No, I didn't see any of your posters.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, right.
No, I haven't.
You are so full of crap, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're so full of crap.
No, you are.
No,
Maybe
you.
you should take back all the stuff that you bought that has peanuts in them and buy some raisins. Kids love raisins.
No, they don't.
Not if they're diabetic.
Unless they're diabetic.
Well, my kids aren't diabetic. Don't be stupid.
Well,
Wow.
but some kids might be diabetic.
No,
I mean, it's
what
the
kind of-
same.
You're gonna make
It's
it.
the
You're gonna.
same reasoning that you're using for the peanuts.
You're gonna make them diabetic, giving them peanut candies. They're not gonna get
Not once a year.
They're not gonna get diabetic
if
from
they eat-
raisins.
If they eat, yeah, it's high in sugar.
Well, no, maybe
Any dried fruit is extremely
raisinets.
high.
Raisins do have
Raisinets
sugar,
are high
actually,
in sugar,
yeah.
but not raisins. You don't know what you're talking about.
Raisins
They are.
themselves are,
Raisins
yeah.
are dried fruit. All dried fruit is very high in sugar.
No,
because the
no,
sugar
that
content
is so
gets
untrue.
concentrated.
You don't know what you're talking about. Just get some lifesavers or some Brox,
Some
lemon
rocks.
drops.
Why don't you just not have your kids come here?
Well, that's rude.
That is
What-
the easiest
That's
way.
rude.
I can't remember all of the houses that have people that like to kill children. How am I supposed to keep track of all that?
First of all, I am not killing children. Your children are a special case. You are very worried about it, which I can understand. But you can't expect everybody to change everything they do for your children.
Well, why are you handing out
So
candy
you
with?
know what the problem is, so you keep them away from the problem. That is your responsibility
that-
as a parent.
I think it's your responsibility to be a good neighbor and not hand out poison to children.
Well, then maybe
Just
you
hang
should
up
have
with
called
them.
a week
I would have
ago.
at this point.
Well, I didn't have time then. Maybe you should have kept your receipt so you can
Well,
return your,
I mean,
your
they're
goddamn
your
candy.
children. Your children, if you don't want them to have candy, then don't have them come out on trick or treat because that's what most people get.
Most people don't give peanuts.
Many of the candy does. I said not all of mine has peanuts, but some of it probably does.
Why can't you just throw away the stuff that has peanuts and just hand out the stuff that's non-peanut?
Because not everybody is allergic to peanuts.
Are you allergic to peanuts?
No.
Why don't you just eat it yourself?
Eat it yourself.
Every day.
Just eat it yourself then, and don't give it to kids. You might kill some kids.
I'm sorry. Just have your kids not come here. I'm not.
Oh, we're
discussing
coming.
this
We're
anymore.
going to come
coming.
here. If you give us peanuts, we're going to egg your house.
Well, then don't come, because if you do that,
I'll call the police.
Allowed. We're allowed to egg houses because it's Halloween night.
That's
what
still
you do.
no.
No, you're not.
Oh, yes, we are.
Oh, yes, we are.
No, you're not.
That's what Halloween's all about. Don't you know what Halloween is?
Yeah, it's trick or treating. Kids coming by and getting a treat.
Well, I consider you trying to kill my children, I consider that a trick, and you're going to get your house
I'm not
egged.
trying to kill your children. You are, because you're being unreasonable.
I don't see.
You know, you can't expect everybody
You can't
to
blame
change
me.
their way of life because your kids have a problem.
You can't
What
blame
you
me
do is
if you
protect
try to
your
give my kids
from that
poison.
problem. Goodbye.
You're the one trying to murder my kids, man. It's not me. I'm not the one giving them peanuts.
Well, of course it's running. It's a refrigerator.
Duh.
Oh, hi. Old man
hi.
Steve here, and if you've been watching another quality prank call video by the Phone Losers of America.
There you go.
Remember to subscribe to
Subscribe.
the Snow Plow Show podcast at snowplowshow.com
All right.
for weekly shows. And
Oh, for
support
real?
the Phone Losers on Patreon at patreon.com/phone losers.
Phone Losers of America.
Cactus, anyone?
Cactus? Wow. Thanks for that, Treemaster Bob. Moving on. Jenny, you sent this in.
This leaked video from China has
I'm
a
gonna
very
put Zach
dark
back on screen 'cause
backstory.
this is scary.
It shows a man named Lu Ha handcuffed to
Ha.
a metal chair. It seems
Jenny, are
like
you
something
here?
from a TV show,
Jenny?
but this is a real video from a Chinese police station. You may wonder what crime Lu Ha did to warrant this treatment. It's revealed his crime was simply criticizing the police on social media. Because of this, he was taken from his home, taken to a holding cell for many hours, and then interrogated in this metal chair.
宣传微信上讲一些警察的事儿，最近大伙儿怎么在网上讨论那个警察那个较劲儿啊？
The police ask why did he complain about them on QQ and WeChat,
I'm gonna
two
add
popular
Jenny.
Chinese social
And I'm gonna put
networks.
social
Lu Hua
credit.
is clearly terrified, repeatedly apologizing, saying he's sorry and he knows what he did was wrong.
我就说一句开玩笑就罢，我这较劲也不容易。
He also begs them to forgive him and says he'll never badmouth them again.
对不起，警察叔叔，我错
Because
了。
she posts this, her social credit score in China is going down.
You may think the police are being harsh on Lu Hua, but this is the reality of going against the police in China.
Oh, yeah.
Use of these metal chairs is very common. China uses these metal chairs to make everyone scared and ensure they won't criticize the police or the government. The chairs are so widely used, they have
God.
their own nickname on Chinese social media, the Tiger Chair. It's
Tiger
wild to
chair.
think that all Lu Hua did was criticize the police, but this goes against China's social credit system, which punishes
I
civilians
forgot
who
I
speak out
posted this.
against the
Well, Jenny,
authorities. But
you
an
may have
even more
forgotten to put the
disturbing
social
video
credit
from
score
China
index, sir.
is
Shit
this. The video takes place in a small village in Suzhou, China.
You're about
In
to
the
get your
village,
organs
this man
harvested.
named Dong Muman had been living with his family of 8 children. Dong and his family lived in a tiny shack, and the family had almost no
We should
money.
get one for
but despite
Porky.
this family's difficult
tiger
situation,
chair.
Dong and his kids
Oh, boy.
always seemed happy.
I don't think
Locals
he'd
in
be
his
happy about
village
that, Jenny.
found Dong's story very
But it
inspiring.
would be funny.
And before long, this story began to spread as Dong began to make videos
Dong?
showing
His
his
name's
life
fucking
on
Dong?
Douyin, which is the Chinese version of TikTok. He
Oh,
posted
boy.
videos on his page named Father of 8, and these videos soon racked up millions of views. Soon, many fans of Dong's videos began to donate money to him. Other
Dong.
Douyin influencers also visited Dong and told their fans how to donate to Dong as well.
Oh,
People
boy.
sent them food, clothing, and money, and it was all very inspiring and touching. But one day in January 2021, a Douyin influencer showed up to Dong's house. The influencer was planning on making a video with Dong, but instead, the influencer
This won't be relevant
uncovered
once
a
he's in the
dark
chair.
secret. When the influencer
Wow.
arrived at Dong's house, Dong was not around, so instead
you're
he
right,
began
though.
to
They
interview
won't
one
be.
of Dong's sons, who mentioned something very odd. The kid had food in his hand and said that he had to feed his mother. This was a bizarre thing to say, as no one online nor in real life had ever seen a mother figure in this family. People had simply assumed that Dong's wife was no longer in the picture, so the influencer asked the kids to show him their mother. The boy led the influencer to a small hut behind the house, and inside, this is what he saw.
Oh no, this is gonna be creepy.
Inside the hut was a woman with a padlock chain around her
Oh.
neck attached
Oh,
to the
shit.
wall. The woman looked cold, hungry, and terrified.
Oh,
this was the
no.
first time Dong's wife and the mother of his kids had ever been seen.
She's
the
fucking
video soon
padlocked-
spread
wow.
around China, as people realized Dong wasn't a sweet father of 8, but
No.
instead a very twisted man,
Oh,
keeping
yeah.
his own wife locked away in a hut, and using her to bear more kids, possibly in
Whoa.
order to get more and more donation money. Dong
Damn.
later said that the woman was indeed his wife.
Asian Gopher,
but that
God
she
for
had
you
a mental
crazy.
disability. He said that because of this, she would sometimes lose control and try to hurt people around her. So for everyone's safety, she was kept chained up. Surprisingly, the authorities said the same thing, and
Wait,
the
what?
police did not try to assist the woman at all.
Oh,
After the story
wow.
went viral, police began to stop influencers going to the town.
Oh,
and
yeah, 'cause of
journalists
course,
who wrote
yeah,
about
women have no
this
rights
were
in China.
arrested, as well as this influencer who made the first video showing Dong's wife. It seems Chinese authorities were trying
There's
to
Winnie the
cover
Pooh.
this
There he
up,
is.
as all this happened just days before the Winter Olympics in Beijing.
Oh
This
no,
story had
really?
already began to
Who would have
spread
ever
around
guessed
the world.
that?
And thanks to all of the attention, the truth would soon be revealed. The lady's name was actually Chao Huami, and
Chao
she
Huami.
sadly had been the victim of human trafficking.
Of course she
in
had.
1996, when she was 20 years old, she had been taken to a
Jesus.
mental asylum. From there, she was sold to a human trafficking ring. She was then bought and sold on 3 separate occasions,
Oh my God.
with one of the buyers being Dong's father. Dong would then
Hi.
go on to marry her and use her to make
Whoa,
children.
whoa, whoa,
Unlike
calm
what
down,
Dong
Sasha.
said, she never tried to hurt anyone, as it was later revealed that she had a seizure disorder. It's a terrifying situation to think about, but had it not been for this influencer's
If you heard
chance
that, she was
visit and all of the
walking
public
over me and I had to
pressure,
get her
this
off
woman
the
may still be chained up
computer
living
too
like
here.
this today. But thankfully, she has
She
now
didn't like
finally
that.
been
She
rescued,
whined at me, tried to
while
swipe at
Dong
me with her
and
claws.
various
Good
others
kitty.
have since been
You're right,
arrested. It's quite the fall from grace, going from one of Daoyin's most
Meow.
inspirational creators to a monster who is now in prison for unspeakable things. But an even more disturbing video from China is this. What you're looking at may seem like a normal police vehicle, but it's actually what's known as an execution van.
Ooh.
China uses execution as a punishment for many crimes, and since 2007, over 8,000 people have been executed in China. This sometimes happens in these mobile execution vans. In the back of these vans, prisoners are strapped to stretchers. They are then injected with deadly chemicals
Oh,
before their
boy.
organs are harvested for transplant. Footage
Oh,
of
organ
these
harvesting,
execution
like, for
vans are
real.
very rare,
Wow.
but there have been several leaked videos and photos from police. It's very inhumane, and there is very
Well, of
little
course it's
oversight.
very inhumane,
China
it's
carries
fucking
out
China.
more executions than any other country in the world. The
Oh, yeah.
police often steal and privately sell the prisoners' organs. Instead
No,
of donating
but I
them
was
as is
told China's a
protocol,
paradise.
prisoners' bodies are quickly cremated,
Oh,
making
you
it
mean it's not? What
impossible
a
for
shock.
family to see their loved ones for one last time. Unlike in the USA, where you can be on death row for decades, executions in China are sometimes carried out within weeks, largely thanks to these execution vans. But an even scarier video shows where many prisoners in China are held. All over China are secret prisons, known as black jails.
DoorDash
These
executioners.
prisons are not controlled by the central government of China, but instead by local politicians. Many
Oh, boy.
protesters and political rivals end up in these jails. One day, a journalist was given the address
That's
of
too
one of
spoopy
these,
for spoopy
and
month?
this
Well, heck,
is
it's
what she
spoopy
found.
enough.
You can hear a woman inside the black jail screaming for help.
Oh,
The
yeah.
prisoner asked the journalist to save her, but she was quickly taken away by prison guards, who then locked the door. The imprisoned woman had been taken here off the record, with her
Well, of
friends and
course, yeah.
family having no idea what had happened to
No,
her. This is all
but I
done
was
to
told
quash
China never
dissent in
disappears
China,
people.
making sure everyone is scared to go against the government.
Yeah.
But an even more disturbing video is this. As
Oh,
you've already
no.
seen, human trafficking is a big problem in China.
Oh, yeah.
But Xiao is not the only example. This video
yeah, it
shows
disappeared.
another
Whoa,
woman
whoa,
in a very
calm
similar
down.
situation.
Just
This
petting
woman's
ya.
surname is Zong, and
try
she
swiping
had
at me
also
again.
been purchased
get off
by
my
her
bed.
husband. She had been seriously injured by her
You can
husband,
get off my bed if you're
leading
gonna
to a
start
mental
swiping at my face.
disability caused by head
Just saying.
trauma.
Love you. Don't know why we're trying to swipe my face.
She is unable to walk or stand, and has lived like this inside this hut for 20 years.
Whoops, and they're
She
gone.
is left on the floor, unable to move to the bed, which is only a few feet away.
Wow,
According
she
to
just changed
reports,
the fucking
video
floor.
is under investigation, but there have been no
Like China's
updates
gonna do
since.
anything?
And to this day,
Something
we
wrong.
don't know what happened to Zong. It seems crazy people still live like this in a country which has many rich and modern cities.
They don't give
which
two
can be
fucks, it's
clearly
China.
seen in this next video. This is a forgotten underground village in China. The people here are so poor they have to live underground. The underground village can be found in Gansu province in China. The villagers here have been totally forgotten, with no running water or
Like China cares about
electricity.
any of these
the
people, they
villagers
don't.
have to cook what little food they have using a fire, which is dangerous as they live underground. The average daily income in the village
That's
is around
true.
2 yuan, or 30 US cent, with some working in nearby mines. The villagers also have no medical resources
I wasn't telling her to
and
get
no
up.
school to learn,
I was
meaning
just
that
petting
this
her and she
cycle
tried
of
to swipe
poverty
in my
likely
face.
won't end anytime
Whoa,
soon.
whoa,
But an
calm
even more
down.
disturbing video shows
Just petting you
China's
again and you're
brainwashing
losing your shit.
camps.
You
In
grumpy? Take a
2019,
nap.
drone footage confirmed what many had suspected. China had been arresting its Uyghur population in mass and imprisoning
chair
them
over
in
there, go sleep
brainwashing
on that.
camps. Here you can see hundreds of detainees wearing blue, with their heads shaved
just
and
wants
a
to get to the
blindfold covering
lasagna
their
inside you.
eyes.
That's
Police
funny.
stand over the prisoners, casting a watchful eye. It's a haunting sight seeing these rows
Okay,
of
now you're
inmates
jumping down.
detained,
You gonna sleep on the
arrested
floor?
for
You do
simply
like doing that.
practicing their own faith. The video was filmed in Xinjiang,
Yes.
which is
Oh,
where
yes.
hundreds of
Yep.
thousands of people
you're
have
gonna
been
do
sent
that.
to these brainwashing camps. China has claimed these don't exist, but these satellite photos, as well as
Show
videos of the
different.
camps, prove otherwise. These brainwashing camps are brutal. Prisoners
kind
are
of
taught
pose
to
is
love
that
the
to lay on the
Communist
ground
Party,
as, Sash?
and there are punishments for anyone who steps out of
hunched
line.
over. What are
It
you
truly
doing?
is scary to think about how many people are locked inside these brainwashing camps right now. But a more bizarre video from China is this. In 2018,
the fuck is that
footage
thing?
emerged of a man holding a bizarre, unknown sea creature. It looked almost human-like,
What the
but
fuck
was
is
still
that?
moving and was clearly alive. It was posted on Chinese social media before spreading to the rest of the world. It's believed the creature is a mutated starfish, which has a bizarre look due to this
What the
lake being
fuck?
polluted. The video really highlights the pollution which is rampant
Totally
in
not
China.
real.
as
No, I believe it
factories
is real, 'cause
routinely
it's
dump
China,
chemical
Jenny, and they
waste
dump
into
all that
water,
toxic
causing
waste in the
damage
water.
to humans and the environment, as is bizarrely demonstrated in this video. But an even more disturbing video
I believe
from
it.
China is this.
Anywhere else,
in
nah,
May of
fake.
2022,
China,
hackers
100%
released
real.
hundreds of photos
Yeah.
and videos showing
They put
China's
some shit in the
re-education
water and
camps
fucking
in
mutated the
detail. You can
wildlife.
see the barred windows, the large
this
wire
thing is
fences
probably has to
to
be
prevent
totally
escape,
cancerous. That
and
Bugman's
the
just
large
touching like
video
it's
surveillance
nothing.
screens in the prison. Hacked photos also
God.
showed how inmates are taken around the prison, with both their arms and legs handcuffed. Many mugshots were also hacked and leaked, showing that there are children and elderly people inside these camps. There is also a large military presence inside the camps, which is in stark contrast to the Chinese government's propaganda videos about these camps. In their highly choreographed video, they make it seem like an optional school, but these leaked photos show the disturbing truth. But an even more haunting video from inside a Chinese prison is this. You are watching a man saying his final goodbyes to his
Oh,
family
damn.
before being executed in China. This took place in Heilongjiang province. The inmate is named Li Shuyan. You can hear his family members sobbing as he begs them not to cry. He also tells his mother to take good care of herself and says he hopes his whole family will be well. Unlike many death row inmates in China, he was allowed to see his family one last time before being taken away to an execution van. It's an incredibly sad video to watch and shows the harsh reality of life in China. Tell me in the comments which of these videos shocked you the most. Subscribe if you haven't yet,
all of them
and
shocked me,
be
to be
sure to
honest with
watch
you, dog.
this video next.
I don't think I can
think
put a
you'll find
list.
it even more wild than this one.
Anyway, time for this from Nathan. Here we go. Oh no.
You could use a buddy. Don't you want a pal? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Girl, the way I see it, your daddy should be leaving, and you should stick around and kill him.
my God.
Nothing. So, lady, don't end yourself. Defend yourself.
No.
Daddy is the one you should maim. Together we'll exterminate.
Oh no, do a Beetlejuice in real life. Why?
Gotta say my name.
I don't know what this channel is
Go
from.
ahead and jump it, that won't stop him. Here
Beetlejuice
you
the
got a
musical in real life, it
solid
says.
plan B option. I can bring your daddy so much pain. All you gotta do is say my name. Girl, just say it 3 times in a row. Then you won't believe how far I'll go. I'm on the bench, but coach, just put me in the game. All you gotta do is say my name.
I don't know your name.
Well, I can't say it.
How about a game
boy,
of
like Rumble
charades?
Skin.
Yes, let's play it.
2 words.
Right.
Second word is drink.
No.
Beverage.
No.
Wine.
No.
Juice.
Yes.
Okay. First word.
Okay.
Bug.
No.
Ant.
Close, but no.
Beetle.
Yes.
Beetlejuice.
Wow, I'm impressed. And all you
Wow, I'm
gotta do is
impressed.
say my name 3 times. 3 times in a row, it must be spoken, unbroken. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, go.
Beetlejuice.
Yes.
Beetlejuice.
Yes.
Be.
Oh, this is gonna be so good.
Because you're so smart, stand up,
Oh,
bro.
boy.
I'll think about your offer, let you know. But I prefer my chances down below. Beetlejuice,
Yes.
The
Beetlejuice.
chances down
Being
below.
young and female doesn't mean that I'm an easy mark. I've been swimming with piranhas. I don't need a shark. Yes, life sucks, but not that much. Okay, Beetlejuice,
Yes.
Beetlejuice. Be a doll and spare the lecture.
I'm offering you a full-time specter.
Are you any good?
You betcha. Trust me, baby.
I just met ya. Really, it's a flattering offer.
Don't you want to see your dad suffer?
I think I'd rather just jump off.
No.
I may be suicidal, but Beetlejuice, it's not as if I've lost my mind.
So, playing
Wow.
hardball, huh? You are tougher than you look.
Just want to
God.
make sure I know who I'm working with. Got any references?
Lydia, there you are.
Are you all right?
No wonder he's supposed to be Alec Baldwin and another
You get away
stupid
from
piece
her,
of shit.
Lydia. This is a dangerously unstable individual.
Yep.
Beetlejuice is sexy.
Beetlejuice is smart.
BJ is a graduate of Juilliard.
Hey, just like Danny Trejo, right, dog?
Our troubles all landed on the day that we befriended him. Every word is the truth. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
Oh,
What
that
the
is
heck
it. There
was
it goes.
that?
So violating.
There you
Good.
go, kid. Couple of 5-star reviews.
What was that?
That was possession. Any ghost can do that in less than 1 lesson.
Any ghost?
Pretty much any ghost will do, sure.
Then Beetlejuice. What do I need you for?
Whoa. Hold up, girl. I'm your pal. They're sweet, but I'm a demon straight from hell. I know I went a little hard on the cell, but we're BFFs forever.
Whoop. Off. Yeah, good job.
Lydia?
What? He's already dead.
True.
And you heard what he said. Any ghost can do that possession stuff. We don't need that demon. The 3 of us alone can wreck Dad's evening. Together we can make a grown
wreck Dad's
man
evening.
weep. Guys, I've got a dinner date to keep.
Okay, so what's the plan?
Teach Dad a lesson. He's gonna freak when we possess him. So he wants the perfect daughter. I'll lead that lamb to slaughter. Yeah, I've got game.
I got
Gotta
game.
make him say my name. I'll make him say my name. I'll make him say my name. Not running away. I'll make him say
It's
my
still the weirdest thing to me that Beetlejuice became a musical.
Hi guys, thanks for watching. Make sure to check out
Scott and Ricey Joe.
Oh, and go
Working
see
with
Beetlejuice
lemons,
on
by the
Broadway.
way.
Don't forget.
It's all good fun. I don't hate you.
to
I
say
promise.
my name
I'm just
3
making jokes.
times.
Moving on. Don't strike my channel, please. Speaking of things, don't strike my channel. We got Beach Vision here. Biker Fest in Daytona. Please don't strike my channel, please. Biker Fest. Let's look at all the bikes. Bikes, bitches, and bikinis, baby. That's a three-wheeler. That's a trike. Saw that. Michelob Ultra. Excuse me, Michelob Ultra. There's a lot of people around that. Bodie. That's a bike turned into a fucking car. Look at that thing. Bodie. I'm a bitch, just not yours. Wow. More bikes. I'm here to drink and fuck, and I'm all out of fuck. I'm out of drinks. I wasn't paying the fullest attention. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't paying the fullest attention. Wow. Certainly Florida, right? Froggy staff. Wow. That happened. That's another car bike. That's the weirdest things to me. Nice. That's a road glider. Bikini. That's the Froggy's bar again over there. It's across the street. Which I did just speed this up. Yeah, I did speed this up to there's like 17 minutes. Chicken? Shoot some chicken. Cook some gator up here in Florida. Cycles. That's a big bike, but I think that's a Road King. Custom jobs. Wow. Just fuck you. No, never mind, it does not say that. I was wrong. That's not what it says. That guy turned back to look. I saw him. More bike cars. Three-wheeled bike turned into like a car. That second seater thing is called the sidekick or sidewinder or something stupid. I see them everywhere down here. I see. What an outfit. Bikes. This one with a sidecar. That was an actual bike with a sidecar that time. Just definitely walking down the road with these people. That guy had a bike to pick up. That was a midget. I saw that guy. He was a midget. Tell me that guy wasn't a midget. I saw him. He was a midget or a dwarf. God, Peter Dinklage might try to take your job from you, whatever job you have. Especially if you're acting. That's just a regular bike. That's a three-wheeler. Honky. Bikes. That thing. Hello. Puppy! That's another one of those. All the ones that are like cars, the weirdest. Again, they're the weirdest things to me. Guess they have their own niche, I guess, but strange to me. Wow, lady. One outfit. interesting car thing, bike. Another one of them. Regular bikes, Road Kings for the most part, road gliders. That one looked like a more old school motorcycle, that one before we flipped over here. There's some Japanese ones I see. Road King road glider, custom jobs. That's a skeleton with a wig on. Oh, was that an MC? I'm pretty sure that was an MC. Let's go back there real quick. We'll go back just a little bit. I'm pretty sure we just saw an MC club, an outlaw motorcycle club, just walking down the street. I think it's the Sons of Silence. Let's see, I gotta see them back again. Oh, that, ooh. Oh. The Nolo Riders out of Jax, Florida. Nolo. Okay. Then they're an MC. I'm gonna guess at least with something like that. Let me go take a look. Nolo Riders. Jax Inc. Yep. Jacksonville, Florida. Nolo Riders. We are a motorcycle club out of Jacksonville, Florida. Oh yeah. There you go. Nolo Riders, yeah. I don't know if they just may be an MC, they may not be an outlaw MC. But that whole thing of the bottom rocker thing of the Jax at Florida. Definitely noticeable. I saw them. Oh, was that a MC? Not a big one, probably just a club, just a motorcycle club. Wow, lady, your outfit.
I like your shirt.
I like the shirt. What was the shirt? Let's see. Go back. What do you say? Like about the shirt? It says President, but I didn't see what it said. Boo. Okay, I'll pay attention this time.
I like your shirt.
Ron DeSantis, Ron DeSantis 2024. Oh, look at that. A lot of people still do like DeSantis. It's true. Florida's everyone needs to keep him governor, that's for sure. That's probably his best position, to be honest with you. Usually a lot of people said even before political race, like, but his best position is actually staying governor. Probably is, to be honest. Yeah, he's still, exactly, yeah, that's what I'm saying. His whole thing is that he should just be the governor. It's probably his best position. I don't think president was really up his alley, to be honest with you. Puppy! Wow, lady, look at your outfit. What was that? Pasties out. Bears. When you're outlaw, you're outlaw. That's what that shirt says. That was awesome. I'm calling that cover band. Thunderstruck, because it's totally not easy. Thunderstruck. Oh, that's amazing. That's a cover band. Twisted T, he's right there still. Life goes on. Oh yeah, life goes on.
Just admiring your good eats here.
Good eats. Damn, look at them sausages. Look at them sausages. Wow, lady, look at your outfit. How you doing? Come on. That's got some bike there, that golden one. Live fast, eat ass. Guess sure. Hi. Nice customs. Alright, lady, nice outfit. Ozzy Osbourne? Also Ozzy Osbourne? These guys all look like Ozzy. It's funny. Actually, they probably look in better health than Ozzy does, to be honest with you. It's gonna be funny when Ozzy Osbourne dies, because King Cobra's gonna be so upset. Because it's his hero, for whatever reason. Oh, because it was Danny Filth's inspiration, that's right. You gotta love Danny Filth so much. Akka. Motorcycles. A lot of Road Kings. A lot of Road Gliders, I'm saying. Well, that's a lot of custom ones, too. But majority of the stuff, if it's American, it's all like Harley Davidson Road Gliders or Road Kings. There've been like in Sturgis, there was a lot of Indian bikes, too, there. Tonka. Better not have said Tonka. Wow, lady, look at your outfit. Mardi Gras? Are we going Carnival? Is Carnival going on? Carnival? I'm sensing some Carnival. Damn. There's stuff in that thing. Bikes. That's some. Got some foreign bikes too. Obviously, got some Japanese models. A lot of American ones. It's a lot of Road Gliders and Road Kings. That's not the custom jobs. Those car things. Wow, wow. I just saw a midget again. That woman has a tail on the back of her pants. I saw that. She has a tail. Alright. Alright, moving on. There you go with that chat. Strog sent
Some
us
of my
no,
favorite
said to you.
exploitation from the land down under.
Wait,
While
no.
many of them are action, for October,
Strog sent this one in. Sorry, my bad. Strog sent this video in. Aussie exploitation.
I'm focusing
Not you,
on
Tetsuya.
horror.
Sorry, my bad.
Here's 5 awesome horror
Strog sent this
exploitation
one in.
films you may have overlooked.
Aussie exploitation.
Bloody Hell. Bloody
We've
Hell
watched
is a
this movie. It's a good
2020
movie.
horror film from director Alistair Grierson. It's about Rex, a guy who stops
This is
a
a good
bank
movie. I like
robbery,
this movie
but
a
then
lot.
goes to prison for what he did to stop said bank robbery. Years later, when he gets out of prison, he tries to move far away from his hometown, but something unexpectedly awful happens.
Oh, yeah.
Don't watch the trailer, don't read anything about it, just go in blind.
It's a good
You'll
movie.
Be happy
Bloody
you
Hell's a
did.
fantastic movie.
This movie went in a direction that I absolutely was not prepared for, and I loved it because of that. I've seen so many films, and having one that
Do you like
genuinely
Fight Club?
surprises
We'll
me
have
is
Fight Club as a
incredibly
horror
rare.
movie. There you
The
go.
movie didn't reinvent the wheel, but it did everything so well and hit the audience with so many unexpected moments. I was floored. I'm not talking twists. I'm talking
Not too much in
just
the Fight Club, but
genuinely
the
good
idea
filmmaking,
in Fight Club is very
keeping
present
the
in this
audience on
movie.
the edge of their
Just gotta say
seats for
that.
the entire film. I was also shocked to find out the director was the guy who did the 2011 film Sanctum, which I rather enjoyed.
Okay.
This is much smaller than that. The movie did get a Blu-ray release.
Nice.
It's streaming on Tubi, Hoopla, and Plex.
Definitely
You
watch
can
it on
also
Tubi.
rent it video on demand. I
What's next?
highly recommend this one.
Oh, yeah.
Undead.
Never heard of
Undead's
this
a
one.
2003 comedy horror film from the Spierig brothers. It's about a small fishing village in Australia that's hit with
Australia.
meteorites that turns the population into zombies.
Oh,
A
something
small
like Now the
group
Comet?
of uninfected locals band together and try to get out of the village alive. This movie shows the power of ingenuity. The Spierig brothers are visual effects guys, and on top of directing,
Yeah.
producing, editing,
Sasha.
and writing the film, they
Pulling your
did
hair out,
all
yeah,
the
'cause you're
visual
shedding.
effects themselves. The
Don't get
entire
stuck in your
film
mouth.
cost roughly around $1 million
I mean,
dues. The
Dollar
creativity
dues?
in this
Damn,
film
that's
is
a lot
just
of money for
pouring out.
Australians.
It reminded me of how I felt watching Peter Jackson's Bad Taste for the first time.
Bad Taste is actually
it's
not really that good
ridiculously
of a
bloody
movie.
and incredibly inventive. It's also
very cheaply
hilarious,
shot.
if you like dark humor. I know by this point
Dead
you're
Alive
tired
is
of
his best
zombie
work,
films,
in my
but this
opinion,
one
if you're
is
talking
by
about,
far
like,
one of the most
movies that
unique
for a
and
cheaper
original
budget is
ones
way
out
better.
there. You will never
So The
be able to
Frighteners is
figure
really
out
good,
what's
and then
going
Peter
on
Jackson
until
should
it's
actually still
finally
go back to
revealed.
horror. He needs to stop
Also,
with the Lord of
keep
the
in
Rings
mind,
bullshit.
this movie's from over 20 years ago. 7 years
Not that
before
I hate
The
Lord of the
Walking
Rings, but I
Dead,
mean, probably
which
there's
ended
been
up
better
being largely
adaptations
responsible
before
for
Peter Jackson
zombie
stuff.
fatigue. The movie won an award for Best Visual Effects at the Australian
honest.
Film Institute Awards. This gained the Spierig brothers a lot of attention, which led to them directing their incredibly unique
Daybreakers?
take on vampires.
Daybreakers is a good movie, too.
While I don't want them to get typecast, I kind of hope they make an incredibly unique take on werewolves.
Is
at
that a
some
female
point.
werewolf?
The movie was restored by the Australian label Umbrella and is on Blu-ray. It's available for streaming on Shudder and AMC Plus. Wormwood. Okay, another zombie film.
I've heard of this
but
movie
another
before.
unique zombie film. Much like Undead, I guarantee you haven't seen a zombie film like this.
I've heard of this
Wormwood,
movie, I
Road
don't
to the
remember
Dead
seeing
is
it.
a 2014 action horror film from director Kia Roach Turner. It's about Barry, a mechanic who lives in the Australian outback with his wife
know,
and
as you
daughter.
do.
One night, a meteor
Aussie
shower
land.
causes people from all over to become zombies. They like their meteor zombies down there.
I
He
guess
teams
so.
up with other survivors to try to get away from this madness. The
Not
team
Jason
discovered that
Statham?
at night, the zombies release a flammable gas, so they
Oh.
modify a car engine to run on zombies.
Oh.
The movie moves at a breakneck pace, and while it is a horror movie, it
Fits
does
me.
have some humor to it. It premiered in September of 2014 at Fantastic Fest. It
Sasha,
had
you
a
need to stop
limited
knocking my
Australian theatrical
tinted
release
tobacco
in
off the
early
shelf, please.
2015. It was only supposed to be a one-night event, but the demand was so high, it continued to run in Australian theaters for weeks.
Wow.
It was then released video on demand and Blu-ray by Shout Factory. The film was made for about $160,000, which is
Okay.
staggering.
Okay,
There is
okay.
so much going on that it looks like a movie that costs easily quadruple that. It was such a hit, they planned to make a 10-episode TV series called Wormwood, Chronicles of the Dead. They released a 7-minute short in 2017, but for whatever reason, the series was never made. Instead, a few years later, in 2021, they released the sequel, Wormwood Apocalypse. Wormwood Road to the Dead is a highly entertaining and very slick zombie film. It's available on Blu-ray and streaming on AMC Plus. The sequel is
Okay, it's
also
on AMC
Blu-ray
Plus. I didn't even
and
know
is
they had the
streaming on
service
Tubi.
on AMC.
Rogue. Rogue's a 2007 horror
Ugh.
film from director Greg McLean.
Okay.
You should recognize that name.
Wolf Creek,
as he was
okay,
the
yeah.
director who
Makes
brought
sense.
us the wonderful Wolf Creek series. The movie's
Yeah, it's a
about an
series,
American
that's right, it's
journalist
the first
working on a
movie. There's
story
the
about the Australian
second movie,
outback.
and then there's the
He
actual
goes on
TV
a
series.
tour with some locals and some tourists.
Seen this movie before? I feel
and
like
their
I've watched
boat
this.
sinks, and they have to seek shelter on a small island. The island is sinking, and the people are picked off by a very large and very hungry crocodile.
Salty.
What a great movie. Much like Wolf Creek, the movie does a good job of letting you get to know the characters before putting them in this horrible situation.
Thanks, Josh.
So many
Thanks for
modern
knocking
horror
off my
films
shit.
seem to rush right into the kills.
Stop.
Which
Stop doing
deflates
it.
About
There's
90%
more, I know,
of
but you don't need to keep
because
doing
you don't
it.
really care about any
Come
of the
on.
people. Rhoda Mitchell does a
Well,
wonderful job as the tour guide Kate. This was also the movie
Right
where I
back, Chad.
discovered that she's Australian. Even
Come on,
Sam
Sasha.
Worthington was good, which is interesting because I've seen him in so many other films and he's been a plank of wood. I think with him, it really does come down to the director being able to pull the right performance out of him. The crocodile looks fantastic. It's also really bloody. While in some movies, even the delightful Lake Placid, the crocodile attacks were fairly muted. In this, the victims get shredded. The final act is one of the most tense, nail-biting sequences I've seen. I really had no idea who was going to survive. Great stuff. The movie's on Blu-ray, but it seems to be out of print. It's currently streaming on Starz and Plex. The Reef. The Reef's a 2010 horror film from director Andrew Traucki. It's about a group of friends who are sailing along the Great Barrier Reef. They accidentally crash the boat, which sinks and leaves them stuck out in the water. As if that wasn't bad enough, they are then hunted by a great white shark. This is a very intense movie. It's often been compared to a similar film, Open Water, but in my humble opinion, this one is much better. The sharks they used in the movie are real. While yes, they had some special effects and whatnot, but the sharks and the shark footage they used was all real, giving a very uncomfortable realism to the film. This was the director's second feature, with the first being Black Water, about some people who were getting snacked on by a giant crocodile. I haven't seen that one, so I don't know how it is. The Reef is apparently based on the true story of Ray Boundy, the sole survivor of a boating incident. Although the chief of tourism in Australia was worried about all these killer crocodile and shark movies coming out of Australia, especially since ones like this were being labeled as based on a true story. He thought it would hurt tourism. The movie had a standalone sequel, The Reef: Stalked, which came out in 2022. I haven't seen that one yet either, so I don't know how it turned out. It did have the same director, so that's a good sign. The Reef plays as a very solid double feature with Rogue. It's available on Blu-ray. It's also available for streaming on Amazon Prime and Hoopla. The sequel is also on Blu-ray and streaming on Shudder. All these movies are worth your time. I've seen so many Australian films over the years, and largely they do not disappoint. Between Japan and Australia, I think they hold most of my favorite movies from outside of the US. South Korea, too.
That's Razor
And
All the
Thailand.
Wailing?
And France.
Wow.
Okay, there's a ton of countries that are killing it right now.
They're killing it, dog. Whoop. Killing
wonder
it.
what the next video will be.
I don't know.
I'll see y'all next time.
So what's it gonna be? Figure something out, bud. Thanks for that shrug. Let's move on now to the next video. I'm going just a second. 'Cause I put it in. From game that's coming out. No, I did not. Ron put this in. Never mind. I forgot. Mine's after this. Go. Roy Reviews about Madness. Project Nexus. Go. Snack. I'm hungry. Some chips. Dip.
Madness Project Nexus is a brutal, bloody mess of a beat-em-up based on the classic Newgrounds cartoon created by Matt Jolly Crinkles.
There he is, Matt Jolly
Kickstarted
Crinkles.
back in 2014 and developed as a direct sequel to the Flash game of the same name, Madness Project Nexus is a love letter to all things Madness and Newgrounds, and an experience all fans of the series can enjoy. Whether they joined the fandom 20 years ago with the release of the first episode,
I did.
or if they joined a week ago because Tricky was in the funny Beep Boop game,
Beep Boop
taking
game,
place
oh
in
God.
the post-apocalyptic hellscape known as Nevada.
Nevada.
You must give
Whoa.
it everything you've got to survive. Everything in this game is out to get you, including the pause menu. Your only hope for survival is to become as brutal and merciless as the world itself.
As you
As you
do.
carve your way through 2 unique campaigns while battling against hordes of cannibalistic bandits, zombies, heavily armed gangs, insane cultists, vampires,
oh boy.
unspeakable horrors,
Yep.
and
That's all right.
clowns.
Clowns, yep. Tricky. There he is. Oh my god.
As mentioned previously, there are two main campaigns in this game,
Did mention that.
Story Mode and Arena Combat. One of these is infinitely better than the other, but we're going in the order of how they're presented. In regards to whether or not newcomers to the series would enjoy the story campaign, I feel like there shouldn't be much of an issue. I didn't grow up watching Madness, I played Thing growing up. However, anyone who has a history of playing Flash games on sites like Newgrounds will feel right at home in Madness Project Nexus, regardless of their familiarity with the series itself. Besides, Project Nexus's story deviates slightly from the original animations it's based off of, introducing new characters and expanding on old ones in new ways. If you absolutely need context for who these people are, 20 minutes worth of the original cartoon should get you up to speed.
Yeah.
In Project Nexus, you play as our protagonist, the one, the only, Hank motherfucker Wimbledon.
Jay Wimbledon.
A heartless killing machine on a mission to destroy Project Nexus, a science experiment gone wrong within the massive science tower of Nexus City, spurred on by the evil winds of God Emperor Director Phobos. Taking him there are his two expendable partners, Sanford and Deimos, a demolitions expert and a tactician respectively. After a detour gone wrong, Hank clears a path alone for the others to march through and enter into the city. After meeting the locals and getting their help to take down the massive wall bordering it,
Oh
the
my
team
god.
splits up once more to take down key infrastructure points throughout the city in order to gain access to the science tower in the center. As these two teams begin disassembling the entire city, they will slowly uncover the true purpose of Project Nexus, how the city collapsed when the project failed, and what has been unleashed because of it.
Oh damn, dog.
Missions are relatively short and sweet, featuring a few short puzzles to break up the waves of bandits and clones trying to kill you. Some puzzles can only be solved with certain characters thanks to their expertise or special abilities. Speaking of which, each character has their own strengths and starting loadout that is upgraded as you progress. Sanford is stronger than his partner and is able to wield larger weapons one-handed, allowing him to dual-wield sledgehammers and shotguns.
Damn.
Deimos, meanwhile, is a little weaker, but centered more around ranged combat and smaller weapons. He starts off with flashbangs to disorient enemies, allowing for quick finishers. Hank is the most proficient killing machine of the group, wielding immense strength, insane reflexes, and pinpoint precision. As the others get stronger, he actually gets the least amount of buffs, but still manages to be the best character to play as.
Oh yeah, it's Hank.
Though even with all of his skills, he still pales in comparison to...
Oh, Jesus. Jebediah Kristoff. I get it. I know his actual name is Jebediah Kristoff, that's funny.
Help me.
Capable of launching homing projectiles that delete enemies from existence and a charge attack that can completely obliterate
Jesus is
everyone
OP
around
in the
him,
Madness series.
including Hank. Jeebus is easily one of my favorite characters to play. You may have noticed that a good chunk of these missions are played by two people, and that's because the story campaign features 4-player local co-op.
Oh damn, dog.
Unfortunately for me, after an hour trying to force my brother at gunpoint to play with me through Steam's Remote Play Together feature, and not being able to get him to connect at all, I had to play through the whole campaign solo.
Well, don't do
AI
this.
Companions in this game are artificially inept smooth brains with suicidal tendencies. They never swap out weapons on their own, They constantly run into traps or off of cliffs while trying to chase down enemies, and multiple puzzles require people to stand in specific places or hit buttons at specific times, which the AI refuses to cooperate with.
Oh no.
You are able to instantly switch between all your allies and give them simple commands, but on their own, they're little more than walking meat shields to draw aggro. This is the campaign's biggest and honestly only flaw in my eyes, though playing cooperatively would instantly fix this issue.
Oh yeah.
If you got a buddy or three that you can either convince or force to play with you, you're in for an insane ride through the campaign.
Oh my god. Part 2. Arena, probably. Yep, Arena Combat.
This is where the game really shines. Arena Combat Mode is a separate prequel campaign taking place before the fall of Nevada, starring you. Picked up off the side of the street and having no memory of where you are, a doctor known as To Be Damned hires you to assemble your own mercenary headquarters, to violently tear through the city and expand your operations in order to enmesh the Mandatus. Your character is highly customizable and can be created using a small selection of origins that will determine your starting armor, special abilities, and what skill trees you'll be weak in and which ones you'll excel in. Speaking of, there are 4 main skills you can upgrade by gathering experience related to those skills: melee, unarmed, range, and acrobatics. Unarmed determines the strength of your punches and kicks, and the upgrades for this skill tree allow you to stun enemies easier for finishers, destroy their attack bar to make ranged combat easier, or even block melee weapons at max level. Masters of melee combat are able to dual wield practically anything and zip across the battlefield to slice and dice without stopping. At max level, they can even block bullets. Ranged masters are able to carry shitloads of ammo, and with enough upgrades they can make recoil non-existent, giving them laser dot accuracy with even miniguns. Acrobatics seems like an odd inclusion, but it shouldn't be ignored. Focusing around thrown weapons and dodging, acrobatic masters can effectively use some of the most ridiculous weapons in the game at max level. Homing shurikens, melee weapons that return to them after being thrown, and the ability to fastball pitch greatswords and have them helicopter through the air, decapitating everyone in its way while doing backflips and dodging every single bullet fired at them. It's a pain in the ass to level, but it's worth it. Once you're armored up, you have your loadout set, and you've hired plenty of meat shields to draw attention away from you, it's time to head out to the arena. Unlike the 20 missions of the story campaign, Arena Mode has 8 arenas and 4 short missions. The missions are similar to the regular campaign, but the arenas are where things get interesting. The arenas are split up into checkpoints, usually every few waves. You have to complete a certain amount of these checkpoints in order to unlock the next level, but you're able to return to an already completed arena to see how long you can last. Every time you continue through a checkpoint, enemies will become stronger and you'll encounter brand new enemies as the waves get longer. Keep going for as long as you can until you'll either extract or die. Once you complete the arena mode, you will have the option to collect an imprint, resetting your progress but empowering all of your origins and unlocking new ones. These special origins are absolutely insane, allowing you to break the limits of the game and become an absolute monster who can climb to ridiculously high waves. And there's more on the way. The game has updated a few times since release, adding in a new level, origin, and plenty of cosmetics and weapons. Arena mode is where all the love is being funneled into, and it's with good reason. With plenty of origins and a massive arsenal to pick from, Arena mode is endlessly replayable, and the promise of future content means you'll be playing it for a while.
Part 3.
One last game mode of note is the Playground, a large empty room with various consoles that allow you to spawn in whatever you want.
Looks like
it's a pretty mindless game mode that gets old pretty quickly. Change characters, spawn whatever weapons you want, and go apeshit. Recreate Incident 1000A, spawn in 100 grunts and break the game. It's pretty much as fun as Gary's Mod Sandbox. If you can find endless entertainment spawning in 30 ragdolls and blowing
like
them up,
15
then great.
frames.
If not, this mode will get boring fast. It would also be stupid of me if I didn't mention the greatest feature this game has.
What is that?
The ragdoll button. At any point in the game, pushing K will cause you to go limp and hit the floor. As far as I can tell, there's no actual practical use to this feature, and it only exists for comedic purposes. Find a big-ass set of stairs or a cliff and watch as Hank's skull shatters against every single step on the way down.
I warned you about those stairs, bro.
I warned you about those stairs, bro.
Madness Project Nexus is great beat-em-up action and perfect for fans of the Madness series. The game is a little rough around the edges, and the AI is completely brain-dead, but if you can excuse a few hiccups and you have some friends to play with, Madness Project Nexus is well worth your time and money. Even if you aren't already a fan of the series,
Hell yeah.
the game is still
That's
a great
Madness
time
4,
and is
dog.
guaranteed
Actually, no, it's Madness
to
5,
make
my
you
bad.
laugh.
4 is the next level. Madness 4. Hell yeah. Think of this ramen. No, I sent this in. I put this in. Me. Here we go. It's about a game that's coming out called Anti-Blast. It's a very Wario game. Here we go. Here's the first intro cutscene for the game.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, magical knower of things all. Tell me now, am I the reddest?
How are you?
Well, of course, my lord.
Nope.
But there is another.
Oops.
Great, all-powerful mirror
Another.
of question-based magic. Who among the earth-walking cretins shines more crimson than I?
The devil.
Well, there's a red guy.
There's a red guy.
A red guy? Who is this red guy? Upon looking into this further, it would seem his name is Dynamite Anton.
Dynamite Anton?
I demand that you find this Antoine. Find out what he loves the most and take it from him. He will come running, and I will siphon his delightfully leaving me
The devil sounds a bit,
beyond and slash in the planet.
That download button turned up too high. But yeah, he's gonna take something from Anton, and that's how the game starts, baby. He takes something precious from Anton, and he's gonna go get it back. What was that? We're gonna find it. Maybe. Up. Maybe not. He's sleeping. Oops. A bunch of mole people. There's literally mole people. Take his booze. He took his booze.
Annie, you useless lump! Look what you did!
Oh, they took the man's booze.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. There we go.
Back to sleep.
Does it?
That does
I'm
it.
gonna find out who did this and
Thank you, Mr. Bob.
blast them into teeny tiny little pieces!
There he is, Anton. Boner City. Alright. That game's coming out like in November, by the way. That's what you using this in.
Is so
Charted
expansive,
Space.
so handcrafted. Oh, I love you, Todd Howard. Sleepy little bastard.
Sleepy little
Let's
bastard.
take off that mask, shall
Easy
we?
builds.
Todd Howard. Yeah, and I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you stupid fans. You call yourself Bethesda fans? Starfield fans are the real Bethesda fans because... I'm gonna stop you right there. These Starfield fans, are they in the room with us now? Let me grab my Ouija board. I'm gonna try to make contact with them. Pimps! Helldivers fans had to suffer for 6 months. Cyberpunk fans had to suffer for 2 years. But Bethesda fans have been suffering for the last 15 years. For the
That's
better
right.
part of the last 2 decades, Todd's been fucking Bethesda fans like a guard at Arkham Asylum, just murdering them.
Oh, God.
Christ
That's funny.
over. Have you ever wondered why that is? I'll tell you. In 2010, Obsidian made New Vegas, a game that many consider to be one of the greatest best games of all time. Fans loved gunning down animals with a 50 caliber rifle
did.
while wearing a duster jacket and singing Big Iron, Big Iron. And of course, by that I mean they loved the hookers, gambling, and blow. God knows I do.
That's why you don't play roulette.
But Obsidian didn't just make New Vegas. They made Todd Howard their bitch. People respected Todd's baby, but they loved Obsidian's baby, and Todd disliked that. Todd was disrespected by that. So Todd made a pledge to punish Bethesda fans for the rest of eternity. Todd would force the Bethesda fans to hype up every game he made, market it like it was gonna be even better than New Vegas, and then rug pull them on launch with their worst game yet. He would make the fans like Sisyphus pushing the BBW up the hill. Surely it would devastate them, Todd thought. Stomping all over him like that for decades, it would break any fan, he thought. But unfortunately, Bethesda fans are into that shit because they were never in it for the games in the first place. They're in it for the hype train leading up to the release. They're freebasing off that high of limitless possibility. They're getting off on the foreplay. They don't even need to fuck. Better than New Vegas? Worse than New Vegas? Who gives a damn? Todd could schedule his next shit for November 11th, and Bethesda fans would start speculating on how big it'll be. The struggle towards the heights is enough to fill a Bethesda fan's heart. One must imagine Bethesda fans happy. Fuck you, Todd. Don't believe me? Let's take a look at history. Fans loved the deeper role-playing mechanics of New Vegas, so when fans heard about a Fallout 4, they thought, I wonder how much deeper these RPG mechanics can get. Then Todd said, deeper? How about shallower and fucking busted? Surely those Grand Eaters are gonna be pissed, said Chess Club alumni Todd Howard. 10 out of 10, Todd never misses. But Todd, where the hell are all the role-playing mechanics? Why are all these characters so boring? Boring? Fuck you, you ungrateful prick. Now all the NPCs are gone. Oh, you don't mind? You put 1,000 hours into the game? Hop off my ethereal dick.
Did I just catch you having fun?
And with that, the only
true.
fan
Did I
of
catch you
Fallout
having fun?
76
He
was
did, and he
extinguished.
slapped
So
you
now
around,
no
yeah.
one liked Fallout 76 at launch. It was so bad that even Bethesda fans had to admit it was bad. They talked about how horrible it was, how Todd was a liar, how they could never trust Bethesda ever again. Even Todd had to admit that
Sometimes it doesn't just work.
Listen, we messed up, people. We know we made an MMO where there's nothing to do. That being said, buy Starfield where there's nothing to do on thousands of maps. Gargle the slot pipe. Consume the slot, you window riggers. Why are you all laughing right now? I'm not joking. Classic Todd Howard. And here's where the twist of fate comes. This is the first time where Bethesda fans got truly angry with Todd. Not because of the shallower than ever RPG mechanics, the empty maps, or the removal of gore, but because they slightly improved the combat and gunplay. Their favorite game, Morrowind, critically acclaimed RPG, has the shittiest gameplay you've ever seen, and that's just the way Bethesda fans like it. So this betrayal caused an upheaval. People were burning their Todd jerseys, ripping down their Todd statues. But in the midst of the chaos, the good news for Todd was that this is the golden age of gaming for fuck-ups like him. Nowadays, every bad game gets a chance to become mediocre with just a couple years of updates. And if the anime's good enough, shit, you might just reach the coveted "the game has always been good" status, where your fans voluntarily erase all the bad memories to make more room for hype. But in Bethesda's case, this is just a quarterly disappointment model. Bethesda fans ask for a car, you can have a car, but you can't have wheels. God damn it, can't have shit on the move.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
Managed to keep the wheels on your totally unmodded car? Well, now you can't leave, you dumb bitch. Say 3 Todd Marys and kiss your toddy pillow goodnight to enter Todd's cum dungeon below the map. Don't like the bullet sponges? We've added a bunch of difficulty sliders. Go ham. But if you think you know balancing better than Todd Emperor Todd, we're nerfing your XP generation. Want mods? Have mods. God rest, brothers. Keep on fighting the good fight. But don't forget to check out the $8 mod that adds a 20-minute mission. Fuck you, Todd. Want a reason to build a base? Sure, we'll let you craft ammo. Get those sweatshops up and running, you crazy kid. Just one little catch. The final ingredient can only be bought at Home Depot 7 at a time. So enjoy your 20 rounds of 45. Oh,
God.
Sun Yin's gonna get a 5-cent raise after that Bullet's performance. Stay there. I gotta go see if my Home Depot's got my doohickeys back in stock. I said get the fuck out of my way. I'm going to Home Depot. You asked for better maps, and you got them. The new maps are actually very nice. I've got nothing bad to say about this. Now, as for performance, performance improvements, that is not why it's a better time to play. Todd, any thoughts on the performance issues? Stop being poor. Squad,
being
get
poor.
this broke bitch out of Todd's sight. What GPU did he have? A 3080. Ah, okay. Oh, you want a nice big DLC like Far Harbor? Okay, you freak. I'm more of an Operation Anchorage man, but you know what? Massive Rod Howard's got a gift for you. Go ahead, open it. What do you think? There's nothing in there. It's just another empty map. No. There's handcrafted nothing in there. That is a handcrafted empty map. The shitted space DLC is a bread sandwich. It starts fine, it ends fine, but there's nothing in the middle, and an hour after you've eaten it, it feels like you haven't eaten anything at all. With the added bonus of being $30 poor. It's late-stage horse armor, except people wanted to buy the horse armor. Half the people that own this DLC from the deluxe edition don't even know it came out. My favorite new mechanic from this DLC's marketing, because of course they didn't bother to add any to the game, is Bethesda's marketing this as handcrafted. You watch the trailer and they say, completely handcrafted world. Then cut to someone using their hand to craft. Like this chick showing up for work is some ancient Miyagi-Do technique or some shit. The reality is, they're selling Bethesda fans their fat assets back. We had handcrafted, they took it away, and now they're selling it back at a premium. Now is it premium? Hell no. Why is he twiddling his little toes? Is it aggressive AI? He's literally twiddling his fucking feet. Let's get into it. The planet's on its period, so everything's blazing red all the goddamn time, stealing Blood Dragon's entire heavy flow. The city's like the LP version of New Atlantis, still lacking any modicum of personality. The side quests are boring as hell, and all the RPG mechanics got left behind in New Vegas. Not to mention, the story's 5 hours long. That guy's toupee almost flew off, and 3 of those hours are filler. Most of the new weapons are actually reskins. There's no new ship parts, no new companions. I forgot to say anything about the characters because none of them are even mildly remarkable. People are gonna be wishing that Oliver was here begging to be shot. Actually, I take that back. This guy told me to shoot his son for going on vacation. Tough but fair. And Bethesda meat riders keep saying that there's a ton of side content, but my brothers in Todd, where the fuck may that be? Under this chick's dick, I'm lost. Who is even the Great Serpent? Is she packing the Great Serpent? Do I have it? Also, I've gotten used to our decisions not mattering, but your decisions have hit an all-time low of not mattering at all in the grand finale of this DLC. Check this out. Spoiler alert. The game ends and they give you 2 choices. Fight the man or help the man. Help the man and he'll tell you to go sacrifice yourself, which triggers a game over screen, so you really only have one option. Fight the man. Then once you fight the man and his pawns, you get to decide which house rules the world, which only changes who gets pissy about your choice. Don't expect any unique rewards, widespread consequences, character deaths, or any feeling that any of this matters outside of you pissing off one of the 3 lobotomites in this room. And they go, hey, while you're at it, as long as you're deciding shit, holy war on the Gentile planets, yay or nay? Say nay, and they go, fair enough, you get an apartment, go take a nap. Say yay, and they go, all right, we'll go start a holy war, but you go start the holy snore, buddy. You go take a nap.
All right, now who's gonna make these uniforms? You go, boss?
Do what I do and tell them all to go to hell, and they'll calmly state, get the fuck off our $30 planet. But here's the key to an apartment. Still go take a nap before you do. Why the fuck is the Space Crusade a random decision on the end? That should have been the whole DLC.
That sounds like a way better idea.
All around this DLC is $30 to go visit the cum station. Nothing more, nothing less. Don't like it? Todd doesn't give a fuck. He's got Fallout shelter money thrice over.
That's right,
He's living
Porky.
somewhere tropical, jerking off on Versace sofas. He's off getting lost.
Porky, it's your fault Todd's living somewhere tropical and we're out here being poor. Why'd you do this, Porky?
The 4,000 square foot of his 10,000 square foot Scarface mansion. And I almost had hope that they were going to turn things around. And then I came across an Elder Scrolls Blades listing on the App Store and realized Bethesda's too busy getting caviar licked off their balls to realize what fans actually want from their games. But we still love Todd, and I know that one day he will bring us back to a new level of prosperity.
On that note, then, what have you been playing lately? Have you been, what's been inspiring you lately?
Let's see. I do jump a lot lately between Diablo 4, depending on my mood.
Oh, no. We're doomed, everyone! Pack it up, please! Take me back! Take me back! Take me back! Take me back!
Hey, you. You're finally
Doom guy.
awake. You were trying to cross the border, right?
You were trying to cross the border,
Walked right
Porky.
into that Imperial ambush. Same as us.
Here we go. Let's get Zach Baggins on screen because it's spooky time. This is going to be sped up too because it's like 20 minutes. I forgot about that. And I thought we were doing well time-wise. Speed this up. From Anomaly. Here we go. 1.25. The stain in the basement. Porky, why'd you leave a stain in the basement again? I've
Many
told
people
you
seeing
several
this
times
image might
to
think
wipe.
It's a frame from a horror movie or a digital montage.
However,
Digital montage.
this picture is actually a screenshot from a security camera in the basement of a sawmill in the city of Kamloops, British Columbia, Canada.
What were you doing
The
there,
story
Porky?
behind this
What
footage
did you
dates
do?
back to May 9th, 1997. A man named Wellington had opened a small
You missed
business
the Alfred
5 years
audio?
earlier dedicated to logging and producing raw materials for later sale. He also took advantage of the leftover wood to personally
altered
craft
audio.
tables,
Oh, altered
chairs,
audio, not
beds,
Alfred
and
audio.
sofas,
Excuse
which
me.
he either sold privately
I
or
took a
kept for his
little
own
glance
home.
over. Altered
2
audio.
months earlier, in March, a series of unfortunate events unfolded. Within a span of just 15 days, Mr. Wellington's sawmill was violently robbed. New machines
I'll even
caught-
go back. You know what, Tetsuya? I'll go back to hear that altered audio.
Shortage spaces.
You were.
And I almost had hope that they were gonna prosperity.
On that in Diablo 4.
Hey, you. You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us. And that thief over there.
Phantom, you storm cuss.
Oh.
Skibidi was fine until you rizzed along.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Thank God we didn't miss that. I went back to listen to it, Tetsuya. There you go. I gotta speed this up again. That's okay. He rizzed. I heard the risen. 1.25 speed. Actually, 1.5 speed. Make it even faster. The stain in the basement. Again, Porky. Why are you staying in the damn basement, Porky? What'd you do?
Many people seeing this image might think it's a frame from a horror movie or a
Yes.
digital montage.
A montage.
However, this picture is actually a screenshot from a security camera in the
A
basement of a
montage.
sawmill in the city of Kamloops, British Columbia, Canada. The story behind this footage dates back to May 9th, 1997. A man named Wellington had opened a
Montage.
small business 5 years earlier dedicated to logging and producing raw materials for later sale. He also took advantage of the leftover wood to personally craft tables, chairs, beds, and sofas, which he either sold privately or kept for his own home. 2 months earlier, in March, a series of unfortunate events unfolded. Within a span of just 15 days, Mr. Wellington's sawmill was violently robbed, new machines caught fire due to factory defects, and one of his workers tragically lost their life in a horrific accident. This led to the installation of security cameras in every corner of the sawmill as a safety measure. And even though there wasn't much to protect in the basement, that's precisely where the accident took place.
That's
Raul
precisely
Guzman,
how
one
it
of the youngest
happened,
employees,
dog.
was doing cleaning duties. The basement also stored various industrial-grade cleaning chemicals used for treating the machines, so proper safety gear was always required. Raul Guzman had been an exemplary worker,
Guzman?
though he often had a bit too much confidence in his ability to handle cleaning substances. However,
Wait,
during
isn't
one
Guzman
early
one of the
morning
characters
shift,
from
the
Breaking Bad?
29-year-old accidentally poured a highly corrosive substance due to a mislabeled container, which immediately melted through the vest.
Yes,
As a
you do.
result, the chemical burned his hands almost instantly, which were still damp from the early morning rain. This chemical reaction proved fatal, as within 2 to 5
Raul
seconds,
Guzman?
Raul Guzman's entire body ignited, and he died a
I-
few minutes later from the burns and toxic smoke.
Pretty sure that's
Since
a
there was no one
Breaking
else
Bad
at the sawmill
character.
at that hour,
I
and
hate
the accident
Porky.
didn't cause a
Yeah, I know,
full-blown
Johnny,
fire.
I know.
His body wasn't discovered until almost 4 hours later in an unrecognizable state.
I know.
In fact, the forensic
I
team couldn't
know.
even remove the remains from the floor. A
Wow.
sticky, gelatinous mass had formed, and if it weren't for the video footage, they might never have known how it happened.
A gelatinous
The image in
mass.
question comes from footage recorded 2 months after the accident.
Welcome
it shows
back,
a very
Sasha.
peculiar
Welcome back to the
humanoid
room.
figure, seemingly emerging
How are
from
you,
the basement
being a
floor,
cat?
exactly
Yes,
where
yes, you
Raul
are.
Guzman's unrecognizable remains had been.
Hi.
Some far-fetched theories have suggested
Oh my
that
God,
under certain weather
stream
conditions, since the
ruined.
body was never fully removed, having instead fused into a large stain, the figure might actually be Raul himself.
Raul.
While this version might seem more like a simple horror story, there are certain folkloric accounts that could support it.
Folkloric?
It's said that in the Canadian Rocky Mountains, a bit further north of Kamloops, there has long been a creature dwelling in the mountains and forests, even before the arrival of European settlers. Known as Quiro, it is described as a
Quiro?
species related to arachnids, possessing a
Oh,
certain
a
level
giant
of
bug,
intelligence.
Porky, a
Its only
giant
goal is to
spider.
reproduce inside the bodies of dead animals. The legend claims that the creature can fuse its genetic material with that of its host, creating a monstrous variant of itself.
Oh, boy.
As a result, many creatures born from this cross-species mutation end up wandering the depths of the forest with a very short lifespan. Most don't survive, but Quiro is said to be so persistent that it has infected at least 60% of the cemeteries in British Columbia.
Oh.
Following this old legend, some have theorized that what we see in the image is none other than the Quiro using Raul Guzman as its host. Given the severely deteriorated state of his body due to the chemicals, this grotesque creature might have grown right there in the basement. It's known that after Raul Guzman's death, authorities shut down the sawmill for 3 months, and Mr. Wellington, the owner, eventually made the decision to permanently close his business a year later due to personal matters and lawsuits filed by the deceased's family.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
speculation
They're
that during the
gonna
time
be-
the
they're gonna be
sawmill was closed,
lawsuits,
the creature may
dog.
have grown and finally escaped from the basement. No solid evidence has been found regarding any possible trace left by the creature, such as a broken door or a hole in the walls. It's also possible that it simply didn't survive more than a few days,
No,
and its
you,
body
no,
decomposed
you.
rapidly without leaving any
I'll be
sign.
right back.
Although the story is hard to
Oh.
believe, there are a few brief references about it
Oh, you
online,
ran
as
into
well
my
as a
legs there,
supposed
Sasha.
interview
Let
with
him-
Raul Guzman's family, published in
Guzman's?
2003 by a Vancouver University magazine dedicated to unsolved mysteries in Canada.
Oh, down the stairs, please. I don't want to be stuck down here.
The following image dates back almost 80 years.
All we have is a description from a man named Stanislav Stoyanov, originally from Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria. Stanislav decided to share this unsettling photograph on his Facebook account a few years ago in a group dedicated to sharing strange family memories. Stanislav recounts that while going through boxes his grandfather, who passed away in 2014, had kept under his bed for years, he found this and other historical family photographs. While most of the photos were typical family portraits or pictures of notable sites around the Bulgarian capital, this one undeniably caught his attention. Dated September 2nd, 1949, the back of the photograph bore a simple inscription: "Last memory of my father." After doing some family research and consulting with people who knew his grandfather, Stanislav posted the following on Facebook. "Hello everyone. I'd like to share a photograph of what I believe is my great-grandfather. I know the image might seem disturbing to some, but I find it fascinating to be able to tell the story behind it. It could be some kind of hoax, I know. I'm not completely sure about my sources, but there's enough evidence I've found that suggests a certain level of truth in this strange family relic."
Not be a hoax.
After that introduction, Stanislav began to explain that his grandfather had never spoken about his father. Very few family members who had lived in the capital since 1981 recalled ever hearing him mention his father. When Stanislav showed them the photograph, along with the others he had found in the box under the bed, neither his parents nor some of his uncles recognized the people in the images. They assumed these might have been old friends of his grandfather. One of the main reasons for the lack of knowledge about these people and places was that Stanislav's grandfather had lived in the small village of Pernik, a rural area about 15 kilometers southwest of Sofia. It was there that his grandfather had grown up and formed most of his friendships. It was known that, thanks to one of his first partners, a young Czech woman who worked in photography, he had been able to capture all those important moments. Because of this, Stanislav had no choice but to travel to Pernik, where some of his more distant relatives still lived. There, with some difficulty, he found them in an old cabin, which he later learned was the same house where his grandfather lived. Being in that place allowed him to uncover much more revealing information about the photograph. It turns out that Stanislav's great-grandfather, who was also named Stanislav, had cared for his father for many years after he contracted a rare illness while working in the lead mines. The man had to retire at a very young age due to an accident about which practically no information exists. It was suspected that an infection from a wound might have been involved, but this was never confirmed. Stanislav's living relatives told him that until the late 1950s, his great-grandfather cared for his father, who lived in the house seen in the background of the photograph. Many people eventually distanced themselves from him, believing he was wasting his life tending to a dying man. But Stanislav's great-grandfather devoted at least 15 years of his life to meticulously caring for his father. The photograph in question likely captured one of the walks they used to take around the house, back when his father still had control over his limbs. In fact, Stanislav's relatives mentioned that on numerous occasions, they would hear horrific screams coming from the house, and those long appendages that passed from legs would violently strike the walls in fits of rage. Over time, the man completely lost the ability to control those legs and became bedridden, struggling against the autonomous movement of the long appendages that, in fact, were feeding off of him. Although the story may seem far-fetched, even impossible, it's known that in the southernmost regions of Bulgaria during the latter half of the 20th century, many men suffered from strange illnesses. But these weren't just any typical ailments. Mutations caused by infections, especially contracted in the lead mines, were alarmingly common.
The lead mine?
It is now known that during that time, there existed a parasite called Termite extensas, which lodged itself in the limbs of the infected and gradually replaced their bodies over the years. With the widespread availability of vaccines, antibiotics, and advances in medicine in general, this dangerous disease was eradicated. Likewise, with the closure of many mines and improvements in safety measures, at the few that remain operational, nearly all reported cases of this parasite have been avoided. Given how common these illnesses were during those times, it's likely that no one found it noteworthy to discuss them as remarkable events, nor did they often document them. Like Stanislav Stoyanov's great-grandfather, many miners from a century or more ago suffered through much of their lives from this peculiar infection.
I'll be back upstairs.
The photograph we were looking at was one of the first viral images on the old messaging platform from the early 2000s. While various stories were attributed to the photo back then, it ultimately became an authentic creepypasta on Messenger in Argentina. Between 2004 and 2008, during the peak popularity of the now-defunct Microsoft software, this image spread widely across Argentina, appearing in profile pictures, shared files, and prank videos. For many years, people believed it was either a scene from a movie or a costume. It took over a decade and a half for the truth to finally come to light.
I'm ready.
Given the state of the internet and the typical gullibility of teenagers at that time, when online scams were so ridiculously convincing, photos like this were prime material for instilling fear. Although some aspects of the real story behind this image were known back then, the creature seemingly reflected in a window was attributed to hundreds of stories, if not more.
Hundreds, no, thousands of stories.
This demon-like creature was known as the Stalker of Varela, making a clear reference to the neighborhood of Florencio Varela in Buenos Aires province. Often used in videos as a jump scare, it was said to carry a curse for anyone who saw the image and didn't share it a certain number of times with significant people. This was quite characteristic of that time on the internet. However, years later, a well-known paranormal investigator from the neighboring country of Chile revealed the true story on a late-night show aired in 2018. Interestingly, it wasn't in Argentina where the truth behind the photograph was widely disseminated. By then, the matter had become a strange childhood memory for many. At the same time, there were no platforms in mass media to discuss stories that would be considered creepypastas. In contrast, that Chilean late-night show focused on showcasing all sorts of internet oddities, while also reserving segments to discuss low-budget or heavily censored films from around the world. A few months before the show, and subsequently, the channel came to a definitive close. A comprehensive timeline of the Little Devil of Florencio Varela was presented, which was the true name given to the creature in the photograph.
Smack lips.
The panelists on the show, after reviewing the historical influence of social media in the early 2000s,
I'm eating the
revealed
cereal,
that the
I told
photograph
you.
was indeed real.
Nom, nom, nom,
It wasn't a
Mike.
montage or a scene from a low-budget film.
It's actually not even
It had
close to my
originally
face,
been
which is
uploaded to the
funnier.
now-defunct MySpace
Oh.
platform, which was very popular in Argentina at that time, by a user named Laura Second. She had posted the image to show that she had captured
Now
one
we're
of the
back
most
on
well-known
Livermore,
urban
just 'cause you
legends of
said that.
Florencio Varela, a neighborhood
No
in the
cereal
southern
for
part
you
of
guys.
Buenos
It's
Aires
mine.
province.
I'm not cheering.
This legend spoke of a spirit from the colonial era that would appear in mirrors or reflections in windows,
the
demanding
colonial
the
era?
return of its usurped lands. Over time,
Jenny, we
the
kill
legend
him
became
now?
distorted as it adapted to the local
You
circumstances.
actually
Among the last well-known versions
agreeing
from the
with each other,
1980s was that of the spirit of a man who died in a fire at a well-known gas distribution company after intentionally causing it. It's said that this man acted out of spite, seeking revenge for his wife's infidelity. However, she was not directly affected, as she was not at the plant that night, contrary to what the man believed.
see how far
Since
away
that
I can
night,
get the mic
many
without
people
you
claim
hearing
to have
anything.
begun seeing his disfigured face in the reflections of
So
windows
you
and
can
mirrors.
hear me talking because I'm talking.
He was called the Little Devil because of his cruel act of burning down the company. And perhaps this is how the same entity became confused and eventually merged with the historical figure from the colonial era. It was that photograph, in the early waves of virality in the 21st century, that was taken out of context and circulated widely via messenger and email.
The new apartments in Beijing.
It was the year 1979, a pivotal moment for China, marking the beginning of the economic transformation led
Okay,
by
but you
Deng
dig a hole
Xiaoping.
for two.
Through these reforms, the party would lift millions of people out of poverty
Wow,
and
you're not
open
being
the country
fair,
to the
Jack.
outside world, without abandoning the ideological identity and authoritarian nature of its rulers. This pragmatic approach to modernization moved beyond the isolation of Mao's regime, laying the foundation for what would become the Asian giant we know today. In the late 1970s, Beijing saw the construction of its first and most modern residential building complexes. In the spirit of reform and openness, these new developments featured advanced
Also, it's
construction
disgusting to see
technologies
Carter,
and bolder
even if
designs
he's just
compared
made
to
out of AI.
traditional architecture. Thus, in 1979, 7 buildings were inaugurated, primarily intended for residents who had recently migrated from rural areas. These buildings were equipped with innovative heating systems and gas management across their 20 floors. These advancements significantly improved the quality of life for the tenants and marked one of China's first major engineering achievements, moving
China?
away from outdated systems. However, suspicions regarding the horrific events that took place just 3 months after the inauguration
Look, Jenny,
quickly
it's
fell
something
on the
talking about what you
questionable
showed earlier.
collaborations with
China.
American engineers during the construction of the buildings.
forgot you even put
Rumors
it in the-
circulated for years, suggesting that the tragedy might have been, to some extent, premeditated within the context of the still ongoing Cold War. Perhaps Chinese agents were too naive in opening up to those they considered enemies, or maybe it was simply an inevitable accident caused by the novelty of the heating systems. Years later, at the turn of the millennium, a report presented to the party committee would reveal that the accident was solely due to poor workmanship during construction. For this reason, the authorities of that time decided to compensate the victims' families, a gesture that was not without controversy. Some argued that political motives underpinned the supposedly good intentions and acts of forgiveness by the authorities. The tragedy, which the Chinese media attempted to
Yeah,
conceal
because
from
China's
international
always the
outlets,
best.
unfolded in mere seconds on a stormy night, October 11th, 1979. In Building C of the complex, where nearly 200 families lived, a lightning bolt struck directly on the roof around 10:30 at night. The resulting explosion, caused by a chain reaction, was reportedly heard from miles away. The fatalities were total. No one survived. Once the lightning struck one of the generators on the roof, and due to the lack of insulation against external currents, the entire building became electrified at dangerously high levels. It has been estimated that, in a fraction of a second, every wall, carpet, tile, and piece of furniture in each apartment became electrified, instantly delivering fatal shocks to all of the residents. The event was brief, as once the energy coursed through the entire core of Building C, everything returned to normal. But inside, hundreds of unrecognizable bodies lay, some of which could not even be found. They had all been reduced to a carbonized mass,
That's
fused
true,
to the
Jenny,
floors
it
and
is gonna
walls,
look like
just
that.
another blackened stain alongside the scorched appliances and furniture. Firefighters quickly managed to control some of the resulting fires, but there was nothing they could do once they were faced with the devastating scene inside. After the accident, all families were removed from the buildings, and a year
they
later,
blew it up.
their demolition was ordered due to severe internal structural failures. Due to these construction oversights, the buildings had effectively turned into electrical amplifiers, leaving them vulnerable to a disaster like the one that occurred in October 1979.
1979. There you go. Those were anomalous photographs. Let's move on. I put this in.
Draw a rectangle.
Baldy.
Now add
The
2
Baldy
thick
basic.
lines. And here's the other arm. I want a shape.
And there's the other arm.
now. So I did. It's a yellow stick thing. Circle number 1. Circle number 2. Smaller
number
circles
2.
over here. We're making a hand.
We're making a
Beautiful,
hand.
slender fingers. Square on top. Add an oval shape of flesh. Another oval. We'll draw 2 circles. Oval pupils. Add 3 hairs to the bald. A teardrop-shaped nose and a little shading. Look at those legs. Thin line in the middle. Time to make the legs. They're made of 2 thick lines each. Some tiny shoes for tiny feet. We'll add some basic maths. And then we'll solve some basic maths. Oh, shit! And we're done. Did you like this tutorial? Then hit subscribe.
There he is. Master Bob sent this in.
Master, we have entered planet Earth's orbit. Shall we commence the invasion plans? Yes, of course, Zolaf. But not looking like this. We must disguise ourselves as the Earthlings. Zelgor, tell me, what is this planet's most abundant life form? Oh, of course,
Uh-oh.
Looks like that's the nematodes, Master. Tremendous. Those nematodes won't suspect a thing.
Exactly.
What's up, my nematodes?
What's up, my nematodes?
My name is John Earth.
John Earth.
Hey, what do you say we grab a beer sometime, huh?
Got him. Okay.
This game was originally Pokemon Newgrounds. Everything by everyone.
Here we go, Jenny.
Hello everyone, it's Steamboy27. Welcome back to everyone's favorite point-and-click game by the Swain. Blockhead.
Blockhead, Jenny.
If you recall last time...
I know you do.
We just got back from the mall, and now we have to go back home. But Blockhead locked the front door for once, and he doesn't have any keys. His spares are in the park, though.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God, what now?
I lost my house keys.
You never had any house keys.
Well, that's a shame then, because I locked the front door.
You locked the front door.
Wow.
You never lock the front door.
Do not worry, for I have a set of spares.
Great. Where are they?
I buried them in the park.
Wow.
Why?
It's where I bury everything.
The proper words to articulate what I'm feeling right now just escape me, so I won't say anything.
Good. I like it that way. I do not remember where I putted them.
Then we're gonna have to try every single place. Oh.
Is right, viewers. We have 4 potential spots where we can find the keys, and I think we actually just need to go to all of them. So let's go. Welcome to the park.
Go.
The park is a wonderful place, viewers, for normal people. For Blockhead, it's a place full of destruction.
Oh boy.
Hey! That
Go touch that bench. Now, mostly what I'm doing is getting Blockhead to go from an object to another object and interrupting them, because Blockhead doesn't hurt Blockhead doesn't. When Blockhead interacts with something, like that old lady.
Where do you keep the soup?
There's no actual. There's no way I can break his attention by doing that. But if I tell him to go to an object, I get a chance to break his attention and lead him to something else.
Oh no, you don't.
Now, the longer the distance between one object to the other, the bigger the chance Blockhead has to get distracted and touch something else. There's the first spot. We better go touch that.
Don't you dare do
Alright, let's see. Is that the first spot? Yeah, we have to dig up Blockhead's keys. Alright, let's see.
Look, I found him.
Really?
Haha, no. This is just an old fishy fish.
Yeah, good work.
Alright, we just found an old fishy fish. Looks like we didn't find the keys. I think, if I remember this correctly, we're gonna have to search everywhere. All the 4 spots. So hopefully you memorize the map, viewers. Hopefully you memorize the map. Luckily for you, the Swain put the piles in visible locations nearby the park.
Hey, why don't you go break something
now,
else?
what I'm doing is probably the most efficient way of doing things, is having Blockhead bother one thing and then interrupt him before he bothers it and have him bother something else. This won't always work, like I said, because the longer the distance between Blockhead and an item, the bigger the chance he'll go chase off something else.
stuff.
bam, there we go. We got the second pile.
Well, bam.
What did I find?
Nothing.
What did I bury here?
It's empty.
Oh yeah, this is my air collection.
My air
Your head
collection.
is an air collection.
Alright, let's go back to where we were. So we found 2 of the first few spots, haven't taken a lot of damage yet. We're keeping our attention span bar pretty high. This may change as soon as we go to the other side. The park is a nice place, full of many distractions for Blockhead to get, you know, his
In this
fingers
chat,
dirty
we
with.
hate
I don't
Jenny.
think so.
I'm just glad I haven't messed up the interruption yet, because you can mess it up, and if you do mess it up, you're pretty screwed.
Don't you dare do
You know, you
Crossing
can't,
that bridge is
you know,
probably
let
going to
your
be the
finger
hardest part, because I
off
actually have to tell Blockhead to
What did I
move.
find?
the shift button, right?
I'm going to have him talk to those pigeons.
Oh
for a
god,
second.
it's Porky.
Don't you dare do it.
Alright, go talk to those pigeons, please. Oh, actually, that was a horrible idea, because he's going downwards to them.
What is this?
Oh no, you
Go up
don't.
there, Blockhead. Blockhead, you didn't go where I told you to.
Ah, Blockhead.
Oh, great. Now he's gonna idle, and then he's gonna chase something. He's gonna chase something. I know he is. There! He's gonna chase that girl and slap her with his tongue. Oh my god. Alright, Blockhead, go that way.
Get over there.
Yeah, but crossing the bridge is probably the hard... Blockhead, I told you to go... Okay, thank you. Blockhead, you're making me as angry as a conscience. And what are you doing now? I can't even stop you because I don't know what you're doing.
I swear I saw a fishy fish.
Really? In a lake? What were the chances that...
Oh no.
Fishy!
Thank you for shouting. Why don't you go be stupid?
Alright, we had to
over
take a hit there because there's really nothing I can have Blockhead chase after. Ideally, I would have him chase after a person who was walking across the bridge. However, there was no such person there.
Why don't you go break something else?
Telling Blockhead to interact with a person, though, is a pretty big risk considering
Toot toot.
you can get him. Well, he'll probably get him angry. Now I have to tell Blockhead to move again, which really did a lot of damage to my Oh
no, you don't.
Whoopsie! I pressed spacebar by accident. Okay, time for a bad idea.
Alright, you know what? Just do whatever you want. I don't care anymore.
Alright. Well, I'm just gonna let him run rampant for a while because I messed
Waiting
up.
for the bus.
So we're gonna
Sitting
use the
here
bad
waiting for the
idea.
bus.
You know you're gonna be waiting a long time, like I have, for you to die.
Okay, so who knows? Maybe by a spur of good luck, Blockhead will find his way to a pot. Oh, there's trash over there. I would actually get the trash because it would make sure the attention span bar.
So when
wouldn't
did they
go
make a
below red.
game dealing with
But
Porky's
I'm
daily
out to lunch
routine?
and I can't tell him what to do right now. Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to get it. Where is that pile? This is a good time for you to just look around, see what's around here. Thankful. Oh, there's a pile over there. But I do want to get that. He may use it to hurt people, but I do want it for its power. The power to reduce... Oh god, he's going away from that. Fine, whatever.
What is this?
Alright, there's a pile over there. I think...
Regrettably, I have returned.
Regrettably.
Why don't you go break something else, you moron?
Alright, so the bad idea button was put to good use this level. I'm pretty proud of that. Now I can't... Oh crap, he's too far away from that.
Cut it out. Get over there.
I have to tell him to move now. It's hard because the camera scrolls, and you really can't rely on the camera scroll to do what
did
you
I
want.
find?
Alright, I think this is the third pile we need to go to.
Wait, what's... Ah!
Where is that filthy moose?
You're not gonna find a moose in a trash can.
Alright, I think I can tell him to interact with that.
That looks harmless.
And I think he'll do something with it. I don't know if it's the keys, though. The keys should be somewhere else around here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, what'd you bury here, you dignity?
No, I put that somewhere else. This one, she's a empty.
She's an empty.
Alright, that's an empty one.
That looks harmless.
Alright, I managed to scroll the screen up and get him to walk pretty far. Where is that last pile? I need to see. I need to know where that is. There's a hot dog stand over there. Oh, and there's the pile. I need to get him to touch that pile. And
waiting for the bus. Just sitting here
God.
waiting for the bus.
God.
You know you're gonna be waiting a long time, like I have, for you to die.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
There are
It's
a
the last
lot
while.
of there are a lot of people here right now.
Wow.
Get over there.
All right, there's a lot of people here that Blockhead can tick off. I hope he doesn't talk with any of them, especially that hot dog man. Please don't talk to the hot dog man.
No, he did. He didn't know.
Hey, why don't you go break something
All
else?
right, and that is the last pile that has to have the keys in it.
Has to.
What is this? Nothing here but these small metal thingies.
The keys.
Yeah, well, they look like keys to me, so let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's get out of here. Looks like we got the keys, viewers.
Good, he actually did
We
it.
need to get out of here now before Blockhead gets us any
Why don't
angrier.
you go break something else, you moron?
Getting the keys was only half the battle, viewers.
Yep.
As you know,
You gotta
getting
wait till you get
Blockhead
out the
back to
key.
the beginning of the level is probably one of the harder things to do.
What did I find?
Especially when this stuff happens. I wish I had
What
that
did
trash.
I find?
What did I
That
find?
trash would allow me to keep his attention engaged
Don't
at
you
least
dare.
purple. Which is fine right now because we're slingshotting from one thing to another.
It is.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Don't even think about it.
Okay, now he's not going to listen to me when I tell him to move something. This is kind of bad.
It's getting
I might use
bad.
the panic button in a second.
Hello?
Oh my god, not again.
Hey, don't that look like fun?
Yeah, I'm running out of attention span bar.
Toot toot.
Alright, let's see if I can get him to attack those pigeons.
Moron!
Touch the pigeons instead. Alrighty.
What is
Since
this?
there's a bench there, I'm gonna have him slingshot to the bench.
Go play
We
with
are
that.
running out of attention span
He
gauge,
is.
gauge, though. We need... Oh, tongs.
Oh,
Tongs would,
Uh-oh.
tongs would help us a lot. Let's go get those tongs.
He loves Tom.
Don't even think about it.
Alright, if we get the tongs, the conscience won't get angry for about 30 seconds, which means I can let Blockhead do a little bit more of what he wants. Alright,
Alright, you know what? I'm not gonna get mad.
good, because I kind of need you to not get mad
Why
right
don't you
now.
go break something else, you moron?
Alright, I'm gonna let a lot of these animations
hello
play out
there.
now, so that Blockhead can do what he wants.
This is an outrage. Who left these here?
Mother Nature, who, by your very existence, you defy.
Alright, is that old lady going across the bridge? I'm gonna have him talk to that old lady across the bridge,
Go play
considering we
nice.
won't take any damage from it.
Come here.
Hopefully the old lady will
Aye, he's a
walk
good character.
farther. Walk faster, lady. Walk faster. Oh god.
Hello, Captain. What? Thank you.
Why don't you go
Alright, we
be
have enough.
stupid over
We have
there?
enough attention bar to get over there now. Thanks to the tongs, we've kept the conscience from getting a little too angry. So that's good. It's good. It's always good. All right, let's see if I can get to that trash can.
That looks harmless.
Now let's get to the end before something bad happens. All right, there's a garbage can over there. Let's see if I can get to it.
Cut it out. That looks
There
harmless.
we go. Got to that garbage can. Now we just need to get Blockhead to go back to the beginning.
No.
We're getting close to it.
Stop that.
Alright, here we go. Blockhead will listen to us. I think we've made it. I think we made it, and we didn't even use the panic button. We did use the bad idea button, but we didn't use the panic button.
No.
Up, better start panicking.
Uh-oh.
Well, I guess I used the panic button, but I didn't really need
Why
it.
don't you go be stupid over there?
Whatever. Let's just say I didn't use it because I really didn't need to.
No. Cutscene.
Are you getting this?
Are you getting
That's him, all right. We've got you now.
Blockhead.
All right, so we didn't do so bad.
Nice. He did
I
well.
I don't know what these scores really mean. I don't know what a good score in Blockhead the game
No.
is supposed to be. I don't know. I hope I did a good job.
My bad. Boop.
I don't recognize this neighborhood.
Oh, we're almost there. And then revenge.
What?
Revenge? What?
You got your stupid keys. The hell could you possibly be talking about?
That. My school.
My school,
The principal
uh-oh.
gave it a bad grades, and now he must pay. Pay. Pay.
You know, I'm not going to argue it. The mere fact that you actually want to go into a school is enough for me to consent. And I hate school principals almost as much as I hate you. So let's get this over with.
Yes'm.
Yes'm.
So what's the plan? Can't believe I'm asking you this.
I'm finna make the principal step in something so squishy to the cafeteria.
Wow.
All right, next time we're gonna go get some food from the cafeteria, put it in the principal's chair, and then use the microphone in the newsroom. We have a lot of work to do. Oh wow, we have to go from here to here to here, and I'm sure there's a lot of stuff in between.
And a lot of people probably.
It's gonna be tough. All right, I'll see you guys next time. This is Steamer27 wishing you all a brighter tomorrow.
Here we go. Strong something. Listen, here we go.
Yes, I need another 8 billion.
Oh, God.
Anything for you, old
It was the right thing to do.
You sure you don't want more? I've got more.
No, for now this is good.
I mean, I have a lot more. A lot more.
No, I'll be back. Hey. So, I'm kinda underwater. Is there any way you could help me and my family get out?
Oh, I'm poor. I'm so poor. I just couldn't possibly afford it.
Yeah, that sounds alright.
Are they gonna help us?
You're too poor?
In fact, if you could lend me some money, I was raised in a middle-class family.
In Canada.
You know what? I'll come back later.
Yep.
Hello. Can I get some money for the war with Iran?
Can I?
Can you?
Wow.
He wants to know if he can have money. Boom!
Wow. Accurate, too. Accurate, though. Don't give money to Americans, give it to foreigners. That's fantastic.
Hey, sorry, I forgot to grab my keys.
Oh, forgot to grab.
Hold on a second.
Hold on a second. Uh-oh.
Wait, were you just... Who was that?
Who? Were they stealing my small pittance? Can you spare 2 dimes, please?
Me? You're blind now? Okay, I'm gonna see if there's someone who can help my family.
Arrest anyone who tries to help his family.
Wow. Sounds alright.
Hey, I have those millions of immigrants you wanted everywhere. You know, this wasn't cheap. We had to...
Nothing going
Yeah.
on here. Shut the f up.
Shut the fuck up. Uh-oh.
Oh, thank goodness. Come on out. Come on out. Come on out. Come on here. Come here.
Keep
Come
away
on
from
out.
Biden.
Here, boy. Come here. Come here. Come here. To the swing states. Come on. Come
Yep.
here.
Here, bro.
Shoot, shoot. There's plenty more where that came from. I'm out of money for real this time.
Oh, come on. You know what? You treating us this way is exactly why we voted for Trump in 2020.
No. You voting for Trump in 2020 is exactly why I'm treating you this way.
What a cackling piece of shit. Accurate, though. All accurate.
Become a member at freedomtunes.com for
Alright, Ramen sent this in too. Churchill condoms. Good deep. Pink note. Fuck that up so bad. Finland's Midwest. Alright. It's Pinocchio, but it's definitely. You can tell. Alright, I'm ready. No Hope Prison. Timothy Termite. It's a Jiminy Cricket, Timothy Termite.
I gotta lay low. They're gonna lock me up for good. Prison life is no life for a termite. Not with all those bricks and bars.
Pin okie dokie,
Believe
okay.
me, I've tried chewing through them. Yeah.
Wow.
I need a place to hide.
Look at the best
Somewhere no one would dare to look.
Sunday morning, off to school I go. Sunday morning, Sunday school, you know?
Oh, okay.
A wooden
Pinocchio.
boy. Perfect. I'll make a hidey hole in his head.
Uh-oh. Wow.
Whoa!
Can you be able to
A
feel that?
bee.
The bees?
Jesus, help!
Jesus, help me.
Oh, you're not a bee. You're just
You're
a
a
funny
termite.
little termite.
Keep it down, knothead. I'm not supposed to be out here. I
not
need you
supposed
to,
He's got trying to look for a
damn
match.
it. You got a light?
Sure.
Because he's made of wood.
This good?
I don't believe it. This kid must have a splinter in his brain.
Say, what were you doing in my head anyway? Unless... Are you my conscience?
No.
Your conscience? I never heard of anything so stupid in my life.
Hey now, it's not stupid.
Yeah, it is. It's live.
Sheesh, what was that? You just, you know.
Lie.
Become a real boy.
Oh no.
No. You see, whenever I don't tell the truth, my nose grows at an exponential rate.
You don't say.
It's
No.
actually a serious medical condition.
A serious
you
medical
see, when I
condition?
was 3, I was diagnosed with a terminal...
Yeah, you know what? Yeah.
Terminal.
I am your conscience.
Really? Wow! I'm just like John 8-9.
John 8-9.
So, what do you want to do first? Spread the word of Jesus? Or read the story of 5 loaves and 2 fishes?
Nah, I got a better idea.
No Sunday school.
What are we
Go
doing
rob
at this
a bank.
bank?
I'll tell you what we're doing. We're gonna put this schnoz of yours to good
The
use.
schnoz.
So lie.
Ooh, I can't lie. What would Jesus think?
Come on. Just say something like, I don't know, Jesus doesn't love me.
Well, okay. Jesus doesn't love me.
Oh. Oh.
You wanna try that again?
Jesus loves me.
Wow.
I got it. I got it.
Wow.
And for the hills!
Oh,
Wow,
this isn't
Pinocchio.
very Jesus-like.
No, it's not.
Hand over the cash!
Okay, officer, here you go.
No, you don't.
Oh, wow.
Quick, tell a lie!
But I...
Do it!
And they said to him in Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is not written in the prophet.
Oh, damn. His brain.
Oh, dear God.
What the hell are you doing?
I mustn't take the Lord's name in vain. I'm full of grace, the Lord is with thee, blah, 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 blah.
But we're about to be...
Yep. Oh, he's making another one.
Damn it, Pinocchio Donkey! That glass costs
Pinocchio
1 million euros!
1
Sorry,
million euros.
Spaghetto. My
Spaghetto?
conscience made me rob a bank, and now everyone's mad at me.
Your conscience?
Yeah, look.
Pinocchio Donkey! What have I told you about hanging out with strange men?
But the Bible says...
The Bible? This is a Buddhist household!
A Buddhist household?
There they are! All right, you two. You're going away for a long time. Please, don't take my boy away! He's all I've got! Please, I beg you!
Totally Buddhist.
I'll give you my puppets! They're hand-carved and made with love!
You make little boys in your basement?
He's really going to jail.
Boy, what a right bastard.
You said it.
You know something, kid? You may be an oversized toothpick. We make a pretty good team. How would you like to be partners in crime?
Partners in
Sorry,
crime.
Timothy, but that would violate the 10 Commandments. Let's forget about a life of sin and focus on loving Jesus.
I've had enough of your preaching!
Thank you.
I gotta get out of here. I got a mortgage to pay.
Wow.
Oh well, after all we've been through, at least he'll share his money with me.
No, he won't. No, he won't. That was a lie. Alrighty. Thank you for that, Ramen. That was funny.
It emitted a high-pitched
Oh,
shriek that inflicted intense pain in the
It's like
eyes
Dragon
and ears
Flacco.
of everyone in a 10-meter radius. Ear-like
SCP.
growths immediately began growing on those within 5 meters of it, covering their bodies in less than 20
Gross.
seconds. Hello, everybody. I'm the Rubber. Today, we bring you an SCP Foundation Keter Class Object SCP-1048. SCP-1048, also known as Builder Bear, is a small
Builder Bear?
teddy
Oh,
bear,
boy.
approximately 33 centimeters in height. Through testing, composition of the 1048 revealed no unusual qualities that make it discernible from a non-sapient teddy bear. 1048 is capable of moving on its own accord and can communicate through a small range of
I would
gestures.
not want to be anywhere near that fucking thing.
1048 regularly shows affection to individuals in ways found endearing by most people.
Oh, no.
Affection is usually given in the form of a hug to the lower leg. But
trust him.
1048 has also been observed dancing, jumping in place, and in 2
jumping in
separate
place.
events, it has even drawn childlike pictures for janitorial staff.
Oh, no.
All Foundation personnel that have interacted with the 1048 have responded positively to its affection, even D-Class with normally sociopathic tendencies.
Oh, no.
Attempts at direct communication with SCP-1048 have not been considered successful.
Okay.
Though it is capable of simple gestures to indicate a yes or no
Or no.
answer, it will often not react to lines of questioning concerning its nature or where it originated from. It is not
Okay.
known if this is because 1048 simply does not know the answers or because it does not want to answer.
Maybe.
Though capable of drawing pictures, it has not used its art as a form of communication beyond showing
Okay.
affection, even when encouraged to do so. The more anomalous behavior of SCP-1048 was not observed until approximately 7 months after it was originally secured.
All right,
It is
then.
hypothesized that 1048 is able to construct crude replicas of itself using various materials
Oh,
by a
boy.
process that is yet to be observed directly by Foundation staff. Dr. Carver has suggested that 1048 uses its endearing qualities to lull those around it into a false sense of security, allowing it to collect materials to produce these creations. Currently, there are 3 known creations of 1048,
Well, tell me
designated SCP-1048-A to SCP-1048-C. The
Okay.
nature of these creations has been in stark contrast to 1048's general behavior, as all have exhibited extreme violence towards humans.
What are they, like fucking gremlins?
SCP-1048-A was first discovered wandering Site-24, accompanied by SCP-1048. It resembles a teddy bear, similar in size and shape to 1048, but is made entirely out of human ears. Witnesses interviewed reported
Oh
that
my
it
God.
appeared 1048 was giving a tour of Site-24 to 1048-A. Dr. Carver was called to the scene, along with a security team. The security team arrived first and attempted to contain 1048-A. 1048-A emitted a high-pitched shriek that inflicted intense pain in the eyes and ears of everyone in a 10-meter radius. Ear-like growths immediately began growing of those within 5 meters of it, covering their bodies in less than 20 seconds. Every person afflicted with this symptom died within 3 minutes, resulting in the death of the entire security team. Autopsies revealed the cause of death to be asphyxiation, caused by an abundance of the ear-like growths manifesting in the mouths and trachea of all victims. 1048 and 1048-A fled the scene before Dr. Carver arrived, and have not been contained since the incident, though sightings of both have been reported on
Thought she was
multiple
laying in front of me,
occasions.
now she's laying down
Shortly
on the
after
floor
this
again.
incident
Okay.
occurred, a researcher was discovered
fun.
missing an ear. According to
he's
him,
missing an
it was
ear?
removed
Damn,
through unknown
dog.
means while he was sleeping. No other victims of ear removal were found, so it is unclear if SCP-1048 obtained more ears from another source or if it is capable of duplicating objects or materials.
That's creepy. Asphyxiation.
SCP-1048-B was
Jenny,
discovered
you're
by
always-
several
you're
Foundation
always
staff
fucking
members
scared.
in the cafeteria of Site-24.
Don't
Its
act like you're not
appearance was
spooked
nearly
all the time.
identical
That's why
to
you wear the diaper.
1048,
That's why you
but it
crinkle,
moved in an
crinkle, Jenny.
irregular, jerky manner as if something is moving inside of it. 1048-B made no attempt to interact initially, until a burst in its seams revealed what appeared to be the hand and arm of a human infant poking out and grasping at the air. At the sight of this, a female researcher screamed, and 1048-B reacted by emitting a high-pitched cry similar to that of a human infant. It then attempted to forcibly enter the uterus of the screaming researcher, causing massive
Wow.
internal damage. In the
Go inside the
ensuing chaos,
uterus.
a security team
My
was forced to
baby.
contain and incinerate both the researcher and 1048-B. Approximately 3 hours after
Damn.
this incident, a Foundation's doctor was found unconscious and bleeding in her office. An abortion had been performed on her while she was sleeping.
Wow.
And the 8-month-old fetus was never found.
Wow.
It is hypothesized that 1048 used the doctor's unborn child to create 1048B.
Oh no.
Information regarding the possible origin of 1048B is not to
awful.
be leaked to the survivors currently undergoing therapy for the incident with 1048B, as Dr. Carver believes
Time to
it would be
lobotomize
extremely
Jenny.
detrimental to their recovery.
Wow.
SCP-1048-C resembles a teddy bear similar to
robot?
1048, but composed entirely of rusted metal scraps.
It's a robot.
It was first sighted by Dr. Carver in his office while writing up a report on the 1048B incident. It fled the room when it noticed Dr. Carver observing it.
Yeah, there it goes.
In the attempted pursuit of 1048C, Dr. Carver witnessed the death and maiming of a Foundation personnel, as 1048C exhibited extreme violence during its escape. It has not been encountered since this initial sighting, and is unknown whether it still resides somewhere within Site-24.
Great.
The origins of any materials possibly used to construct 1048C by 1048 are also unknown at this time. The whereabouts of SCP-1048 are currently unknown, though it is still believed to be somewhere in Site-24. 1048 is to be secured for containment, but any creation of SCP-1048s should be destroyed on site, unless further evidence warrants less extreme actions. No teddy bears are to be allowed in Site-24 to prevent any confusion or mistaken identity. Any object that resembles a teddy bear is to be reported to the security team immediately. Extreme caution is to be taken if SCP-1048-A or SCP-1048-C are encountered again.
All right, dog.
The record of Diary of a Young Girl is a story about the discovery of SCP-1048 before the Foundation. It was written by a little youngster named Lizzie Byrne, who discovered 1048 in the top room of her new home, and she named it Benny. Ever since then, Benny and Lizzie became best friends. Benny would give her hugs, and she would hide him in the toy cabinet or under her dress. When 1048's atypical properties were found by Lizzie's mother, she started to yell about it being unnatural and took it away from Lizzie.
Wow.
After that incident, Lizzie wrote in her diary, "Today, Mommy had to go to the doctor. I don't know why, but Daddy and the doctor said Mommy will be gone for a long time now. They won't let me see Mommy." Heavily implied that she was killed by 1048. SCP-1048 later built a living copy out of Lizzie's baby brother Tommy, and another made by her dad.
Wow.
She named it Davy. The fate of Lizzie and how SCP-1048 was discovered by the Foundation remains unknown. Before we end this video, we are proud to present these incredibly sweet pieces of fan art. A big thank you to all of you.
He's fucking
You can now
dabbing in
send
one
us
of
your
them.
fan
That's how
art,
you know
and
how
we will
sweet
be
it
more
is.
than happy to
It's a
show off your
bomb-ass
best
fan
art
art,
piece in our
dog.
next video. Check out our
Bomb-ass.
description below on how to submit. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Which SCP do you want to see in the next video,
We'll
and
see
why
which
it is
one you
interesting?
make,
Let us know in the
Mr.
comment
Rubber.
below. We will draw your story and share it with the world. Don't forget to click like, subscribe to.
This is for you, Jenny. Time for you to go to bed. Odorous Urungrus. Drew Master Bob actually put this in.
Hello, kiddies. The people at Loudwire have asked me to do you a service for all your miserable parents who can't get you to stop screaming about how you should be able to stay up late at night and watch shows like Breaking Bad. Well, you can't. Go to bed, you scum. They're going to read to you, so you go to bed. As I read to you, you will find yourself becoming more and more tired. My only hope
All right,
is
Jenny,
that
more
I
and more
do not
tired.
make myself fall asleep as I read this story. I don't know much about it, but I've been assured it's a real yawn fest. So, without any more further ado, let's get on with Good Night Moon. In the great green room, there was a telephone, and a red balloon, and a picture of this shit.
This shit.
That's not a lot of stuff for one page, I tell you. There was a cow jumping over the moon. There were 3 little bears sitting in chairs. See? That's a cow, you fuck. That's a fucking cow jumping over the fucking moon. That doesn't fucking happen, okay? And neither did fucking Apollo 13. You fucking piece of
fecal dandruff. Alright? And bears are not fucking friendly, okay? Don't fuck around with bears. They'll bite your little dicks off. Alright, next page. Alright, okay. Bears do not fucking sit in chairs as well. What is this, a fairy tale? There were 2 little kittens and a pair of mittens and a little toy house and a young mouse. Now here you can see the condom drying rack as these fucking animals dry out and reuse their condoms, being environmentally conscientious. Okay, next page.
Jenny.
This is riveting shit. I swear to God, it's like I'm reading a Clive Cussler novel. A brush and a comb and a bowl full of mush and a quiet old lady who was whispering hush. Everybody wondered when we would get a new album from Bush. Except me, they suck. Okay, next page. Get over here. Page. All right, here we go. Next page. Good night, room. Well, that's it for that? Good night, room? Good night, room. Good night, room. What kind of kid lives in a room like this? Nobody I know. Maybe some rich fucking brat here in Manhattan whose dad runs this fucking place. I don't know. I didn't live in a room like this. I was born into a gladiatorial arena. I was given a sword as a bunch of slowtards tried to rape me. Either be raped or kill. That's not my room. Good night, moon. Good night, cow jumping over the moon. We went over that part already. That shit is bullshit. Good night, light and red balloon.
Man, the world is less of a good place when Odorous died,
Good
man.
night, chairs. You can see how this is working up to a blistering conclusion. At this point, the little kid pulled out his dick. And he started beating on it like a candlestick. Oh boy, Mom, look at some bubbling out of my dick. Hot, greasy cum. Oh, I'm having an organism. I don't even know why. Brother told me. I started to cry. Good night, kittens. Good night, Mom. I'd say good night to Dad, but he got killed in that car wreck. Good night, mittens. Good night, shit face. Good night, fuck, suck, ass, dick, lip, shit. Okay, good night, comb. Good night, brush. Never gonna get another album from Bush. Good night, nobody. Good night, mush. Good night to the old lady who just had a fucking heart attack. She was your grandmother. Okay, good night, noises everywhere. I'm down to the last 3 pages, and I don't fucking care. That's Odorous. I hope you die in your fucking sleep.
Beautiful. Thank you for that, Mr. Bob. I remember watching that before. Classic. Alright, next. Let's drag something this in. Are you ready for a brain chip,
the
Jenny?
hottest new technological advancement of the century.
See, we're gonna give you that lobotomy after all.
The brain chip has truly changed my life. I feel happy, secure, and most importantly, a part of the SkyCorp family.
SkyCorp's brain chip is surgically embedded into your cerebellum,
Not a
allowing you
lobotomy.
to
See,
experience
promises,
life
Jenny.
from a whole
Not a
new level.
lobotomy.
I don't feel anxious, depressed,
See?
scared.
Not
In
a
fact,
lobotomy.
I don't feel anything at all.
It's not a
I'm
lobotomy.
completely free.
Stop
The
being
brain
so
chip
concerned, Jenny. It's
wirelessly
not
accepts
one.
signals directly from the SkyCorp corporate headquarters, leading you to a comfortable, non-threatening life experience.
See,
They'll
Jenny,
even
look,
run
a comfortable,
24-hour
non-threatening
surveillance of
life
my brain at all
experience.
times. If I so much as think of a product to buy, I'll get non-stop advertisements in my field of vision.
The revolution is here, and that revolution is SkyCorp's brain chip.
Thank you, SkyCorp, for giving me a comfortable life free of worry. Join the SkyCorp family today. Join today. Join today. Join today.
See, it's not a lobotomy. Stop worrying so much. Mr. Bobson, listen too.
Yeah,
Here we
hello?
go, prank calls.
Yes. I was
Mood
just
and
calling to
flushing.
tell you this fucking place sucks.
And this is who?
Oh, my name is Richard Johnson.
And what room are you in, Mr. Johnson?
Oh, I'm in 215.
215.
Yeah, that's correct.
So what is your problem, Mr. Johnson?
Well, first, I can't find any cups in here so that I can pour
Okay.
my soda into them and have a nice
soda.
cold beverage. I can't find the ice
Okay.
machine. That's another.
The ice machine is downstairs, sir.
Downstairs. Okay.
Downstairs.
Okay.
There's
All
nothing
right.
upstairs.
And then the other problem is when I put my sheets into the toilet, it won't flush properly.
When you put your sheets into the toilet.
Yeah, because I was eating some ribs and I got some stuff onto the sheets, and of course I need those sheets when I go to bed tonight. So I put them into the toilet, and I started flushing, kind of like how a washing machine does.
Oh my god!
And they're
Put
stuck
what
in the toilet.
Put what in the toilet? The sheets.
And so now
You can't put the sheets in the.
Well, when I flush the toilet now, the water comes up, and like the sheets are stuck in here, and I try to pull them out.
Okay, but you're not supposed to put sheets in the toilet, sir.
Well, it was the only way I figured out how to wash them.
No, it wasn't. All you had to do is ask for some new sheets. You don't put the sheet in the toilet, so you messed it up.
Well, I didn't want to bother anybody. I just wanted to try to clean the sheets.
Okay, well then you cannot say the room is messed up because of the fact of your error.
No, I mean, listen, watch. I flushed the toilet. And
I heard you quit flushing the toilet.
Rude and
so you got the
flushing.
sheets stuck in the toilet?
Yeah, and now the sheets are stuck. They're going in.
Hey Jenny, the sheets are stuck in the toilet. Can you fix that?
Well, pull the sheet out.
I'm trying. It's stuck, and when I flush it, it goes further in.
Quit flushing the stool, sir. Once it stops.
Flushing what?
Quit flushing the stool.
The stool.
The what?
Pull the sheets up from the stool.
I'm trying to pull it out, but it's stuck, and I figure if I keep flushing, they'll eventually go down.
No,
They'll eventually go
you do not
down.
Continue to flush. All you're doing is continue to put the sheet down there. Quit flushing.
The water is all over the fucking floor. In
Of course it is, because you keep flooding the room.
That was my other complaint. Now my socks are wet.
Now my socks are wet,
Okay,
sir.
that's your fault, and you're going to pay for the damage of that too.
They're my socks. How am I
They're
paying
my
for damage?
socks.
Okay, you paying for the damage of flooding the room. That's what I'm telling you.
No. I'm not flooding the room.
I'm not flooding the room.
Stop flushing the stool, sir. I keep hearing you flushing the stool. Stop.
No, I'm not flushing it anymore. I'm not flushing it anymore.
What are you doing? What's that I keep hearing?
I'm talking to you on the phone.
No, I keep hearing water going. What is that you keep doing?
Nothing. That was the sink.
It's the
Pull
sink.
the sheet. Okay, you got to figure out how to pull the sheet from the toilet.
I'm trying to pull the sheets. So if I...
Well, pull the sheet.
I want to pull the sheets, but I want to flush at the same time. I think it'll release.
I think it'll release.
No, you do not flush
Hang on,
at the
try
same
it.
time.
Hang on, I'll try.
Quit doing that. Quit doing that.
They're still stuck.
Sir, I'm going to have you pay for the room for the damage that you're doing,
I've
too.
already paid for the night.
I already
So
paid
you're going
for
to
the
pay some
night.
extra room for the damages, sir.
What damages?
What damages?
You're damaging because you keep flooding the toilet.
No,
and you put a sheet in the toilet.
No.
The toilet is stuffed up.
The toilet's stuffed up because you put a sheet in the toilet,
No,
sir.
that was like that when I got here.
That was like that when I got
You
here.
got a sheet in the toilet, or is it out the toilet?
No, it's in the toilet, but it was
Is the sheet in the toilet, yes or no?
It was like that when I got here.
It was like that when
the
I
sheet
got
was not
here.
in the toilet to begin with.
You're supposed to sheet in the toilet. That's where the sheet goes.
Well, give me
What
a
sheet are you
Sheet in
talking
the
about? The sheet that
toilet?
you sleep with?
Yeah, the one that was on the
out
bed.
of my ass.
Croc,
The
will
sheet
you
that
give me
comes
a
out of my
fucking hand
ass.
Pulling this thing out. Here, I'm gonna pull. You flush.
Look, I
You
need
don't
a sheet.
flush, pull.
I'm gonna
Sheet on the bed.
All right, you get. Yeah,
I'm
pull
cheating on the
pull.
bed.
I need.
No, it's still stuck.
Flush
Okay,
it
I
again.
told you to quit
Flush it
flushing.
again. Flush it again. Flush it again.
You flush. I'm pulling.
You flush
Okay, you paying for the damage
What damages?
What damages?
because the toilet and you got a sheet in the toilet.
All right,
He
hang on.
said flush it again. He said,
Flush.
Said flush it
Quit
again.
flushing the stool.
Flush it again. This is ridiculous.
Okay, y'all paying for.
I'll pay for the damages.
I'm not paying for anything, sir.
Yes, you
Sir.
are. You're paying for the damages.
Sir,
That's
how,
true.
you can't prove shit. I didn't do anything.
Yes,
You
you
can't
can.
prove
You're
shit.
paying for the damages. You called me and told me you got a sheet stuck in the bathroom.
You try
in the toilet.
You try to charge me anything.
Ain't no charge. You gonna get charged for the
tell him
damages.
You called me a honky.
I'm gonna tell him you called me a
Right,
honky.
Come on now, quit tripping. You want
Quit
to be out
tripping.
now?
toilet. Flush the toilet.
You want to be out now?
You want to flush toilet? Watch this.
He says flush.
Okay. Get you escorted out of here.
Escorted
you
out
ain't
here.
escorting nothing.
Okay, I'm
We
calling
escort
cops and get you
nothing.
escorted out of here.
Why? What
Why?
did I do? I'm just trying to
Because-
enjoy my
I'm
vacation.
No,
trying to
you're
enjoy my
not.
vacation.
We don't have that type of guest around here. People that are rude and flushing toilet.
Rude and
flush
flushing.
sheets.
It's rude to flush toilets. I know. The guy upstairs is flushing nonstop.
You in room 215?
Yeah, I'm the guy with the wet socks.
I'm not worried about your wet
The
socks.
water's coming out of the front door.
Okay, you paying for it. That's all
You're
I'm
paying
saying.
for
You're
it.
paying for the
I'm
damages.
not paying for shit, motherfucker.
I'm not paying for shit, motherfucker.
Okay, I'm gonna call the cops. Bye. You
Bye.
get escorted out.
Extorted?
Extorted? Yeah. Alrighty. Porky put this in. Challenge accepted.
This homeowner looks like he knows what he wants.
Eric, right?
Yes. So what are we looking at here? It looks like we got kind of a steep incline.
We just want steps. We're thinking natural stone. We've got plenty of it here on site, so hopefully we can use that.
Natural stone steps.
Yeah, I can see what you mean. This is really, really steep.
Yeah, there's been a couple Amazon drivers who've gone down.
All right, so these steps are coming up here. From the steps to those steps, we got to connect them with some type of a walkway.
Yeah, so we'd like to keep the bluestone going, but we don't want to cheap out here. I'm thinking the big irregular pieces. I've seen a few installs with that, and it's
You
really
installs
nice.
with big irregular pieces,
You're not gonna
sir.
be sorry that you called this evening. I can tell you're a guy that likes these things done right. I think you're pretty glad that you called Hayden's site. So in the build of this house, it looks like there's a lot of excess stone around. She's using it for multiple purposes. Looks like they're holding up banks. She's got a lot of stuff going on in the backyard.
Bangs.
So we measured this out before this, and it's
I'm ready.
about 11 steps. The risers will end up using some of the smaller natural stone, and then we'll have
He's sending us
bluestone
content
treads
about making
that are gonna be
stone
on top of
steps.
each
That's for
step.
sure, Strog.
So you can see we have a pretty good stockpile of rock to choose from. I want to show you what they look like after you cut them and split them. This is the size we're looking for. This is the face of it. So I mean, we're 5 3/4.
That's
a
the
little bit is
stone,
going
right?
to be under the backside of the first tread, and then it's going to be sunk in concrete. So it'll be up a good 3/4 of an inch there. Then we've got our face. Then the top of the tread is going to be kicking on the top of that thing. Luckily, there was tons of large stones here. We're going for 6.5-inch steps. You want to find these thin stones, but they got to be big and long, but thin. And you want to saw cut them and snap
Oh, it's
them.
Eric from $1 Million Extreme. That's right, yeah. And this does tickle Porky's autism box, too. He likes crafting things.
I love my job. Like I said, we're going
Porky,
for
that might be from some of the
6.5-inch
Neanderthal
steps,
DNA
so we're
that's
looking
kicking
for
around in your skull.
A 5 3/4 cut.
I'm just saying.
And then there's just enough room to set this 2-inch step on top.
Adding everybody.
We're a few steps in now. Whenever you're working on some type of a grade change going up, you don't know what the incline is exactly going to be. So you got the rise and run, right? So
Why did
wanna
you-
put in,
why
let's
did
say
you
in this
add
situation,
everyone
you
in
got
music
4
while
in.
slamming
Then
your
we know we
head?
gotta dive into the bank a little bit to get another 4. Obviously, we're trying to make it symmetrical, make it look good.
Why did you
So
do
it'll
that
be
in
4
music?
steps, a little bit of the walkway, another 4 steps, and then we'll get to the real walkway. And there'll be
You
a
mean
couple
to
more
do that
steps
in
we're gonna
general?
Get to that final grade. All right, we just got to the point where we just ripped out the rest of the organics. We're gonna put down some stabilization
Why did you
fabric.
Why did you
and we'll
do
put
it in
down
music?
crushed,
I'm confused.
3/4 stone, and then we'll make our way up to those steps. We got a couple more. I think we're gonna have to do 3 more steps going up to it to meet the grade. Look who's back from Hawaii. Freshly back from Hawaii.
I thought I was in Maine. Oh my god.
All right, you can see the curvature of the steps coming up here. We got 1 more step to go to meet those front steps. We got the proper pitch making its way up there to meet it too. Is that Richie?
Show some of those vids I sent you,
He's
June.
lost
Sure.
his mind.
You know what, Weeb? Just because you asked nicely? Sure. I'm gonna show.
All right, guys, we're just taking a final look at this
Which one?
natural
Should I show?
stone step
My
walkway
story.
up to the house.
I'll show
We're here
my
with the
story and I'll put
homeowner.
another one in
He's
too.
pretty happy, I
can
think.
bump between stuff.
See?
Eric, is it good? Good to see you, man.
You too.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
so
put one
we love
after
it.
Porky's
I mean,
here.
everybody who's seen it loves it. When it's lit up at night, it's a real feature. And yeah, we're super happy with the install.
So he's the electrician.
It's
so
my
he put it
story,
on
it's
the
my
lighting.
struggle, it's
haven't
what
seen
I
it
deal
at
with
night
every
yet,
day. I'll
but
put
we'll
that
get a
one
couple
in.
shots of that. I'm really happy with it.
And
Honestly,
that
this
one
year,
together.
this is like my favorite looking job.
That one we've seen.
And there you have it, guys. That's your natural custom steps.
I will put
Anybody can do this
one about
stuff. They
Porky.
just can't do it as good as me.
Another video about Porky. Okay, this is about me, my story, my struggle.
When
Here
I
we
was
go.
a kid, the army took me from my parents.
That's right,
And
they
they
did.
chemically engineered me to be one thing and one thing only, to become the perfect DJ.
It's me.
They gave me a fat ass and even fatter beats. Every song I played was louder than the next. I never asked for this. I only hope I'm here to help and not to destroy.
All right. Now, Strug, you put this in about the new movie coming out called Frankie Frico. It's currently coming out. So here's this.
Connor had it
I'm
all.
keeping an eye on stuff just to make sure.
The perfect job.
Man. Hey.
The perfect girl.
You look like a movie star.
A movie star.
Gary Busey.
Gary Busey?
the perfect life.
You know anything about this Frankie Frico guy? He's like a little gremlin that likes to party.
You shouldn't call numbers like that.
Until one day,
He likes to party.
things got Frico.
Hello.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
Are you ready?
Ready for
Ready.
what?
To party, my man.
To party, my man.
Yes, I'm ready to party.
Yeah, boy.
Oh my God.
We're here to help you loosen up.
But
We're
one
gonna
day.
party hard, and then we'll be on our way. Time to get Frico.
Shamadoo. Listen, you little freaks.
I'm gonna make you pay.
Wow, whole movie about duendes.
Is everything all right? You sound stressed.
They'll be okay.
Oh, no. Don't pick it up.
Frankie! What is going on?
They found us. You can't escape me.
Wow.
When the world is in peril,
Where are we?
That is it's from the director of Psycho Corman. That makes sense. I didn't see that, no.
don't be a hero.
Money.
This is bad.
I believe in you.
Let's boogie.
Be a Frico.
These look like puppets from Puppet Master, by the way. I just realized that. But Charles Van helping this? No Strog, I won't show it.
Frico.
Frankie Frico.
Frankie Frico.
President Munch needs a new concubine.
He's a keeper.
Wow. Slapped him in the ass. October 4th, that's already out. It's been out for 10 days. Damn. Oh, I see that right there, too. New movie with CM Punk. Oh, yeah, we got that in the list, too. That Strokes in. Alright, now it's Porky's story time again. I mean, we saw him as the Grand Wizard final form, but, you know, between that, he has this going on. This is Porky.
I'm still waiting for my acceptance letter to Hogwarts. I don't care that I'm 30 years old and addicted to blue raspberry vapes. I'm getting into Hogwarts. Even if it means taking a bunch of psychedelics until I see Hagrid in the corner of my room and he takes me away. Hogwarts, here I come.
Literally Porky. Anyway.
Of all the human species who have walked the Earth, it is perhaps the Neanderthals that people are most fascinated by. Their likeness and close relationship to us has even led some to dub them as our sister species, and even their DNA can still be found within most of us to this day. While dates aren't clear, it is thought that this group of archaic humans inhabited parts of Eurasia between 400,000 and 40,000 years ago. Most of this time falls under the Chibanian stage of the Pleistocene, a time when Eurasia was generally even colder than it is today, and filled with an abundance of megafauna that made life no walk in the park. Therefore, to survive and thrive in harsh conditions, Neanderthals evolved some of the most insane biology seen in any Homo species. And if alive today, some would most likely even consider them to be superhuman in a few senses.
Oh boy.
From afar, their anatomical differences to us would not be so obvious, with the likeliest contrasting feature being their height, as recovered specimens show that on average, Neanderthals were quite a bit smaller than modern humans, typically being 14 centimeters or 5.5 inches shorter than post-World War II populations. The tallest known Neanderthal specimen, dubbed a Mood 1, is believed to have been about 1.78 meters or 5 foot 10 inches tall, which really doesn't seem that tall, all things considered.
Now he's normal.
However, when comparing Neanderthals to European populations of 20,000 years ago, we find that Neanderthals were actually equally as tall, and if not slightly taller. So that's really all to say that we don't know how tall they could have been. What's fascinating though, is that despite being shorter than modern humans, Neanderthals were quite a bit heavier, with the average male having weighed up to 83 kilograms or 183 pounds, while the females usually hovered around 66 kilograms or 146 pounds, making them 20% heavier than the average Homo sapien. The reason behind this paradoxical sounding information is that Neanderthals had crazy robust skeletons that were much more compacted than our own, with virtually every single bone being thicker and heavier, with them sometimes even being twice the density. Their shoulders, femurs, chest, triceps, arms, and kneecaps were especially bulky, which are all signs that they were extremely powerful and muscular in life. And it is widely agreed upon that they were much stronger than us, a possible adaptation to their close-quarter hunting tactics that involved them using giant spears to take down medium and large-sized prey, which included various rhinos, horses, elephants, and of course, woolly mammoths, which were equivalent in size to African bush elephants, and sported thick coats of fur that made it that much harder to kill them. And speaking of African bush elephants, it's no secret that they're endangered just like their woolly cousins were before them when they were still around. As within just 3 generations, 50% of the global population of African bush elephants have died off. And while I love making videos about extinct animals, I would rather not have any more animals to be added to the list of potential videos, which is why I'm really excited to be partnering with Planet Wild. Planet Wild is basically crowdfunding for nature conservation, and it operates by offering a paid membership in which funds are given to a new project partner every month. One such project that hooked me is the elephant conservation program that they're doing in Tanzania. Like the global population, Tanzania's elephant population has declined drastically since the 1970s.
Wow,
and now farmers have started to increasingly expand directly into both the elephant's habitat and their migration route, leading to only more elephant casualties at the hands of humans. To curb this problem, Planet Wild and their partner org, Wild Survivors, has come up with a pretty nifty solution, using teeny tiny bees to scare elephants and create a natural barrier.
Bees,
in a more
Jenny,
interesting
they use
twist,
the bees to scare the shit
instead of
out of
unleashing
elephants.
bees on elephants, they're actually building a bee fence, which will
fence
help to
for
keep the
elephants?
elephants out of harm's way and hopefully reducing overall deaths.
That's right, get those
And this
bees.
is only one of the many projects that you can support through Planet Wild, as like I mentioned, they release new ones every month. They're also 100% transparent about how your funds are used, as they make a new video each month here on YouTube showing you how much funding was used and how the community's contributions were put to use. I, of course, already signed up myself because I think it's an absolutely great way for individuals to get involved in conservation.
They're in my eyes.
So if you want to protect Mother Nature, I highly recommend signing up. You are free to give whatever amount, big or small, as every dollar counts. And for the first 150 people that sign up, I will cover the first month.
Really?
So scan the QR code on the screen, use my code Extinct10, or click the link in the description or pinned comment.
I don't believe you.
And if for whatever reason you sign up and no longer feel like supporting, you can cancel at any time. And if you want to learn more about the project I described earlier, check out the video link in the description.
Scared of bees.
This widespread and presumably lifelong use of these spears is also what some researchers partially believe led to the distinct Popeye-like arms seen in many Neanderthal specimens.
Oh, so Popeye
that
the
allowed
Sailor
them
Man
to
is
wield
really a
weapons with
Neanderthal?
ferocious
That's what you're telling
intensity.
me?
The well-defined nature of their arms and overall muscular build was possibly also a sign of extreme levels of hormones, according to at least one study. Specifically, the researchers believe that Neanderthals were naturally pumped up with large amounts of hormones that added to their increased muscle mass and provided them with the ability to pull off some pretty crazy feats of strength, such as lugging up to 50 pounds or 27 kilograms of meat for 30 miles or 48 kilometers, the same distance as walking 138 laps around a soccer field.
Yeah, Jenny, you gonna be
What's
doing
more
that anytime soon?
is that thanks to their
138
larger
laps around
chests,
that soccer
shoulders,
field?
and triceps, scientists assume that Neanderthals would have been pretty great wrestlers and
Neanderthal.
powerlifters if still around, with males possibly being able to bench press 500 pounds or 200 kilograms without training, while the
Wow.
females could have done 350 pounds or 160 kilos. For a little bit of context, just 2/3 of this weight would have been considered elite levels by our own standard.
See, Jenny, all you have to
Their
do is
short,
be more
bulky builds
Neanderthal.
played a
You
big
can lift
role in their
130
strength too,
350 pounds.
but it wasn't only power that they gained from their robustness, as it bestowed upon them incredible durability as well. A nice touch to complement the brutally hard lives that many Neanderthals endured. In fact, a
Return to
systemic analysis
Neanderthal,
on
Jenny.
recovered skeletons found that between 79 and 94% showed signs of extreme trauma that had fully healed.
Oops.
These injuries ranged from blunt force fractures
I'm
all the
part
way to traumatic
Neanderthal.
amputations, with a particularly gruesome case involving an elderly Neanderthal, who during his younger years had lost his right arm, damaged
Wow.
his left clavicle, was smashed so badly in the face that he was blinded in one eye, and had ears so banged up that the ear canals themselves were shut off by new bony material that had
Wow.
grown after repeated injury, rendering him deaf in both ears. The high degree of damage seen in Neanderthal specimens is thought to have come from a mix of their aggressive face-to-face hunting technique, interpersonal conflicts, and animal attacks.
Oh, look at that
The
big
latter
old
of
bear.
which actually seems to have been a common occurrence, as nearly 74%
supposed to
of
be the short-faced
Neanderthals,
bear?
based on one study, reflected evidence of having
the huge
survived
bears that are
violent
like the size
animal
of an
encounters,
allosaur?
with
Those
21%
things are
having
huge.
been with big cats,
Yep.
17% with wolves, and 36% with bears.
Oh, yep.
The most hardcore part of all of this is that scientists do not think that these animal attacks were predation attempts. Rather the opposite, that the animals had been defending themselves during Neanderthal attacks.
Fuck.
Talk about hardcore. And to really drive this home, even their skin was designed for battle, as genes found in Neanderthals are associated with thickened skin, nails, and hair that theoretically help them cope with getting banged up and enduring the cold. And yet another adaptation that seemed to benefit their rough lifestyle were large joints that allowed them to perform strenuous movement that would have been extremely hard or nearly impossible for a Homo sapien to do. And while not necessarily larger, Neanderthal hands were also much different from our own, with their fingertips being broader and their thumbs sticking out at a much wider angle, which likely affected the way they gripped objects. And to some, their hand shape possibly meant a reduction in precision capabilities, which they made up for though by powerfully gripping their items and weapons. So clearly, Neanderthals were absolute units on the outside, but they were pretty crazy on the inside too, with one of the more obvious signs being their barreled chests, which accommodated a wider rib cage and larger lungs, with studies finding that on average, Neanderthals had a lung capacity 20% greater than our own. Yet, this number widely varies, and some exceptional Neanderthals have us beaten even more badly in this area, as best demonstrated by Kibara 2, a male whose lungs can most likely hold 9 liters of air, which is 40% greater than the capacity of the average modern man's lungs.
Wow.
And to make this even more impressive, keep in mind that until recently, the largest lung capacity ever recorded in an athlete was only 8.5 liters.
Okay.
Neanderthals' noses further supported this notion that they gobbled up air, as they were quite long and wide, which helped them move air faster, as in 100% faster than what's seen by any man or woman today.
I mean the fact they
the need for speed, through their noses and their ridiculous lung capacity, is thought to have been an adaptation to support their heavier bodies and to help them survive in the colder climates. Since animals who do live in the cold, Neanderthals included, typically evolve faster metabolic rates to compensate for the rate of heat loss that they experience.
Wow.
This is then, of course, reflected by their energy requirements as well. As in the case of Neanderthals, it's believed that an individual needed between 4,500 and 6,700 calories every single day.
Wow.
So, if they were still alive, you could expect food items to have two completely separate nutrition labels, distinguishing between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals.
Yeah.
The bulky nature of their noses seems to have helped directly with the cold as well, since more room in the nasal cavity would have helped to heat and humidify the cold, dry air that was coming in. Now, because Neanderthals breathed like champs, you may be thinking that they were exceptional long-distance runners, who could tire their prey to complete exhaustion, much like what is seen in modern humans. However, on the contrary, Neanderthals were surprisingly poor endurance animals, who were instead built for bursts of speed. And there's actually more than one biological trait that points to this. One example being their toes, which were fairly long and wide, allowing them to stay in contact with the floor for a longer period, and thus allowing them to generate more power and faster starts. Not to mention that their leg bones were quite short, something that's not usually seen in endurance athletes of today, who typically have longer legs to increase each stride. Even their Achilles tendons were not designed for distance, having been long and narrow, making them not the best at storing energy needed for longer runs.
The main character in that
and this is once again in contrary to endurance athletes, who almost always have stiff, short, and wide Achilles tendons.
Well,
and yet,
is human,
while their lower extremities
not like
were the
me,
most
Chad.
blatant signs of speed over stamina, the true proof in the pudding came from something unseen to the naked eye.
Now we just have
their muscle
subspecies.
fibers.
And you know what I mean by subspecies.
Especially if you've done a 23andMe,
Don't
humans
be dumb.
have differing types of muscle fibers
You know.
that each specialize
You know
in a
what I
certain
mean when
level
I
of
say an
power
animal has
generation to
subspecies.
stamina ratio.
So do we.
For example, someone can have a higher ratio of fast twitch or slow twitch muscle fibers, the former of which helps to generate bursts of energy, while the latter can possibly help people perform better and longer lasting activities, such as endurance running. In modern humans, these fibers are mixed, and this was also the case in Neanderthals, but they typically had a way higher concentration of these fast twitch muscle fibers than we do, a likely adaptation for their hunting style, which required quick bursts of speed to get close and personal with their prey. This also means that if for whatever reason if Neanderthals came back, be sure to challenge one to a marathon instead of a sprint, to at least give yourself the best shot of winning.
Yeah. How the fuck they
All
ever
this
come
power
back?
and speed no doubt gave
They've been
them
bred
quite
out
a
of
lot of
existence
brawn,
by us.
but interestingly enough,
They
they
interbred
were
with us,
also
they
a
were
lot of
close
brain
enough.
as well, as they had freakishly large brain cases.
Didn't
On
mean they were smart,
average,
though.
the male brain cases tended to be 1,640 cubic centimeters, and in the woman, it was usually around 1,460 cubic centimeters.
Wow, can you get one of them
which makes them about
Neanderthal
30%
heads?
bigger than what's seen in contemporary humans. Now, pure size alone does not paint the full story of intelligence, but their huge brains were a good sign that they were at least far more intelligent than first thought. And today, it's widely believed that Neanderthals could perform a whole host of complex tasks, such as coordinating hunts, making tools, creating arts, taking exceptional care of the sick, and, of course, communicating. Yet, despite the size of their brains, researchers do not necessarily think that Neanderthals had superior mental prowess compared to us, as their brains were also structurally different than ours, having a more circular bomb-like shape that had to operate a large body, and devoted larger areas to certain senses, such as smell and eyesight, as their occipital lobes were relatively huge. And their eyesight is actually what some scientists think is to blame for the massive brains, as Neanderthals also had unusually big eyes, which would have required much more brain power to process what they were seeing. Of course, though, no one has ever found an intact Neanderthal eye, but based on the size and shape of their eye sockets, it is estimated that they were about 15% larger than our own, which would have helped them see a lot better and sharper than we do, while also giving them better night vision.
Okay.
These eyes, in conjunction with their big brains and large noses, gave Neanderthals some pretty sizable heads and skulls that might have led to their sturdy, thick necks, seeing that they had to be able to support such giant noggins.
Who is that?
Furthermore, their heads, relative to ours, were not just bigger, but more elongated and forward projecting as well.
Head.
And unsurprisingly, their other facial features were supersized too, including the jaw and teeth. It was originally thought that their thick, wide jaws and sturdy chompers were an indication of an insane bite force that would have let them gnaw on bones, tough meat, and a variety of abrasive foods. However, subsequent studies revealed a bite force not far from our own, with it being comparable to the bite seen in the upper range of modern humans, and would have registered at around 700 newtons.
Okay.
So that's to say, while it would hurt a lot to be bit, it would most likely not cause any catastrophic wounds, at least most of the time. This does call into question, though, why did they have such large mouths and teeth, if not for a strong bite? And one interesting idea claims that the answer is that the jaw was simply widened in order to accommodate the teeth themselves, which had essentially evolved to be a third hand.
Okay.
To be exact, a group of researchers believe that Neanderthals would have used their teeth to grip and manipulate different items, thus freeing up both of their hands for other uses. And there is some evidence that backs this, as besides being grippy in structure and nature, Neanderthal dentition have wear and tear patterns to the front that don't really align with eating or chewing, and is only found in Neanderthals, suggesting that they bit objects with their front teeth quite a lot. The bulky nature of each tooth may have also been an important part in processing their diets, which we know based on isotopic analysis consisted of large amounts of meat. So much so, in fact, that they are considered to have been hypercarnivores. In other words, 70% of their huge caloric need came from meat alone. At this point, I wouldn't blame you for thinking Neanderthals were quite funky and different compared to us. And you may be wondering what impact this has on you if you're one of the many with Neanderthal DNA. For example, if it means super strength or a voracious appetite for meat. Well, simply put, nearly every study on the matter so far has not yielded any significant results. And most maintain that Neanderthal DNA usually only has subtle effects on athletic feats and physical appearances. Although, there is a growing list of studies that suggest that their DNA may have had greater impacts on our internal systems than we once thought. That being said, many of these studies have conflicted with each other, and there is a lot of disagreement in general on just how impactful Neanderthal DNA really is. But what no one is in disagreement with is just how amazing these extinct humans were. Thanks for watching, and until next time, on Extinct Zoo.
Extinct Zoo. Oh, it's Nova.
The sun is coming for us all, but I am fighting back. I've trained my body to be impervious to the sun. No lotions, no creams, just blistering away all my weakness. I've been staring him down for 12 hours straight, and I don't care if he raises the sea levels, okay? Because I've been stealing pool toys from my asshole neighbor Steven for months.
Why do you think you're ready to transcend?
Are you ready to transcend?
Because it sounds sick, honestly. Getting slurped up. God's watching. Me and you forever.
Forever.
This movie's called Let's Start a Cult. It's got CM Punk in it.
Guys.
Authorities speculate that this was a doomsday cult and have released this photo. Police asked for any information regarding the red-haired man in the center.
Why aren't you dead?
I did die, Chip. I was sent back to get you.
You couldn't transcend without me. We need
Is that fucking CM Punk dressed as a clown?
I cannot wait to get some followers.
So you guys are like a family?
That's right. No brothers
No.
barging on your privacy.
Stop beating off. It's time to go to work.
No Uncle Aaron stuffing you in a sleeping bag, not letting your ass out, and you're like screaming like
Help me!
This
Oh,
is Diane,
God.
and I feel like she might be exactly the kind of person we're looking for.
Nothing.
The family grows stronger with
The fat guy's hanging out with Hassan Twerky.
Three balls, Billy.
Now there he is. There's CM Punk, everybody.
Be a murderer.
Yes, my name is Bo.
You know who I am?
Are you kidding me right now?
What the hell
Wow.
is he doing?
Wow, she's fat. Let's start a call.
Hey! The gravel has scraped my teeth!
No one cares, CM Punk. Okay. Strogson then. You're welcome, Jenny. I know you wanted it. Ramen sent this in. Super boss fight. Revengeful sample update number 3. Lisa the Vengeful. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Oh, hey, Ramen. Perfect time. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. That's terrifying looking, by the way. Good. Glad everything's going good with you, man. Alrighty. Here we go. I don't know why I went to that. Why did I go to that? I didn't even click on it to go to it.
4 big marshmallows in a row is
Sorry about that. 1 second.
Now I grab my lucky
How the hell did it do that?
Starting at the front. Oh, look at the
Click,
colors.
like I didn't
Look
click
at
on
the
it to
colors
like
everywhere,
go to
man.
it. 1 second.
Look at the colors everywhere. Now I come back with some more marshmallows. And you just
Don't mind that. Go back to this. Sorry about that. I do not know why I clicked that. I was not clicking it. That's a creepy ass tree, Ramen. When a vegan eats fast food for the first time, yeah, that's what happens. Zebra jerky. Boom, boom. Wow, wow, wow. Why the hell did that go down? Sorry, I was looking at videos that had moved on their own. I don't know why they were there. It's changed now. Everything's back to where it should be. Right. Boom, boom. Get him, dope. Get him, boys. Is it like get him, dog? Get him, boys. Dead. Oh god, the fucking screaming. Oh my god. Now it's even more fucking terrifying. I hate it. I hate it. I hated that. That boss was terrifying looking. I hated it because it's terrifying looking. Then again, it's Lisa, so everything looks terrifying after the joy has been taken too much. I hated it because it was creepy. Blue block. Whoop. Alrighty, thanks for that, Ron. Moving on.
This video was sponsored by Ground News. More from them in a
boy.
bit. Ubisoft is dying.
Speeding this up, though.
Their stock
like
price
10,
ain't looking so good. There's been open calls from investors
Jenny, your favorite,
to just
by the way,
take
Ground
the company
News.
private, and investors have only really been happy with the company when news came out that they were considering a buyout from Tencent. Now, there's been tons of exposés and articles written about what has gone
China
wrong with
buying
Ubisoft.
the French.
A lot of this is just kind of incompetence. Ubisoft was one of those companies that was trying to invest a lot into NFTs and Web3 and got burned badly. At one point, just a few years ago, apparently they had a dozen Battle Royale games in development. Hyperscape, one of the few Battle Royales they had, being shut down after a pretty underwhelming launch. The company never learned its lesson and now just seems to be moving on to extraction-based shooters, which is kind of the new trend in games. Things are not looking good, and things are probably not going to get better. But before Ubisoft completely dies out, I kind of just want to take a look at how we got here and why maybe we shouldn't mourn the death of this company. I check the news a lot. I like to see what's going on, you know? But if you only check one news site, only see one source, you're only going to get one side of the story. And that's why I absolutely love Ground News. Ground News lets you see the political leaning and factuality of any given news source
There you go, Jenny.
and who owns that media outlet.
Almost
And you'll
sorry
start to
about
notice
that.
that this often
Jenny
dictates how a
loves
story
Ground
is
News.
presented or even what stories are presented. So like
Jenny,
if you
look
haven't
at your
heard, in the United
favorite,
States, the
Ground
Department of
News.
Justice is actually considering breaking up Google after they ruled it was a monopoly. Ground News has gathered 206 sources on this story, and while it's not clear what the fate of the company will be, it is interesting to see how each outlet covers the same event. Some right-leaning sources might mention specifically Biden's Justice Department and Google's defense of the situation, presenting this as some power move of government regulation, while left-leaning sources might mention anti-competitive behavior by the company and how this might be the byproduct of some monopolistic behavior. My personal favorite feature of Ground News is the blind spot. This shows you specific stories that one side or the other just doesn't bother reporting on, and you'd be surprised how many pretty significant stories just get ignored. So try Ground News today and get 40% off the Vantage plan by going to ground.news/husk. So I think nowadays a lot of people remember Ubisoft as the company that tried to shove paid XP boosts into single-player games.
They did.
But if you go back
True.
like 20 years, people actually kind of liked Ubisoft. I mean, they weren't massive, they weren't nearly as prolific as Activision or EA, but with titles like the Rayman series, Tom Clancy franchise, and Prince of Persia, not to mention respected cult classics like Beyond Good and Evil, nobody could deny that Ubisoft wasn't leaving a mark on gaming. And for a brief time in that late 2000s, early 2010s, Ubisoft seemed to be striking a balance between being popular while also commanding a good deal of respect. Yes, you did have big names like the aforementioned Tom Clancy franchise,
Rainbow
or stuff like
Six.
Assassin's Creed or Far Cry, but there was also games like Trackmania, the Driver series, the Trials franchise, or Rayman Origins. It sounds pretty
Rayman
cliche, but yeah,
Origins,
Ubisoft
good
really
game.
did have something to offer pretty much everybody.
And then they
But as
fired
time
the
went
people
on,
that
this
made
began
those
to
games.
change.
They
And
didn't
it was because
like
of
those
money.
people.
Some of Ubisoft's franchises were getting way more popular, making way more money than they ever did before, and this changed the company. For example, Far Cry
Fuck
2 sold
Ubisoft.
3 million copies, which is a respectable number, but Far Cry 3 sold 10 million copies.
did.
The first Assassin's Creed game was an immediate success. Within a few months, the game had sold 5 million units, but its successors, games like Assassin's Creed 2 and 3, they would sell more and more. Each new entry would pretty much sell 10 million units guaranteed. And this meant that Assassin's Creed would become an annualized franchise. Dozens of
what a
studios
mistake.
would work simultaneously on multiple projects to keep this machine going. Ubisoft struck gold with Far Cry and Assassin's Creed, but rather than remain content with this, they got greedy. Yeah, as the franchises got larger, more teams became involved, it did start feeling like each new entry was less so the byproduct of a creative vision, and rather the intentionally crafted product designed to appeal to the broadest demographic. Ubisoft takes the saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, to the extreme. They take minimal chances and rely heavily on just doing what everybody else is doing, and then iterating on those ideas. And this kind of makes sense. Ubisoft's projects are extremely large. They cost a lot of money to make, and it would be silly to take chances with this kind of money on the line. Or at least that's what I assume the executives were thinking. I like to view gaming publishers, or really any entertainment entity, as a giant ship. Now on occasion, they'll encounter an obstacle, and they'll have to try to maneuver around that to avoid crashing into the iceberg. But to do this, to steer around this, you can't just turn this giant boat, change direction on a dime. And what I mean by this is everything that's happening right now in Ubisoft is the byproduct of decisions they made 4, 5, 10 years ago.
Yes, it
Every
is.
publisher has to make decisions like this because games take so long to develop nowadays. But Ubisoft lacks the foresight to make good decisions. Ubisoft just keeps chasing trends in the industry as they are happening. I'm sure that Hyperscape could have been an effective Warzone or Apex Legends competitor, but it was released too late.
But it's not.
Because rather than create trends, Ubisoft chases replaces them. And as time has gone on, Ubisoft just stopped investing in its smaller franchises. They've only made each new project more ambitious, more expensive. And when we look back, it's clear that this just has not been working out. Okay, so I talked about this a little bit before, but yeah, Star Wars Outlaws apparently only sold about 1 million copies since launch. This is really bad when you consider that Star Wars Outlaws apparently had the largest budget of any Ubisoft game ever. We don't know the exact budget on this game, but it was probably a few hundred million. So only selling 1 million copies is terrible. In fact, analysts had expected at one point for this thing to sell 7.5 million copies, and then they lowered it to 5.5 million, and it's not even close to that. Now, this game kind of represents everything wrong with Ubisoft. Players that paid like $110 to get the game early access by 3 days, a lot of them had to just reset their game because there were game-breaking bugs that would ruin their saves. Imagine paying this much money for a game that you're probably pretty excited for, and then having your experience ruined because of incompetence, because of a bug, because they didn't check to see if this worked. Skull and Bones. Remember Skull and Bones? Yeah, they called it their first quadruple A game. Apparently only had less than 1 million players total, including the free trial players. The game was in development for a decade, probably cost around $200 million to make. Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake, that was announced a while back. This was going to be the first project helmed by Ubisoft's branch in India, but apparently this was a complete disaster. Sources claim that Ubisoft just didn't bother to give the team the original documentation, which would mean they actually have to remake it from scratch. Because of the use of a new engine, they were just going to shove in Assassin's Creed Origins animations. The director of the game just didn't work on a game before this. Ubisoft higher-ups didn't really know or care much about this project at all. They didn't know about this. The company didn't know about this or care about this until there was a terrible reception to this initial trailer. So they were just throwing money at this project without knowing what they were throwing money at. Earlier this year, Ubisoft was just taking the crew away from people that bought it because they were shutting down the servers. And even though it's primarily a single-player game, it can be played in single-player. Since it's always online, it just meant that people that bought this game would simply not be able to play it anymore. And when people found out they couldn't play their game anymore, Ubisoft just told them, hey, go buy more stuff that you probably won't be able to keep in 10 years. The game X-Defiant, which was at one point Tom Clancy's X-Defiant before it was rebranded, apparently is not doing that well. Reportedly, there was less than 20,000 concurrent players across all platforms, which is absurdly low. That number might even be pretty high. It might be way lower than 20K. For a live service game, this is pretty much dead. It's just dead. Ubisoft has had a lot of controversies over the past decade or so. I mean, there's been constant accusations of graphical downgrades from E3 showcases to final products from Watch Dogs. There's The Division. The initial gameplay for Rainbow Six Siege looks nothing like the final game. I mean, it's embarrassing. Former executives were straight up arrested after sexual harassment investigations. There's been allegations that Ubisoft knew all about this, that this was commonplace within the company, and that people were protected just because of their position in the company. So yeah, it's an understatement to say that Ubisoft has lost a lot of its goodwill.
Good job,
Ubisoft. Things have honestly gotten so bad that the entire fate
the Black
of the
Samurai
seems to hinge on the new upcoming Assassin's Creed game. So like I said, the Assassin's Creed franchise is probably the most important franchise for Ubisoft. Each game does sell extremely well, but at some point the publisher realized that it wasn't necessarily just the gameplay that was making these titles so successful. It was just the name. For the first decade of this franchise's existence, it was a fairly linear single-player action-adventure stealth series. Yeah, there was kind of an open world to explore, but the focus was primarily on the main story. But all this changed with Assassin's Creed Origins, a soft reboot of sorts for the series. Now it was a full open-world action RPG, and future entries would build upon this, completely changing the core identity of the franchise. Now, this was an extremely controversial move to OG Assassin's Creed fans, but these new action RPG games like Assassin's Creed Origins and Odyssey and Valhalla actually sold really well, sometimes better than even the traditional titles. Anyway, while Ubisoft still does on occasion do the old style of Assassin's Creed games with stuff like Mirage, this open-world action RPG stuff is the new direction of the game itself. And going forward, it seems like Ubisoft is only going to increase its reliance on the Assassin's Creed brand, with 10 games planned to release over the next 5 years. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that the fate of Ubisoft relies on the success of Assassin's Creed Shadows, which has been the subject of some controversies. If you haven't heard anything about this, I envy you. Okay, it all started as a response to one of the playable characters in the game, Yasuke, and this whole online debate, this battle is extremely dense and way more complicated than you probably think. Yes, of course, there's going to be lots of people making really bad faith arguments, but there's also been like an uproar in the Japanese community over westernizing Japanese culture. There's been debates over the historical accuracy of whether the real-life Yasuke was actually a samurai, or whether Ubisoft is paying consultants to like gaslight people into thinking he was. Ubisoft themselves have handled this situation terribly, with employees making bizarre, very antagonistic statements. And there seems to be a lot of evidence that the publisher is straight up buying bots to leave positive praise on official YouTube trailers for the game. I could go into detail about all of this, but I won't, because it doesn't really matter. Look, this will not affect the sales of this game, not in any significant way. We already know that pre-orders are lower than Valhalla, but that's to be expected since this is a game that's not releasing on last-gen platforms, whereas that game had the benefit of this. Look, this is not a new property. This is a franchise with extremely broad appeal. It will sell well, but the question is whether it's going to sell well enough to save Ubisoft. The title was delayed from an initially planned release in November all the way back to February of 2025. Now, the reasons for this have been up to debate. The CEO of Ubisoft came out and said that the company had no intention of pushing any agenda, which
Oh,
led some
totally
people
not,
to believe
dog.
that this delay was
Totally
in response to,
not.
you know, some culture war growing backlash, but it almost definitely
No,
wasn't. Like, look,
totally.
I'm sure if they're delaying the game and even concerned about that, concerned enough to make a quote, they would probably be removing any politically divisive, I don't know, lines of dialogue. But yeah, they're not going to remove one of the main character of the games a few months before release because of
But they did,
internet
though.
backlash. That's just not how game development works.
But
That
they did,
doesn't even make
though.
sense. No, the game was delayed because of something that will definitely affect sales. The quality of the title. Apparently, it's not finished. Yes, I know that's not all that surprising given Ubisoft's track record, but we've known that something has been off about this game for a while. Like, look at this horse animation in the official trailer for the game.
Oof.
It's clearly unfinished. Yet again, somehow this made it to the official trailer for the game. Apparently, the developers of the game have been begging Ubisoft to push this game back for a while now. And it wasn't until the absolute failure of Star Wars Outlaws that the company realized that they had to do this. It had to be done. And I think the reason for this is because gamers seem to actually care about quality now. Hear me out. A lot more people are playing free-to-play stuff nowadays than they were 10 years ago. Yes, that has its own set of issues, but it also means that consumers are becoming much more reluctant to just spend money on a full-price game. They're becoming much more picky about what they choose to spend their money on. And if a game is not good, if a game is not great, people are going to either wait for a sale or won't buy it at all. To guarantee success, your game has to be exceptional. Public perception, word of mouth, that's what results in a successful title. But even still, I don't know if it's going to sell that well. I think releasing this game in February is dumb. It's really dumb. I think the reason they're doing this is because they want to be able to tell investors during the end of the fiscal year how well this game performed. Show off how strong the Assassin's Creed franchise is doing. If I had to guess, I'd say February 2025 is probably the latest they can push this game back and still be able to do that. But the problem is this month is packed with games. You have Avowed, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Civilization 7, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. There's a lot of stuff to play, but honestly, I think just Monster Hunter Wilds alone is going to be a legitimate threat to this game. Monster Hunter has gone from a popular franchise to a mega popular franchise. Monster Hunter World sold more copies than any Assassin's Creed ever. And I'm certain that these games, all of these games, this extremely packed month, it's gonna eat into Assassin's Creed Shadows sales. And even if that wasn't the case, this game still probably wouldn't save Ubisoft. Investors have already lost faith in the company. They seem to want to buy out, a change in management, a change in direction, because the company's just falling apart. Yeah, 10, 15 years ago, Ubisoft did have a lot of potential, and all of that was wasted through extremely greedy and short-sighted decisions. They've taken the Ubisoft name and turned it into something of a red flag, something that people actively avoid when buying games. They failed to innovate and turned their games into nothing more than products. And honestly, I feel like this is just one of those situations that everybody knew was coming. You cannot have a company fail this many times, this much, this consistently, and expect them to still stay around. So yeah, if the company goes private or gets acquired by Tencent, it probably won't result in better games. But I don't think a lot of people will really care either way. At least in my opinion, Ubisoft died a long time ago.
Yes, it did.
And this just feels like somebody is claiming the body. They should have made another Rayman game. That would have saved them. Again, huge thanks to Ground News for sponsoring this video. They're doing great work over there, and right now you can get 40% off the Vantage plan by going to ground.news.
Oh, I want to go to this actually. Spooky. Second spooky video. And this is not getting sped up. We're going a little bit late tonight, but that's okay. We'll still get through. We don't have too many longer videos besides Doog.
I have these memories from
After
when I
this.
was a preteen. And the best part, or perhaps the worst, is that I had the fortune or misfortune of capturing those strange things
And
I
remember,
saw
if
through
you
my
actually
camera
like the
lens.
spooky content you see at the
I
end
should
of the
start by
segments
saying
of
that my
viewer
family
submitted
has
videos,
always had money,
be sure to
and
tune in
maybe I've
every
lived a
Wednesday
somewhat
at 9
sheltered
p.m.
life,
on Heretic
wrapped up in
Network
my own
for the
privileges.
Eerie Hours.
I grew up traveling
We
to
do nothing
places
but
that
cover that
never
for about 2
really
hours. The spooky
interested
stuff.
me. Plus, when you're a kid, everything around you feels boring unless there's a direct way
sometimes
to
Porky's
keep you
there,
entertained.
sometimes.
But as you grow older, things change. You become much more aware of your surroundings, and the world starts to seem a bit more threatening. This story took place in 23, when I was 13, and my parents
Oh, you're
decided
welcome,
to
Weeb.
give me one of the first mobile phones with a built-in camera. It was amazing, and as usual during the summer, we went on a trip abroad. I have to admit, I wasn't too excited about Japan at first.
Who would
Besides
wait?
being a far-off destination, I
That's
never
weird.
found
Why would
anything
someone not be excited
particularly
about going to
appealing
Japan?
its
That to me is
culture or way
strange.
of life. Back then, I would have preferred going to the beach or anywhere with big cars and endless sunny streets.
Okay.
However,
There are
I
beaches
took
in Japan, my guy.
the opportunity to test out this novelty of carrying photos on my own phone. At that age, I really just had to follow my parents, and the opportunity came simply because I didn't complain about the trip. Although my memories are a bit hazy, I'm grateful for the photos I took, which helped me relive the moments surrounding each
Namco?
image.
Are those other Namco
While most of
billboards?
the pictures I managed to save are nothing but silly shots, streets, landscapes, or just hotel selfies, there's a very small group of strange things I saw, either on the street or even inside the hotel. Some of them terrified me when I saw them on my phone.
I'm
but
about
others
to be
I saw directly
terrified.
with my own eyes before photographing them. Our first stop was in Tokyo, though it was the shortest, as we spent most of our vacation in Osaka. Of the images I'm about to show you, only the first one is from our time in the capital.
Okay.
I took this photo almost by accident
What the fuck
as
is
we were
that
heading
thing?
back to the hotel where we were staying. I remember that evening we had dinner at a traditional restaurant, spending several hours trying a little bit of everything they had to offer. When night fell, I was amazed by the amount of lights in the city. It wasn't all that different from other big cities around the world, but at that age, those lights left a strong impression on me. So, walking through some of the darker streets felt oddly intriguing. In fact, during that taxi ride, I tried to photograph many of these dimly lit places because they seemed unnatural to me. I say this because the whole time, I had this strange feeling that certain areas were overwhelmed by a heavy, black aura. It was as if certain corners had been swallowed by an almost artificial darkness. I caught elongated shadows in the corner of my eye more than once, and the result of that eerie sensation is what I captured in this photograph.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought that what felt like just a strange sensation would turn
Ringu.
out to be something real. Back then, I had no idea what people were saying about certain neighborhoods in Tokyo. I wasn't aware of the hundreds of legends, ghostly apparitions, and the deep-rooted knowledge many of the island's inhabitants had about strange phenomena.
Okay.
When we arrived in Osaka, I was surprised by how many hotels were packed so close together, and I mean physically close. Here in
Physically
Japan,
close.
everything felt too
When we
cramped,
touch.
and even the luxurious areas weren't
Physically
particularly
close.
spacious. During those summer nights, all these hotels were completely full, and the buildings glowed with their hundreds of brightly lit windows.
Okay.
The view outside was stunning, both day and night, and the nighttime cityscape from the center was especially captivating. The photo you're looking at now is something I never quite understood, because I took it without realizing what was there. While scrolling through my
I'm saying
phone,
oh shit, 'cause I
I
was looking up
discovered
something
that
I thought
I had
had,
taken the picture at some
ordered
point
somewhere.
during the night.
And
I remember
not
the
available
room we
anymore.
stayed in had a
So
lot of
that's
mirrors,
that's okay.
which for me, at
It's okay
13,
that I don't get what I
was
saw
more
there.
amusing than
It
scary.
it sounded good,
I
like it was
recall
a type
that
of
some
coffee that
these
was.
mirrors could be
What was
moved.
it?
A few
Apple
had
cider
wheels,
flavor.
and you
It's
could
apple
roll them
cider
from the
flavor notes
bathroom to
with
the
also
bedrooms. I was
was it
probably
burnt
lying
caramel
in bed,
and yogurt?
watching TV,
An interesting
and playing
combination
around
of
with the
flavors, but it
camera
sounded
when
interesting.
I
That's all I
happened
want
to
to buy it, but
photograph
that's
one
gone
of the
now.
3
That's okay.
mirrors in my room.
That's okay though.
The shadow reminded me of the one I saw in Tokyo, but this one was much more vague, smaller. Once I saw the photo on my
Because I got
phone,
plenty of other
I
good
took
ones I've already
advantage
bought
of the
and
mirror's
that haven't even
mobility
opened
to
yet.
turn them around, hoping to avoid the bad luck of seeing that shadow again. But from that moment on, the coincidence struck me as very odd, so I decided to look up anything related to shadow sightings in Japan.
Shadows.
That's when I think I made the biggest mistake, because, as the saying goes, seek and you shall
And
find.
you shall find the shadows in Japan.
There's a well-known recommendation when it comes to dealing with beings from the paranormal realm.
Okay.
It says that it's never a good idea to stare directly into a completely dark room, nor should you ever look through a window into a place that has been abandoned for too long or where there's little human activity. There's a reason why basements are often filled with negative energy, just like attics and abandoned houses. Somehow, spirits manage to occupy those dark, silent spaces. In this photograph, I have to say, I got one of the worst scares of my life.
Well, no kidding.
It was also
Jesus.
taken at night when we were at Osaka's main train station. By then, I was already on edge from the legends I had read, and the truth is, that feeling of unease followed me everywhere I went. I thought
Everywhere
I
I
saw shadows
go,
in every corner,
there's
but I never
unease.
managed to capture one
Everywhere
again.
I know, there's
In one of the
unease.
booths at the station, one located in the older section that hadn't been renovated yet, I unexpectedly came across this figure. Because of the type of glass, I couldn't quite tell if it was some kind of statue, but its form looked so much like that of a living person. I don't know if it ever moved, since I quickly took a picture and ran back to my parents. It could have been a spirit. All I know is that years later, while searching online, I stumbled upon something disturbing. I learned that it was quite common at night in the metro and train stations of Osaka to see figures behind windows, many of them leaning as if pleading for help. In Japan, It's often
Creepy.
said that the Japanese themselves
That's
are peculiar.
I'm pretty sure that's a kabuki
Behind
mask.
a
If
normal
I gotta see the
life,
face.
a smile, or a kind gesture, monsters could be lurking in the most figurative
Kabuki.
sense of
It's
the
not
word.
no. No looks more
There's also a common
creepy.
belief that you may encounter people on the
That's a
streets,
kabuki mask.
at train stations, on the subway,
Nose are a
or
little
in
bit less
neighborhoods who have
defined
never
than
truly
that.
existed. Ghostly
Because I
apparitions
love
are
no
so
theater,
frequent
you see.
across Asia
Because
that
Japan has a
people
lot of
tend to
theater,
be wary
including
of
no
each
theater.
other, as there is always a chance that some of those
Just a
around
joke.
you aren't real people.
They're fake
The
people.
girl you see in the photograph was a worker at the restaurant we visited 2 days before our vacation ended. In fact, she served us the entire evening we were there, and my father witnessed the strange events that seemed to surround her presence.
Oh boy.
I remember that, unlike her coworkers, the waitress never smiled. Her face didn't reflect sadness either, but there was something deeply unsettling about her gaze. Her eyes seemed vacant, and while her movements weren't clumsy, they were slow and somewhat mechanical. I couldn't chalk it up to being her first day on the job, or anything like that, because she handled all her tasks quite well. When I took the picture, perhaps because of her age, it felt like a total lack of respect. She was looking at herself in a mirror near the kitchen, fixing her makeup. I noticed her lips,
Looking like a corpse.
naturally pale, were almost as white as her skin.
Oh boy.
I could swear the woman didn't even have lips defined by color, only by shape.
Probably.
As the night went on, we didn't see her again until much later, when she emerged from the kitchen still wearing her uniform, holding a small notepad. She walked out of the restaurant with that same gloomy expression. But she never came back, and when we had to leave at closing time, my father asked about the young woman so he could leave her a tip. Yet, no one knew who she was. I could have shown them the picture, but I might have gotten in trouble for doing that.
Yeah, you
My
might have.
father was too impressed to let it go. He stayed for a while, describing her, but it was as if she had never existed.
Oh boy.
The strangest thing was that, according to the system, no one had taken our table's orders. Everything we consumed was written down on a piece of paper, but no one could recognize the handwriting.
Oh boy. Not a good sign. Alrighty, there we go. Spooky's done for the night, now let's move on. Let's watch J.D. Vance make fun of an idiot. This woman is an idiot. October 13th.
But I want to, we played some other comments about migrants, including in Aurora, in Colorado, where Trump said the city had been invaded and conquered by Venezuelan gangs. The Republican mayor of the city said flatly the city and state have not been taken
I wouldn't
over
trust that
or
mayor. I don't
invaded
care
or
what his party
occupied
leanings
by
are if he says
migrant
that.
gangs. So do you support Donald Trump making those claims that the Republican mayor says were grossly exaggerated and have hurt the city's identity and sense of safety? I understand what you're saying, that some people left behind, but he's making these statements that the mayor is flat out disputing.
Who cares about the mayor?
Well, Martha, you just said the mayor said they were exaggerated.
Grossly exaggerated.
Grossly exaggerated. So does this mean that's true,
woman? Here. And of course, President Trump was actually in Aurora, Colorado, talking to people on the ground. And what we're hearing, of course, Martha,
This woman
is that
being
people are
cooked.
terrified by what has happened with some of these Venezuelan gangs.
Senator Vance, I'm going to stop you because I
dynamic
know exactly what
conversation,
happened.
Martha.
I know exactly what happened. I am the
incidents were
ghoul.
limited to a handful of apartment complexes, and the mayor said our dedicated police officers have acted on those concerns.
Did they, though?
A handful of problems.
Also, it's still not a problem when it's a handful. Fuck off, lady. You're stupid.
Only, Martha, do you hear yourself? Only a handful of apartment complexes in America were taken over by Venezuelan gangs, and Donald Trump is the problem and not Kamala Harris's open border? Americans are so fed up with what's going on, and they have every right to be. And I really find this exchange, Martha, sort of interesting because you seem to be more focused with nitpicking everything that Donald Trump has said rather than acknowledging that apartment complexes in the United States of America are being taken over by violent gangs. I worry so much more about that problem than anything else here. We've got to get American communities in a safe space again. And unfortunately, when you let people in by the millions, most of whom are unvetted, most of whom you don't know who they really are, you're going to have problems like this. Kamala Harris, 94 executive orders that undid Donald Trump's successful border policies. We knew this stuff would happen. They bragged about opening the border, and now we have the consequences. We
She's
can
so
do
mad.
so much better, but frankly, we're not going to do better, Martha, unless Donald Trump calls this stuff out. I'm glad that he did.
Okay, let's just end that with they did not invade or take over the city, as Donald Trump said.
Oh my God, she's so
Just a
nitpicky.
few apartment complexes, no big deal.
A few apartment complexes that the mayor did not seem was invading the entire city.
Wow, this dumb bitch. Yeah, like what? What an idiot. What a dumbass she is. Yeah. Like it's not a big deal. What's wrong with you? Holy shit. Oh, time for this nightmare pool. Look, here we go. Lucky Charm marshmallow.
4 big marshmallows in a row is about it. Now I grab my Lucky Charms. Oh boy.
Boy.
Starting at the front. Oh, look at the colors. Look at the colors everywhere, man. Look at the colors everywhere.
Look at
Now
Sky
come
go,
back
Chad.
with some more marshmallows. And you just drop those over. Just like that. Don't even try to line them up, okay? Just spread them like that. Now I come in with some butter, okay?
Butter?
Little
Oh boy,
pieces
Sky.
of butter that I cut up. One final sprinkle of Lucky Charms goodness. Look at that. Oh, we get all. Woo-hoo-hoo. Now let's take this.
This is also from the channel Definitely Not Gourmet, which is run by a Sky Tipsy bartender himself. This is actually from a couple years ago. This is not recent.
Do your thing. Now I get some saran wrap, okay, guys?
Oh, I forgot to put them in. Sorry, Strug. My bad.
A little saran wrap off.
I thought I had put them in. My bad. I'll show them next Monday, though.
Cover the bowl.
I will show them next Monday. I'm actually going to pin them right now so I don't forget. Thank you.
curious.
I am 100% sorry. I forgot to put those ones in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look at
I
this.
will do that for next Monday.
I got my little spatula, right?
My bad.
Oh, mix this all together.
I looked them over. There's a lot of videos sometimes, you know.
Damn, look at that. This is gonna be delicious.
Are those marshmallows frozen? I don't think so,
What do
Ordo.
you mean? Now, guys. I grab my little
I will
spray.
pin those though, so I do not
Remember,
forget.
I covered in saran wrap.
Pin nothing. Top 10 Scary Occult Books.
I can spray around
And
this. I don't
Egyptian
want it to
Book of
stick.
Wisdom, Volume 2. Esoteric Enigma Hub. Pinning both those so I will remember.
I don't need to be the guy trying to shape it. I can just let
They do sound hard, I agree, Ordo.
do its thing. Guys, I'm just shaping this. You let it just run down. Once you feel it cool down enough, now you can come in and really begin to reshape. Because once I get the right shape, then I can put it in the fridge, you see? Now I come in with some Lucky Charms, okay? And guess what? We can stick these all over here, homeboy. You can get these stuck everywhere. Look at that. This like a Victoria's Secrets model bowl. Okay? We good? We good?
We good.
So dope. So now we can pick up. And we can hit
And
the
you
fridge.
should, Ordo, you should try his trash can jungle juice. God.
Look who's back from the fridge, okay? Look at my bowl, homeboy. Look at
Oh, it's a bowl. Oh, God.
Get this up.
I tried Lucky
Now,
Charms
remember all that
marshmallow bowl.
cellophane wrap and stuff I put on this?
Oh, no.
That should help me take this out easily.
Oh, no. It's a bowl. He's going to put ice cream in it or something. Oh, my God.
So
Marshmallow
what should I
bowl.
do now? I'm coming in with my melted chocolate.
Melted chocolate. Oh,
Come
boy.
on, buddy. Come on, just a little drizzlet. Oh, yeah.
Bum, bum, bum.
Oh, yeah, mommy.
Oh, yeah, mommy.
Oh, yeah, mommy.
Mommy.
So this is the sprinkles, okay? Cute little sprinkles. Got this from the ice cream parlor down the street. All right? They got the best sprinkles in the world. How I know? Look how round I am. That's how I know. Okay?
That's
I sample everything,
how round I am, because he was fat.
Now we coming in with
He's
our
fat.
unicorn cotton candy ice cream.
Oh, my
okay?
God.
That's just got everything in it, okay? You just come up there, look at that little
Unicorn
roll.
cotton candy
Yes,
ice
sir,
cream.
Yes, sir. And you just drop that by
Diabetes bowl. Yeah, diabetes in general with everything is put in there.
Get out, okay? Get out. We don't need your kind in here, okay? Messing up the party for everybody else. Look at that, homeboy. Look at that. So now you just slip this in here like so.
Oh my God,
Fine.
guy.
Good to go. And there you have it. Okay? There you have it. Look at it. I can just.
Oh my God. Just going to town on it.
Never seen this before.
I kind of want to eat this. Well, you gotta make it.
俺这是是俺这是 Lucky Charm, okay?
It does take a lot of effort to melt those marshmallows down and then put the Lucky Charm cereal and freeze it again afterwards too.
Oh my god.
It's stuck to the plate. It is stuck to the plate. You're right, Ordo. It is. Anyway, here's something really stupid someone said. I wonder who could have said that stupid thing. Oh wait, is it one of the most unliked people in America? Besides someone currently doing what they're doing? I think it is, chat. Yeah.
I've said it before. Donald Trump is a
Look at this man. Look at him. He is a corpse. He's withering away faster than fucking Slick Willie. Look at him. He's fucking dying. He's so rigid. His hair gone. His like everything. He has like no muscle mass at all.
78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago.
What?
You've got the tweets in all caps. The ranting and the raving.
You're not funny, by the way. And no one likes you, by the way, especially after your fucking 8 years. Nobody likes you at all. I don't know who you're trying to appeal to here. I don't even think these people like you. Yes, it's true. Michael is sucking the life out of him.
Crazy conspiracy theories. You got the 2-hour speeches, word salad, just, you know, it's like Fidel Castro.
What?
Just on and on. Constant attempts to sell you stuff. Who does that?
You mean like you? Several times? You? The things you've done? Okay.
Selling you gold sneakers and $100,000 watch. And
I'm gonna give everybody back reparations because the white man told me so. Shut up.
And most recently, a Trump Bible.
Yo, it's like Fidel Castro.
Complete idiot, thank you. Yeah. Okay, here we go with Doog.
This episode brought to you.
Here we go with Doog. It's time. I gotta speed this shit up because we're not watching this at normal speed. Definitely sucking something out of him. Yeah. Putting something in him too. 1.5 speed for Doug. Here we go. Oh God, did him and James review The Mummy? Oh no. Oh no, why did you do that? Why did you do that, AVGN? Why'd you go with him and talk about The Mummy?
By Prize Picks. Daily fantasy sports made easy.
Shooting shovel-ready jobs, yeah.
Drizzle it with you. Cover it with blood and a severed head or two.
Unaffordable healthcare for real. Or healthcare that's so cheap it doesn't even do anything to help you.
The Candyman can.
Yeah, no huckster for real. I agree, Strong.
Anything new?
Well, it's over 3 years old, so that's very unlikely.
Almost as old as when my movie was forgotten.
Oh, come on, Wendell. Your film's not even 5 years old. Or is it Wild?
I confuse us too. I think I'm the one that Jordan Peele played.
Oh.
What?
And Peele is the bald one?
I know you didn't just ask that.
Calm down, Wild. Your movie will have its day.
You should listen to Corpse Bride over here.
Just because
Corpse
our films
Bride, oh
usually
God.
die with audiences when they're released.
Doesn't mean they can't have a good afterlife. It's true, Wild. A lot of times stop-motion movies aren't huge hits.
Why
But
is
it eventually works out in the end.
Why? Oh, it's because of the Fantastic Mr. Fox. Is that why he's like a ghost? I was just gonna say, Doug, why do you have a fucking furry fox mask, bud? Are you a fucking furry, Doug? Why do you have this? I get it. It's supposed to be Fantastic Mr. Fox, but you just had this laying around? I don't like it, Doug.
Was Fantastic Mr. Fox always there?
Yes, I don't recall seeing him earlier.
I always appear when I can be symmetrical somewhere. Try looking at me from a different angle.
Bottom line, you shouldn't be let down if your film doesn't become an immediate cult classic.
Sure. Just let me buy the exact same amount of Corpse Bride merchandise right next to the Nightmare Before Christmas merchandise.
That movie's only more popular because it works for 2 holidays.
And what theme park attraction do you take over every year?
I'm in talks with Six Flags to remind them that I exist.
Okay, so nobody's as big as Nightmare Before Christmas, but you do have a lot of people that value you. Stop-motion movies have been around for over 100 years, but their popularity has been anything but consistent. True, there's always going to be a fan base for it, but that fan base isn't always super profitable. After Nightmare Before Christmas,
Did he raid Porky's house?
Started to stop-motion movies either doing poorly.
I mean, I get you,
just
Nathan.
well
I
enough,
understand why, because
getting
you
a
had
huge
that
following,
furry
right?
artist on there for the
Speaking about
wall
merchandise,
review.
releases, and film nerds like me discussing them. The trend
What's up,
usually
Doug?
centers around a Christmas-themed story, a Halloween-themed story, or in Nightmare's case, both. While Disney and Warner have certainly tried to capture that similar magic, another studio named Laika tried to do something similar.
Laika?
Bringing in the director of Nightmare Before Christmas and garnering a pretty popular flick called Coraline. Since then, there's been several weird and odd stop-motion movies with a dark edge from Laika. And the film that kept that tradition going is...
The Missing Link?
Yeah, seriously, what was that? No, Paranorman.
Paranorman, excuse me.
Released in 2012, there's often a playful competition about which Laika film about a kid battling dark forces is better. This is Coraline. And honestly, even all these years later, it's still a little tough. Coraline has the better characters, but Paranorman has the better story. So while yes, its humor and personality isn't quite as strong as its predecessor, Paranorman has more engaging twists and dark turns that, as many people have pointed out, are rarely seen in kids' films nowadays. This truly does feel like a return to those 80s family flicks that wanted to either toughen your kid up, or let him enjoy the creepy and bizarre. Being the first stop-motion film to use 3D printing for its facial expressions, this was hands down the smoothest and most expressive stop-motion animation.
It printed fucking 3D facial expressions from real people?
There's a lot of hard work and creativity that went into making this, and we're going to take a closer look at how much of it paid off.
Alright, here we go.
If for any other reason to prove that stop-motion films do eventually get the respect they deserve.
Yeah, tell that to Frankenweenie.
Hey, he's right over there!
Wow,
no,
there he
Frankenweenie,
goes.
He didn't mean it. Your day will come.
Yeah, go join Mary and Max.
Oh, come on. They're over there. Don't listen to him. You'll get a following, and so will that weird snail movie you have coming out.
This is too depressing.
Just like Mary and Max.
I'm going to the other room to review this. Let's take a look at Paranorman.
But seriously, Mary and Max is great.
Of course it is. That's why no one saw it.
The film begins as a cheesy horror film plays with a lead looking
No.
really similar to Jamie
Way
Lee
before
from
that,
Halloween.
Gene. He was caught on camera taking his mask off at a furry Oh, God.
Wait, what's holding him up against the door? Ew. I got that did punch through.
He's gonna ruin his dinner.
We're introduced to Norman, played by Cody Smith McPhee, watching the film with his grandma. Cleverly hidden with a dark green light and in the distance, so it's a little tricky to notice you can see through her.
Oh, because grandma's a
sit down
ghost.
and talk it through, it'd be a different story.
Nah, I see what you did there.
Grandma says, can you turn up the heating?
It's of course revealed that Grandma is dead and Norman can see ghosts, who is Sidney Courtney, played by Anna Kendrick, his father, played by Jeff Garlin, and his mother, played by Leslie Mann, all fine concerning.
Grandmother was old and sick, and she died.
This is
And
just
you're
part of
fat,
the
Dad.
mourning process.
Oh, that's one way to save on stop-motion budget beer gut cam.
Beer gut cam.
Seriously though, as I mentioned before, this stop-motion is amazing. Apart from details like the little blushes and blemishes on the skin, as well as the movement and textures of the hair, everyone has fantastically exaggerated designs. They range from incredibly odd to just slightly odd. Hell, even the people who are supposed to be good-looking are still kind of funny-looking. They
Yeah.
look like they were drawings first, but not in a way that makes them look flat. They
No.
complement the 3D model world they inhabit, but also look like the monster posters in Norman's room.
Yeah.
P.S. I want this room. Wait, what am I talking about? I have this room.
Yes, you
That's
do.
today? Like what you've done with your hair.
Norman has gotten used to seeing dead people, though, and sees them less as a
I
threat,
see
but more as
dead
friends.
people.
How's it hanging? Oh, haven't
I
heard
get
that
it.
one before.
Wow.
They make up for that with an even darker joke.
Jesus.
Jesus, Johnny. He can't help but feel, though, like he's being followed by someone living.
Oh. He is. He's still there.
No, they do the disappearing thing. This film has a lot of tropes, but they do have fun with them. Like the school bully Alvin, played by one of the most famous geeks of all time.
Who is it?
Alvin himself, Christopher Mintz-Plasse.
Oh.
Talk to that. That's so Alvin.
In this case, the killer saw the size of the bug's dick and became insanely jealous.
Wow.
While rehearsing a school play, I swear directed by one of the old ladies from Coraline, we get across some exposition that feels both perfectly natural and perfectly forced.
They put her on trial and hanged her.
The handy teacher acts out the lines, discussing how a witch named Agatha, yeah, let's get out of the way, is Agatha, all along your grade, is sentenced to death,
No,
so
shut
she
up,
curses the
Doug.
judge and jury that found her guilty. When the exposition's done well, it will say,
Don't
"One or
talk
two of
about
these
that
jokes
horror
can be punched
shit.
up a bit."
To an eternity of damnation.
Like, I'd love to see Norman try reading
Yeah,
that
the
line
one
the
the
same
tree
way
was
he
his
did before
chest.
after her acting it out. Or maybe we don't hear the line before and it turns out it's just the word guilty. Something like that to give the jokes a little bit more oomph. The humor in this movie is fine, but it's one of the few times I actually go, I could have used a dumb Marvel joke there.
Norman, wait up.
He hangs out with a kid named Neil, played by Tucker O'Leary,
Neil?
when they're approached by his uncle named Pendergast, played by John Goodman.
I was
John
told to
Goodman.
talk to you. Sorry.
And you know why you're not supposed to talk to me?
8-year-olds, dude.
I know it's 3 clips and only a few minutes, but I'm sorry, I couldn't pass up a joke as good as that. He says a bunch of gibberish Norman doesn't understand, but later, Neil wants to know more about his ability to talk to the dead, including if he can talk to his dead pet.
Can he feel if I pet him? Yeah, I guess. Bubby wubby boom. That's not his chin.
And I
That
feel
was
like
his
if I keep
butt.
watching you, I'm gonna have to pay or something.
Wow.
Pendergast kicks the bucket the night Norman is supposed to perform in the school play, and he has a terrible vision.
Uh-oh. The dead are coming.
A chicken! Norman panics, falling off the stage, and I love the parents all filming it. Thus, the father gives a line that, in my opinion, is a little too mean for this character.
Didn't ask to be born this way.
Funny. Neither did we.
Wow.
Yeah, that's too douchey. If, say, he thought the window was rolled up and then he noticed it was open a little and he felt bad for saying it, that'd be a little leeway. I get they want to give everyone an arc and everything, but this is some Chicken Little territory here. I didn't like it.
Well, mean.
At school, Pendergast appears to Norman, saying he has to read a book to stop the ghost of the witch from raising the dead. Dude, no wonder you're not allowed around kids. What's that? Pendergast, Walter.
I've been holding back the witch's curse for years, but now
Wow.
I'm dead.
This whole section took a year to film with just one animator working on it, which is
Damn.
crazy to think. Nice touch, by the way, that Alvin can't spell his own name.
Where?
You mean like the F word?
Hey, on YouTube, I don't think you can say the letter F. I know I said the comedy could be a bit better, but some of these lines are still pretty good.
You're dead, Freak Show. D-E-D. Dead. You're gonna be so dead, you're gonna have to talk to yourself when you're dead.
I love when a writer figures out sometimes the most boring archetypes can be the funniest characters.
Oh, yeah.
I really don't think we should be leaving him. He's probably up there right now, fiddling with his Ouija.
How do you know that's what I
His
call being in
Ouija?
my bedroom alone? Hey, look, it's the CEO of Leica. Oh,
Wow.
yeah, it's a story.
Wow.
He gets the book from Pendergast's body. Gotta love a kid's film that dedicates 2 minutes to just beating up a corpse. And he makes his way to the
Literally,
gravesite only to discover
beating
the
up
book
a
he's
corpse.
reading is a fairy tale.
Once upon a time, in a far-off land, there lived a king and a queen.
They engage in one funny song number and then indulge in low-calorie mediocrity. Nothing stops him from reading the story, and thus the witch is awakened, combining stop-motion ink and CG to make this really cool effect,
Ooh.
resulting in Puritan zombies rising from the grave. It would have been
Thank
so
God.
easy to design them as normal people with just green zombie skin, but again, every one of them stands out with unique exaggerated features.
Puritan zombies.
That's Bernard Hill, by the way, as the leader, which it is fun imagining the dignified captain of the Titanic and King of Roham just going, "Stop!" as they make their way back to town.
Are you freeze-framing Mom's Aerobics DVD again?
No.
Wow, he is.
2012. Use Pornhub before nobody wants to use Pornhub.
Yeah.
Courtney goes searching for Norman at Neil's house, where she bumps into his brother, Mitch, played by Casey Affleck.
Will you help me, please?
Okay. I guess I should go get some clothes on.
I was hoping this would be like the exercise video I pause.
Wow.
They run into Norman and Alvin in the forest and partake in a chase scene.
What do we do? Mitch!
I don't know.
You're the oldest.
Not mentally.
It's
Not
really
mentally.
easy to take the scene for granted, but think about how much of the set they had to build and how much they had to keep track of how every character moves, literally in every frame. It just flows so naturally, you wouldn't even think twice about it. Speaking of thinking twice about something,
Baby, I'm so sorry. You'll be all right. We're gonna get through this together.
He's a car.
That's clue number 1. And Gandalf will score a touchdown, and
Oh
Harry Potter will
no.
be
Oh
MVP.
god.
This is
Ad
God.
time.
God?
Shut up! You are doing
Sure.
fantasy sports wrong.
Well, how do I fantasy sports?
Prize Picks.
Wow.
Shut up!
Oh no.
Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at
I hate
least
it.
2 players
I hate
for
it,
a
Doug.
shot to win up to
I hate
100
it.
times your cash. You can do it with as little as 4 correct
I hate it,
picks.
Doug.
That's amazing.
Freeze! Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed.
Well, I think that...
Shut dirty
Shut up.
bowl of spaghetti. Just nod while I talk.
Just
Prize
nod while
Picks
I
is the best
talk.
way to win real money this football season. Which players are going off, which ones aren't.
God.
Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports opinions into real money all season long on Prize
He
Picks.
stinks.
Sorry, there's enough nodding.
So say if
Shut
I...
up!
It's really important.
Okay.
So say if I select more on these 3 players in Rainbow Six.
Yes, that could work.
Well, that's a shut up, yeah.
Download the app today and use the code
God.
Nostalgia to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Remember, that's downloading the app and using the code Nostalgia to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your
Prize
game.
Picks.
See how you like it.
Wow, and he killed him. Yep.
I don't like being lightning.
Too bad I like lightning.
Okay.
Got it.
Hey folks, I'm gonna be playing Epic Mickey every Friday.
No
on
one
Twitch.
cares, Doug.
Played this game before, so I'm really looking forward to it.
No one
Content
cares.
5 days a week. Hope to see you there. Also, everybody says they never get notified about our latest video, so be sure to subscribe and hit that
Nope.
notification bell to get all the
Not
latest
doing
updates.
that. That's for
After
sure.
the zombies attack someone getting some Cujo's candy. Yeah, there's a few funny words they hide in the background.
Wieners.
Puritans freak out about. Well, let's face it, things Puritans would freak out about. Just wait a month to see how you're represented.
Thanksgiving, yeah.
Zombies!
Actually a fun movie.
Kill him in the head!
It is humorous that the townsfolk, in an attempt to stop what they think are bloodthirsty monsters, become bloodthirsty monsters themselves. You'll find that's a pretty heavy theme in this movie.
What do you think you're doing firing at civilians? That is for the police to do.
Topical. Norman tries
Shut
to
up,
talk to the witch
Doug.
to figure out why
Don't
all
say
this is happening,
topical.
so she
Fuck
shows
off.
up. And I'll just say it, my jaw hit the ground when they revealed who the witch actually was.
Execution!
Nope.
Whoa. Whoa, daddy. This movie went from fun to creepy to holy shit, you got balls. Not only is it ingenious to have Norman at the center to make it look like they're sentencing a kid, but then you realize, oh, it's the person behind him. It's not a kid at all. That'd be really messed up, only to reveal it is a kid. But
yeah.
on top of that, Agatha's last name is Pendergast, the same name of Norman's uncle. So not only is it very likely that Agatha and Norman are related,
Yep.
but it would also explain why he has the same supernatural power his uncle does.
Oh.
In all probability, this power could be what got her executed.
Yep.
I was only playing.
You were speaking with the dead.
Mhm.
And if Norman lived in that time period, he might have been executed too.
Yep.
Hell, the town now isn't that far off.
Yeah, no.
Allowing him to sympathize even more with what she went through and why he's the one that it looks like he's being sentenced at first. It's just
Yep.
a little subtle touch, but you can read so much into it.
It's good. It's
also
actually
cool
good.
that
Now shut up, Doug.
you see
You're
someone
ruining it.
complain that you shouldn't like something because it has a jaded past, while others argue it transforms into something else, and we get in these big fights over it. And this film very smartly embraces these modern transformations with humor and creativity, at times playfully mocks them for how watered down and exploitive they can be, yet at the exact same time reminds you there is a bloody and disturbing history to most of it. This is so much deeper with so many more layers of understanding to the history of these fascinations than tweeting, you like blank so you're part of the problem. I think the same way
got
grown-ups
shot by
dress up
tweets.
like slashers but acknowledge they're scary because there really are killers out there, the same way kids can dress up like witches but also acknowledge there's a really terrifying history. Except it's not what those who are perceived as witches did to others, it's what was done to them. This is some smart, challenging shit for a kid's film. As if that wasn't enough, the film also
Oh,
acknowledges
shut up.
there's really no
I agree
straight-up
with you, but
villain,
shut up.
even though there is wrongdoing. The zombie judges just want him to stop the curse as they feel awful about the wrong they did, but at the time, they didn't know it was wrong.
How could you?
I believed we were doing what was right. I was wrong.
Make no mistake, I like stories with pure evil, unredeemable villains, and I like making jokes about how people can be cartoonishly evil, but those are stories and jokes. The flip of that is important too. All of us can get lost in our own extremism and lose our humanity to it, as well as destroy the humanity of others. Also, subject change hint number 2.
This may be the last chance I get to tell you how I feel.
Well, no, unless we get brought back as zombies, and then technically a lot longer.
Oh, God.
Norman tries to calm down the mob and point out that the zombies aren't looking to hurt them. He even gets the support of his friends and family who originally doubted him.
So, they're not going to hurt us? Does it look like any of them are trying to hurt you?
I was trying to hurt them.
He instantly wins the crowd over. Again, knowing how our world works, that's probably the biggest work of fiction in this. And Norman goes to Agatha to talk it out and end the curse once and for all. Unsurprisingly, though, Agatha is pretty pissed off, and in what I can only describe as about 90% of the internet, the bullied has become the bully. Even literally pushing and shoving him.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl. What? It was different from the other people in her village.
Instead of reading the fairy tale to put her to sleep, though, he tells her a new story. About a girl who manifested the same injustice that destroyed her, and will continue to destroy others unless something changes. Everything from the acting to the effects work to the music to how she's designed is about as perfect as a movie can get.
And they killed her. No! Something in her came back. The longer it stayed, the less there was of the little girl.
Yep.
For all the little things that didn't quite work out before, this is chillingly good filmmaking.
All that's left of you now is mean and horrible. It's not true. Then stop. This is wrong and you know it. Get away from me. Remember.
He finally gets her to remember a happy memory of when her mother read her fairy tales. One of the few happy memories she has. But this time, the mother isn't there. However, Norman is. And he gives her the support she needs, the same way his friends and family eventually gave him the support he needed. In a similar way, immense pain can spread more hatred. Immense kindness can spread more peace.
I think you're just a little kid with a really special gift. who only ever wanted people to understand her.
Not only are the expressions on these characters emotionally charged, but you can see clearer now how much they look alike. And by helping her accept her and her gift, he also accepts himself and his gift. I'm not gonna lie, every time I watch this scene, it hits a little harder.
Is this where they buried me? It's a pretty good place to sleep. That story you were telling, how does it end? I think that's up to you.
At first I wish they would point out more that they were related, but I like it's more about just trying to help someone who's in pain, and not necessarily someone who has a connection to him. It makes it feel a bit more selfless. She rests on her own without any help and disappears, finally finding peace. Even the Puritans are released from their curse.
Yep.
I think it's smart the main judge doesn't smile after the curse is lifted. Like, he's still scarred by the truth of what he's done. It's a small detail, but I think it's important.
Well done, son. You did it.
Yeah, screw you, you piece of... Okay, it's about accepting and understanding, just couldn't like a lightning bolt take out his eye or something? Not die, just... if he did, Norman can still talk to him. Yeah, he can die.
Me and Norman are in a lot of the same classes. We're pretty much inseparable best buds.
Oh gosh,
The story
the
of
bully.
Birds with one stone, it combines the best joke of the movie with literally the first openly gay character in an animated film.
What?
The character's not bland or feels like he's just on a token checklist. It really helps shape the humor and the character.
Maybe we could watch a movie sometime.
That sounds great, Kathy.
He's
You know,
gay.
You're gonna love my boyfriend. He's like a total
Oh.
chick flick nut.
Oh, and bi people aren't a possibility yet in animation, so I'm stuck.
Oh, shut up.
Norman even thanks Neil for always sticking by him.
You stood by me. All the time.
Yeah, of course. Don't get weird or anything.
We just established your brother's kinda weird or anything. Time to use that joke. Norman is more respected now, and even helps his family get closer to, well, their family.
So, what's happening now?
What's happening now is I say this is the best stop-motion movie ever made until I go back and watch it again and remember, oh yeah, it's mainly that last third, but the first two-thirds are still pretty damn impressive. Okay, the first two-thirds do have some pacing issues. There is some filler that can be cut, and the comedy can be a touch funnier, but it is a film that gets better as it goes along, and gets better the more you watch it. The artistry, the creativity, the characters, the story, it's all wonderful, but then suddenly becomes spectacular as soon as that twist is revealed. I could watch the final act of this movie and never get tired of it, but everything before it still works, not just for all the little details setting up the final act, but also the charm that comes from these people in this scenario. Like I said, I do like the characters more in Coraline, but I adore the layout of the story and what a potent impact it has by the end. It's also nice that it isn't just a carbon copy of Coraline. I mean, really compare these two characters, they are polar
They don't look the
opposites,
same at
yet they
all.
both go
The
on dark and
hairstyle
creepy
doesn't look
adventures
close
that
to the
seem
same
unique to
either.
them. I like you can watch these two back to back, and there's similarities, but it's never repeating.
No.
I guess I can't say this film's all perfect, but it certainly has a lot of perfect moments with a perfect emotion, ultimately ending on a perfect note. You see, Wild, if you just give some things some time, it'll work out in the end.
I suppose, but
Oh,
I feel
God.
like it's missing something.
Yes, I know what you mean. Something to make it a true stop-motion classic.
I guess there's a few tiny issues, but really, what else could you add? There's a great story, great characters.
Oh, I know!
So do I. Let's say it together.
Randy Norman songs!
Rhinos.
Oh my
Baby
God.
scared little boys, assassinating parents don't bring them much joy.
You're both fired for singing Randy Newman. You knew the rules.
Not fired.
He's probably up there right now, fiddling with his Ouija.
It's Ouija.
This month for Cameos for Charity, we're doing the Michael J. Fox Foundation. The Michael J. Fox Foundation is dedicated to finding a cure for Parkinson's disease through an aggressively funded research
Because he does
agenda
have
and to
Parkinson's
ensuring the
disease,
development
yes.
of improved therapies for those living with Parkinson's today, leveraging their
All
core
right.
values of
Good
optimism.
to know. You know, if you like that, yeah, go for it. Anyway, time for Vino.
Now, when it comes to fall flavors, I think it's
I mean,
safe to
it's good.
say
It's a
that
good
most
foundation,
people
regardless, to
think
actually
of
try to do
flavors
something
like
with Parkinson's. I'm just not
apple,
hearing out Doug of all
pumpkin,
people
and
killing his
cinnamon.
shit for it.
And
There's
while
other
those
people
are
that
all
you can donate
definitely
to
part
if
of
you
the
really want to donate, or donate
flavor
yourself.
lexicon, we cannot forget about ginger. I mean, without
Gingerly.
ginger, there is no apple pie. There is no pumpkin spice latte.
true.
I mean, where would Starbucks be without pumpkin spice latte, right?
True. Where would they be?
Look, I love ginger, and
The
any
Starbucks
chance
is
I get
awful.
to use it, I absolutely jump on it.
All right,
So
this
when
is
I
our last
saw
segment,
the
everybody.
name of
Just the
today's
drinks like
recipe,
usual, and then we'll
which
be
is
done.
called Gingerly,
Like I said,
and it was
a little
created
longer
by
than usual, but that's
Jason
okay. It
Wilson,
happens.
who's writer at Booze Hound. I knew I had to at least give a look at the recipe, and when I saw, I said, you know what, that looks pretty darn interesting. I think I'll make that on YouTube. All right, folks, I'm gonna go ahead and make today's cocktail for you. But before I do that, I'm gonna need you guys to go ahead and hit that thumbs up, hit that subscribe button, and that notification bell so you can help Vino feed the hungry algorithm. And make sure you stick around because we're gonna boogie down. All right, folks, let's go ahead and look at what is in the sauce for our gingerly cocktail. The
That's
first
right.
thing
We
you're
please
gonna
like the
need
stream
is
if you
a
have
half
not
an
too.
ounce
I think a
of
lot of you actually
lemon
have. We have a
juice.
lot of
All right,
likes
folks, I'm gonna
tonight.
be
Thank you
using
guys so much.
my
I always appreciate it.
Super lemon juice here. All right, and that's
Just in
half
case
an
you
ounce of
haven't,
that.
please do.
And then you're gonna want a quarter ounce
Always
of
appreciate it.
maraschino liqueur. Okay, so this is
Luxardo,
gonna
I
give
have
you
that.
some really
Luxardo
nutty
maraschino
notes,
liqueur.
some floral notes as well. So you know, you
Bill
want to
does
make
go
sure
along
you use
with
this very
that, too.
sparingly
Hey,
because it's
Sash, woke
very,
up
very
again? How
strong.
you doing,
Okay,
sweet thing?
and then we're gonna do
Good kitty.
3/4 an ounce of
Wanna jump
apple
up?
brandy. Okay, I'm gonna be using Laird's Bonded, which is my absolute favorite apple brandy.
You're staring at me.
It didn't call for a specific apple brandy, at least not the recipe
nope,
I
there you
saw.
go. Come
So you know, you
There
should
you go,
feel
good
free to use
kitty.
whatever you have, like Calvados or
Just get
something
this
like
out of
that.
your way.
It
The
should
other
work
laptop.
just fine.
There
Okay,
you go, you're fine.
and then we're gonna do
good,
3/4
kitty.
an ounce of Genever. Now Genever is like
Genever.
a funky, malty cousin of gin.
It's
I believe
before
the
gin, too,
precursor
the
of gin,
older
as a matter
cousin of
fact, right?
gin.
So we're gonna do
'Cause gin's based on
3/4
Genever.
an ounce of
It's a Dutch spirit.
Genever. Now, if you don't have
Genever.
this stuff, you know what? Give it a try with some gin. I mean, I can't imagine it'll be that much worse or different or anything like that. All right?
It will be
And
a
then
little
last
bit
but not
different.
least,
Gin uses
our
different
ginger
botanicals
element,
than
right?
Genever
We're
does.
gonna do
Genever
3/4
doesn't really
ounce
use
of
juniper as
ginger
much.
liqueur. All right. So I'm using.
It's almost
King's
like
here,
a.
And
the best
we're
way to
gonna
describe
do 3/4
Genever,
ounce.
it's like a
Okay,
young
folks, now I'm
whiskey.
gonna go ahead and
Like
just
an
add
unaged
some
whiskey.
ice to our shaker.
I've had Genever. It's good. It's a malt. Like it's basically like
Okay.
a.
And then
a
I'm gonna
malt
shake
whiskey.
that for about
Kinda.
10
They're not aged as
to
much.
15 seconds.
You can age it though. You can do a lot with Genever.
All right, folks.
You just
I think
don't see
we
it as
shook
much.
That bad
Because
boy
gin
up
kind of takes
enough.
its
I'm gonna
place.
go ahead and get my glass out now, which I've
Gin
had
and
chilling like a
what is that?
villain. And let's go ahead and double
Old
strain
Tom Gin
our
basically
cocktail
took
in.
Genever's place. Because Genever was popular in the United States till after World War I. Where Old Tom Gin was
All right,
what basically
looking good.
replaced it for the longest time. Then just gin in
Really
general.
nice. There we go. Oh yeah.
Old
we're gonna
Tom
get
Gin is
ourselves a
actually
nice
a little bit
wash
sweeter
line.
than normal gin. I think it's
Beautiful.
because it
Put that
uses.
to the side.
I don't remember what it uses
shaker.
that makes it sweeter.
And then
But
I'm
there's
just gonna
something
go
it
ahead
uses.
and garnish that with a little bit of candied ginger.
Because I
Right,
don't
we'll put
remember off
that
the top of my
right here
head.
on the side there. And there we have it, folks.
There you go.
Our gingerly cocktail. All right, so let's go ahead and give our gingerly cocktail a sippy sip. Cheers. Oh, that's nice. You know, this kind of makes me realize I haven't had maraschino liqueur in a long time. It's actually been some time since I've had it. I miss those floral notes, those nutty notes that come with it. Oh man, really good. Last Word is where you would find that cocktail famously, and it's such a fantastic cocktail. And I'm really getting some of that here. Oh yeah, that's really nice, guys. The ginger notes are actually not as pronounced as you would think they would be. It's definitely more the maraschino liqueur and some of the apple notes are really kind of pushing forward in this cocktail. You do get a little bit of that kind of funky, kind of malty stuff going on from the Genever, so that's definitely there as well. It's a nice little cocktail. Nothing too big, nothing too
Sounds
complex,
actually pretty good.
but definitely just very easy and palatable. I'm very, very much enjoying this. Oh yeah.
I might.
Nice little drink, guys. Very happy with this. Anyway, folks, if you like this video, please press like, please subscribe, and please share with your family and friends. Remember, sharing is caring, and when life gives you lemons, make yourself a cocktail. Cheers.
Good chip from Venom as always. Let's move on to the first Sky drink. This one's not too bad. It's a Mexican pina colada. Punch.
Enjoy it.
There he is.
Twerk with it. Grab
Twerk
your
with
little
it.
Simply pineapple juice, right? Now you pour some out. Your cream of coconut. Now this critical. But notice, I call this a Mexican pina colada. Look at that, okay? Come behind with the juice of the gods. A little tequila. Okay? Pineapple time. Pineapple time. And you grab shing. Now you start dropping these in, okay? The Tipsy Bartender, we need a little color in there. You got to shake it and keep it sexy. Get it all up in there, okay? Very juicy, very demure. And there you have it, the Mexican Pina Colada Party Punch. Okay, good to go. Okay.
Sounds great, Sky. I'm totally not gonna drink that.
Got to your lips. It's good.
Okay, Simply Fall Cocktail with Rob. Here we go.
I am loving these fall sippers as the weather drops and the temperature gets lower. These cocktails are just hitting the spot. This one here has got cognac, banana liqueur, and sherry. Let's make the Banana Bliss. Let's do it.
Oh boy.
All right, so I'm going a little different than the online recipe, but we're gonna do 1.5 ounces of cognac or brandy, whatever you got. After that, we're gonna do 3/4 ounce of a quality banana liqueur. This is my homemade. Try not to use that artificial tasting stuff. After that, 1/2 ounce of an Oloroso sherry. It should be a dry sherry here. You can use Amontillado. You could even use Fino, but don't use a Pedro Jimenez. A couple bitters. We're going to do a dash of Ango and a dash of Peychaud's.
Very nice.
And that's it for our ingredients. Let's get some ice in our mixing glass and let's give it a good mix until that ice settles in. There it is. And we're going to strain it into a stemmed glass. Now, it should garnish with a banana, but I didn't have one.
So here it is, guys, the Banana Bliss. Oh. That's really, really good. You first get that cognac flavor up front, the richness of the cognac. And then you get the banana flavor. And then on the finish, you get those kind of raisin nutty notes from the Oloroso sherry. And it's a dry sherry, so it's not like a raisin sweetness. Like, don't use Pedro Jimenez in this. Please, don't use Pedro Jimenez. You can use Amontillado. If you want to learn more about sherries, I have a video on that. It's just the perfect balance. That banana flavor is there. This is my homemade banana liqueur. So it's not that like artificial banana flavor. I feel like an artificial banana liqueur would really just overpower with that flavor that I hate. But with a really quality banana, it just complements the cognac and the sherry. You're getting some spices from the 2 bitters that we used, Ango and Peychaud's. You're not getting too much. We only did 1 drop, so you're not getting too much of that anise flavor from the Peychaud's. It's there, but it's not overbearing. Guys, if you're missing out on some of these drinks, I've got my fall playlist right there. Make sure you click that. And we're getting close to Halloween, so make sure you click that guy to see some Halloween cocktails, all right? We'll see you in the next one. Cheers.
Cheers, Rob. Let's go on to the next thing. With Sky making a dirty Shirley slush.
And you want the juice still dripping on the cherry.
Let's see what this is. It's gonna be a little bit wild for a minute.
Put it in here. Just regular vodka. It's a simple drink. A little bit of this good old gravity.
What is the Skinner drink of choice? Personally, I'm talking about like what spirits I actually like. I would say I like rum, I like tequila, and I like mezcal. I do enjoy a lot of rum, tequila, and mezcal. It can be a good scotch every once in a now and then, but no. But if we're talking about actual full cocktails I like to enjoy, I do like a good zombie when it's done right. Zombies are pretty good. That's a nice tiki drink. Besides that, there's a few others that I can think of off the top of my head.
Welcome to Booze on the Rocks, and today we're going to make the apple cider mule. In fact, you can make
Jungle Bird's
every
a good
single one of these
cocktail too.
with everything you have
And
here,
if I were
because
to
the standard
actually
apple
say,
cider
like, if you
mule
want, like,
takes
a-
only 4 ingredients.
drink you could
but we
probably
actually have
change a little bit
different
to be a little
ratios
better.
and different
A Suffering
spirits and
Bastard's a
slightly
pretty good
different
one, too.
citruses to go
I
with
wouldn't
all
use
of
the.
them. Now, if you like
I
this
wouldn't
type of
use
content,
Genever instead of
please
gin
make sure you hit the
because I like Genever
subscribe
better.
button and hit that bell notification. Now,
Little
having
Hawking
said
Dead is
that,
a riff on
we are
the
going to
zombie
start
too.
with
That's a good one.
the standard apple cider mule. And of
Quite a few
course,
drinks.
these are all built in a
But
glass, so grab
obviously,
yourself
like
a
I said,
rocks glass. This is
rums,
a double
mezcals,
rocks glass, so it's
tequilas
12
usually my
ounces,
thing for actual
360
spirits.
mils. And what you want to do is just fill this most of the way with ice, and then start with your spirit. Because this is a standard mule,
Like I said,
we're
I've been
going to
playing
start
using
this
scotches
with
too.
vodka. I'm using a little bit of
Usually I will.
Smirnoff
I'm not
here,
a person that actually
and you
likes
don't
single
need to do
malt
anything
all that much.
special
I don't
with this.
mind
We'll
single
start
malt
with 2
scotches, but
ounces
most
or
of the time it's
60
like mixed
milliliters.
scotch. Usually like a little bit mixed blend.
Your second
Compass
ingredient
Box is
is
good for
going
that.
to be
They have one
lime
called
juice. Now we
King
don't need
Street,
a lot
which is
for
actually
this.
really
We're
good
going to use
blend,
half
too.
an ounce, which is 15 mils. So grab yourself
It's
a decent
actually
lime.
a
What you want to do is you're
scotch
just
that
going
is
to cut this in
aged in a
half,
sherry cask.
and we'll cut a
Pretty
wedge
decent.
out for our garnish, and we'll put this off to the side. And as I said, half an ounce or 15
No,
mils.
it's not
So
King
just
Street.
squeeze
Glasgow Street.
half your
That's
lime
right.
directly. in.
Glasgow Street. And it's aged in a sherry cask.
Your third ingredient is going to be
Dry
your
sherry
apple
cask,
cider,
get that.
and I'm using a spiced apple cider, meaning there's already sugar and spices added to this, and it's a cloudy apple cider. It's not a hard apple cider. Although, if you wanted to,
nastiest
you
green
could
to
split
that.
this in
Ain't
half
nothing.
and use a little bit of hard cider. It is going to, however, change the flavors. But we are going to use now 2 ounces or 60 milliliters. Your fourth ingredient is going to be your ginger beer of choice. Now, having said that, I'm using a little bit of Fever Tree. You, however, could choose to use something
Fever
a
Tree's
little
actually
bit
a good
different,
company, too.
like
They
say
make
a
plenty of good,
Jamaican style, something with a bit more ginger spice
ginger
or a
beer.
bit less, depending upon your personal preferences.
We use Ting.
So what we're going to do
Actually,
now
no,
is
Ting's
top this
grapefruit.
up for
It's a grapefruit
between
drink.
3 to 4 ounces, which is
Grapefruit soda.
120 to 90 mils.
Ting is. I forgot about that. It's white grapefruit too. It's not just regular grapefruit.
To finish this off, what you're going to do now is just grab yourself a spoon, give this a little bit of a stir.
Stir
All
it
you're
up.
doing is combining
Dog.
everything. Grab yourself a cinnamon stick and your lime wedge, and here you have a gorgeous apple cider mule. Our second variation is a bourbon apple cider. And like the first one, I'm going to build this in a rocks glass, and I'm going to fill this with ice. Now this is exactly the same size of 12 ounces, 360 mils. And what you can do is you don't necessarily have to fill your glass with ice. You can just use a little bit or a lot, totally up to you. Now we are starting this with bourbon, and I'm using a Larcenary bourbon. It is 92
Larceny,
proof, which is 46%. And I'm going to stop right here and tell you, this is the perfect template if you wanted to do something like an Irish whiskey or even a Canadian whiskey or a Scotch or something like that. What you are going to have to do
another
is
drink I
adjust
like
the
too is
amount
the
of
Mr.
citrus you
Valley
put in
High.
there.
That
now
is
again,
a.
we're going to start this with 2 ounces or
That
60
is
milliliters.
basically a. I think it's
Your second
pineapple
ingredient
and
is going to be
coffee
your citrus,
with.
and again, we're using a little bit of lime
That's
juice for
pineapple
this.
and coffee
Now,
with rum. It's like really good.
You
Pineapple
want
and
an
coffee
ounce of
liqueur.
lime
Well,
juice,
pineapple
which
juice
is
and coffee
30
liqueur with rum.
milliliters.
Mr.
So
Valley Highs are actually really
to
decent.
get this right, I am going to actually cut this
But
in
there's a
half.
lot of
What I
tea
will
drinks
do
that
though
can
for
go
the
off the top of my
garnish is
head,
I'm
but
going to
the ones
cut
I mentioned are really good
a little
ones.
bit of a lime wheel. I'll put that off to the
Mr. Valley
side,
High is definitely
and
really
I'm
good.
going to actually measure this
Chief
out because I
Lapu Lapu
want
is
this
another
to
one
be
that usually uses lime.
pretty much accurate.
There's the fog cutter.
So,
That's actually a
as I
really
said,
complicated tiki drink.
1
Mai
ounce or
Tai is a
30
decent
mils.
one. All that kind of stuff. But I definitely like the incorporation of mezcals and tequilas in a lot of drinks.
Your third
along with
ingredient
rum.
is going to be
And if you can
the
actually
apple
throw
cider.
some sherry on
But
top of
first,
stuff too, it can be pretty decent.
of course,
to add
clean
some
off
more
your
depth
board,
to it. Dry
and
sherry,
then
of
grab
course.
your spiced apple cider. And again, for this one, I would not use a hard apple cider,
Fancy
but you
ass
can
skin
if you
man, yeah,
want.
I know.
And we're going to go with 2 ounces or 60 milliliters. And your fourth ingredient will be ginger beer. Again, your favorite type. And we're going to use the same amount of about 3 ounces or 90 milliliters. And we'll finish this off with our garnish, which is our lime wheel, of
Another
course.
good just
Put
spirit
that
in
here
general,
on
if
the
you can ever
side,
find it, just
and
for
a cinnamon
experimenting
stick
with
right
it.
in front.
Pisco.
And
Pisco
your
is a
next cocktail
Bolivian
is
and
going to
Chilean
be
brandy
a spiced
made from
apple cider
what's it,
with rum.
Alexandria grapes that grow in
And it's not just straight
Chile
rum,
and
we're
Peru.
using a spiced rum for
really
this. So
good.
this will have a
Pisco is
very
actually
large
really good
depth
to
of
add
flavor.
as
It's
a
going to be
cocktail
really,
ingredient.
really nice, and it's going to be something that
can
you
actually
wouldn't
find a lot more
necessarily think
cocktails
of. Now,
now
grab
because
yourself your
people have
rocks glass
experimented
again.
with it. But there are plenty of actual ones too,
Fill
like
up with a
Pisco
good
Flip
chunk of ice.
that's from like the early 20th century.
And then we're going to start
was
with
basically more
some
popular in
spiced
California.
rum. Now I'm using a little bit of bamboo
That's
here.
something kill for you.
This will give you some nice sweetness. So one of the
never
things that
even,
you have
talked
to
to
worry
in
about with
Arizona
this
too at some
cocktail
points.
is that it might be too sweet. And because of that, we're going to start with 1.5 ounces or 45
But it
mils.
became more relevant in the modern times.
Your second
But it is an
ingredient
old,
is going to be your
brandy.
citrus
That's
component.
South American
And for
brandy.
this, unlike a standard mule or many of its variations, we're going to use a little bit of lemon juice. Now, we're going to use a fair amount of lemon juice because the bamboo is kind of sweet and the spiced apple cider is sweet, and we want to make sure that it actually balances out really, really well. So what we'll do is we will measure and squeeze, as I said, 1 ounce or 30 milliliters.
But if you're making tiki drinks of any kind, I would definitely recommend, if you can find
Your third
it,
ingredient is going
not
to
really
be
use pink
your
grapefruit
spiced apple
juice
cider.
or ruby red grapefruit juice, but the
For this, we're going to use a little
pigmentation
bit
of what
more
grapefruit
apple
is,
cider,
which is
and this
white
will give us a
grapefruit
really
juice,
nice
because
balance
white
of
grapefruit
flavor.
juice
We're
tends
going
to
to
add a
use
little bit more
3
of a
ounces
sour
or 90
note to
milliliters.
the actual taste of the citrus, because it is not as bitter or sweet.
Now we'll finish this
as
off with your
grapefruit
ginger
is. It's a
beer
little
of
bit
choice.
lighter. I actually prefer.
Doesn't really matter the
white
kind you
grapefruit
use,
juice,
just
really good.
whatever works. And we're going
Granted,
to
it's
use,
a little hard
or
to find
should use,
sometimes, but you can find it.
anywhere from 2
You can
to
either
4
find
ounces, which
just
is 60
full white
to
grapefruits
120
if
mils.
you look hard enough to eat them fresh, or you can find
Now what we'll just do to
I don't remember the name
finalize
of
this,
it.
of course, is give this a bit of a stir to
I think it's
incorporate
like
everything.
Sunkiss
And I'm just going
or
to
Sunset.
add
I don't remember. Oh no, it's Ocean Breeze. Ocean Breeze
lemon
actually
wheel
has
here.
a white
You don't
grapefruit
need
juice
anything else
concentrate
because you
can
already
probably
have a
buy
bunch of other
online for
spices
pretty
working
decent.
from
Not
the
too-
spiced
not super
rum,
expensive.
so you don't need to actually add anything.
So that's
And
what I
here
use
we
for
have
making cocktails that
3
require,
exciting apple cider
grapefruit juice.
variations. The first is, of course, your apple cider mule with vodka, very, very classic. The second is with bourbon, and you can adjust that with any whiskey of your choice, but you'll have to make some adjustments. And the third is a spiced apple cider with spiced rum. These are fantastic. Please leave a comment down below and tell me which is your favorite.
I'd probably say the spiced rum one probably sounds the best. I mean, the bourbon one doesn't sound bad though either, though. But the spiced rum, having bumbo and talking about stuff with ginger beer, doesn't sound bad. Alright. Another Sky, and then we got one more.
It's a little risky.
cocktail.
Make sure
and we'll be
everything line up properly. Hold it tight.
This guy's making a pumpkin espresso.
Come here with my little spoon.
Pumpkin spice espresso martini.
You know what I mean? Unless you want to
So he's serving in the pumpkin, obviously.
Get some ice in this
as you
bad boy,
do.
you know what I mean? Oh, not that much ice. Bourbon, okay?
Bourbon.
Bailey's Irish cream. You need some espresso. Come on now.
Espresso.
Do your thing. Come in.
Pour it in.
Put your little espresso, you see? You just let that flow in there like that. And then
There it is.
pumpkin spice creamer, homeboy.
Pumpkin spice creamer.
We seal this
You're gonna
bad
shake
boy
it.
up, right?
Yep.
And you shake it. And you keep it sexy. The pumpkin spice whipped cream. Pumpkin pie spice, you see? Just the tip. And
Just
you
the
come
tip.
in here like so. And there you have it, homeboy.
There it
The
is.
Pumpkin spice espresso martini. Espresso, okay? Not X.
Espresso. All right, here we go. My wife served me divorce
so only a few
papers.
nights ago, my wife and I were having a discussion, and she was expressing her frustration with me because I haven't let her pick a cocktail for the channel
Wow,
for some time.
Steve.
So I said to her, "You've got free reign," and she served me divorce papers, which is the name of the cocktail.
Gotcha.
This cocktail is 100% has her name on it as far as the ingredients go. Gin, Aperol, honey, citrus, and passion fruit.
Oh,
and for me
fancy.
too, I
Passion
quite like
fruit
a
being used
combination of gin and Aperol, tequila Aperol, rum Aperol. They'll work really well. I'll actually
this, a voodoo
link to
grog?
a couple of other videos in the description below so you can check them out. It's just a really good combination, especially paired with citrus. So I thought, once she served me the divorce papers, I gave it a try. I loved it, so therefore I had to feature it on the channel.
That's
so
so
this
funny.
drink was created by Leonardo Bernardes. He worked at a place called Baba in Seattle,
Okay.
which is a Vietnamese street food restaurant,
Huh.
cafe, however you like to.
The
whatever you like
bar,
to call it.
apparently, if you got a cocktail in
with
there.
a fairly serious drink program. So
Yeah, no kidding.
Let's see how I'm going to do this. Balance that over there. I only need half an ounce of passion fruit puree. So therefore, I've got a couple of passion fruit from my leftover from my last video. I don't have like a store-bought puree or anything like that. So if you have a cocktail that calls for just literally half an ounce, you can just make your own puree, which is simply passion fruit without the seeds. Just take out the pulp and then pass it through a fine mesh strainer.
Yeah.
And whatever's left is passion fruit puree.
Yeah.
Pretty simple. Unsweetened, of course.
Yeah,
I could have done this before jumping on camera, but just to show you how ad hoc my ways are. Alternatively, you could just shake the passion fruit within the drink, and then
they have high-grade passion fruit syrups now.
These are the tiniest passion fruits. It's literally going to take me 3 passion fruits.
There is a type of passion fruit that is native to the United States.
Drink.
It's called a maypop.
Passion
it's mainly found in the southern parts of the U.S. It's also found in the southeastern parts of the U.S. and to the eastern parts of the U.S., like northeast. They are here, but I've never seen one. But they are here. Maypops are the relatives to the passion fruit, less tropical though. Much in the same way you could say a pawpaw plant is the most northern plant of a very tropical family, the Annona fruit, which has soursop, custard apples, and
ml of dry gin.
Cherimoya in it, which are mostly all found in South America and the Caribbean.
Link in the description, you can go check it out. Relatively recently released. I've mentioned it before, we do a range of contemporary gins at Threefold Distilling. And this is more of a classic dry style gin: juniper, citrus, angelica root, coriander seed, grains of paradise. Great for, not that any of our other gins are not great for mixing, but works really well in cocktails that call for a juniper forward dry style gin.
All right.
So we have half an ounce, 15 ml of Aperol as well. Straight into the shaker. Half an ounce, 15 ml of honey.
I probably would run the gin up to 2 ounces, to be honest with you.
Half an ounce, 15 ml of freshly squeezed
Everything else is like half an ounce. Round the gin up at least to 2 ounces.
Good choice, Bab.
Or round it down to an ounce. Well, depends how strong
10 to 12
or
seconds.
balanced you want it, I suppose. I always feel weird about the hat, like an ounce and a half is always weird to me. Half an ounce, just, you know. I can see it with some stuff being like even 0.25 ounce, like a quarter ounce, but, you know. That's something that's really strong.
Then fine strain
half an ounce is fine most of the time for the other ingredients. Or an ounce if you really want to run it up that much. Then your base beer has to be higher. I would say make it actually 2 ounces.
Not that great.
That's me.
Now, if it wasn't so full, I'd recommend probably floating half a passion fruit in the drink. This stop, maybe if you use a coupe, because then it'll be bigger. Well, there's a Nick and Nora glass. Like if you have a big passion fruit, it's going to take up half the glass. It might look a little bit funny, but they have divorce papers as served to me by my wife.
Yes, they were. And yes, they were by the cocktail, I mean. Not the actual idea of getting divorce papers.
That is fantastic. That's really, really good. I'm surprised the honey doesn't, that is a 3-to-1 ratio honey syrup. And I'm surprised it doesn't come through overly strong. It's like really nicely balanced with the flavors of like orange, grapefruit, all those kind of notes, those bitter notes that you get from Aperol. It's balanced out nicely. It's really vibrant. Plenty of passion fruit in there. Obviously, because I've used 3 passion fruit. Passion fruit, honey, Aperol, gin. Wicked combination. I highly recommend this, trying this cocktail. It's got a really nice texture to it as well from the passion fruit and the, well, mainly from the passion fruit. Give it a nice shake. It's got this nice foamy texture on top. This is a wicked cocktail. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon for another cocktail video.
All right, everybody. Cheers. With that, we come to the end of Case of the Mondays. I'd like to thank everyone who showed up and everyone who is here. Obviously, who's still around too. Always appreciate seeing you guys. I'm going to do a little shilling and then we'll be fully done. Don't forget the movie caption contest, movie fixture, and movie hangar to go on Discord, so be sure to play those when you're not busy in the arena doing the arena things there, or playing the bulk arena. People do that, the bulk area thing from time to time too. It's been rare though. Tomorrow at 9, be sure to join me and Genova on Heretic Network for some cop cams. We're going to be watching more of those tomorrow. Wednesday will be Wednesday, my dudes. We'll be doing something in the afternoon, probably at 3, I imagine, for Wednesday. And don't forget, at 9 will be the Eerie Hours, so be sure to join us there, since that's a Wednesday staple, at 9 on Heretic Network for that. Thursday, I'll probably be doing a Skinner Radio back here, so be sure to join me back here at 8:30. And Friday will be Hell Comes to Hollywood, so be sure to join me and Genova on Heretic Network for that as well at 9. All right, everyone, I will see you guys later. Have a good one. Bye, everyone.